Chapter 15. Dawson and Headley followed her in Headley's rental car to a restaurant that was preparing for its lunch trade. A line had already formed for people who desired tables, but they secured a small round one in the bar, which was separate from the restaurant. It was quieter and dimly lighted. The darkness provided a sense of privacy and fit their somber mood. Amelia and Headley ordered iced tea. "Bourbon on the rocks," Dawson told the waitress, and when she moved away to fill the order, he read the censure in two pairs of eyes. "I went cold turkey on the pills, cut me some slack." No one said anything until after they'd been served. Headley stirred 2 packets of artificial sweetener into his tea. Dawson rattled the ice in his drink, then took a sip. He noticed that Amelia didn't touch her glass, but kept her hands clasped together in her lap, as though holding on for dear life. In that small, quiet way, she was bracing herself. Dawson doubted the measure would be sufficient for what was coming. Headley folded his forearms on the edge of the table and leaned slightly toward her. "Have you ever heard of Golden Branch, Oregon?" "No." "The shootout there in '76. "Shootout?" "Between several law enforcement agencies and members of a radical group called Rangers of Righteousness." "I think I've heard of them. Domestic terrorists?" "Precisely. We went to Golden Branch to serve several arrest warrants. It resulted in disaster. 7 people died, 2 lawmen, 5 members of the group. The first one to die was a deputy U.S. Marshal. He was standing no more than a yard away from me when he took a bullet in the throat. He gave her his account, which for nearly 40 years he'd related officially and unofficially at different times to various people. Throughout the telling, Dawson watched Amelia's face, looking for hints as to what she was thinking. When Headley paused to take a drink of tea, she looked at Dawson as though to ask, "Why is he telling me about this?" But when Headley continued, she returned her attention to him and didn't interrupt. When he finished, she didn't say anything for several seconds. Finally, she cleared her throat. The couple who escaped, Carl Wingert and Floral Steimel, the leaders, the worst of them. They were never apprehended, even after all this time. To my great disappointment and embarrassment, Headley said they're officially still wanted by the FBI, but he gave a rueful chuckle. "I'm not. What do you think happened to them?" "God only knows. No crimes have been attributed to them for 17 years, so they're presumed dead." "What about the baby?" Headley glanced at Dawson, who suddenly realized that his heart was beating as though he had never heard the story before and couldn't wait to learn the fate of the characters involved. Headley reached over and placed his hand over Amelia's, which had begun to nervously fold and unfold the corners of the cocktail napkin beneath her sweating glass of tea. "During the investigation of your ex-husband's murder, his DNA was retrieved." Her chest rose and fell with a shallow breath. Apprehension filled her eyes. She pulled her hand from beneath Headley's and clasped her 2 hands together. "I'm aware of that. What you don't know is that Jeremy's DNA sample was matched to one already in our data system," Headley said quietly. "It came from that house in Golden Branch." She stared at him for several seconds and after making a few unsuccessful attempts to speak, asked, "How is that possible? We're still trying to piece together the how of it." "What we know is that the Wessons weren't his birth parents. We retrieved Flora Stimmel's DNA in Golden Branch. She was Jeremy's mother. You can't be positive. DNA doesn't lie. Jeremy's samples were taken almost 40 years apart from different areas of the country." Dawson knew the futility of arguing that the biology was in error. Amelia realized it too. Not quite as emphatically as before, she said, "Even if the outlaw couple were his parents, which I'm not accepting, Jeremy couldn't have known." "I think the probability is high that he did," Headley said. "Did you ever see his birth certificate?" "The original was destroyed in the house fire." "That's right. He used a copied birth certificate to enlist in the Marines." "Easily fudged. Did he ever mention to you that he'd been adopted?" "No." "Give you any indication that he questioned his parentage?" "Never." "The subject of his parents." When she broke off, Headley asked gently, "What?" She struggled with her answer and finally said, "Was closed to discussion. Doesn't that tell you something?" It was plain to Dawson that she was warring against the logic of Headley's question. She fought back with the only argument left to her. What difference does it make now who his parents were? It would be a different matter if he were still alive, but he isn't. Headley didn't say anything either to back that assertion or to dispute it. Nor did Dawson. But their weighty silence spoke volumes. Finally, Headley said, "I'm going to try to find the connection if there was one between the Wessons and Carl and Flora, but it's been decades. The trail has long since gone cold. According to the reports I've read about that fire, the Wessons' whole life history, fictional or true, went up in flames. And I'm running out of time in a couple of weeks. I'll be officially retired." "Then why not just let it go?" He glanced at Dawson. "You're not the first person to ask me." He took several moments to carefully consider his answer. "I was resigned to living with my failure to capture Carl and Flora. Then I learned about their son, Jeremy. It's a new development in a cold case. As a law enforcement officer, I can't ignore that. Even though he's dead, a murder without a body?" He frowned. "That's a gaping hole, Amelia. A giant uncertainty that I can't turn my back on. This story began for me that day in Oregon. I can't leave it with an open ending like that. The story." She turned to Dawson. "That explains your interest. You must have been dying to know what I knew about Jeremy's history, which makes the tale even more intriguing, doesn't it? Now, I understand why you asked all those questions about his upbringing, his parents. I was hoping your answers would confirm a blood relationship with the Wessons. Or were you trying to establish that he was Carl and Flora's love child? I don't want it to be true either. Of course you do. It adds such drama to your story. That's not all that playtime spent with Hunter and Grant. Were you looking closely for signs of a criminal bent? For God's sake, and me, no wonder you've been so attentive." Amelia, before he could say anything else, she held up both hands, palms out. "I've had it. I won't listen to any more." She stood up. "The story ended for me this morning after my court appearance. That Gothic myth about Dirk," she gestured with impatience. "I feel like a fool for giving it one iota of credence. Jeremy's heritage, whatever it was, is irrelevant. He's dead. Leave me out of your ghost chasing and get the hell out of my life." She strode away and through the exit door. Headley turned to Dawson. "Are you just going to sit there? Why aren't you going after her?" "Because I'm getting the hell out of her life, and I'm not going to discuss my reasons with you." He figured Headley already knew them anyway. "You heard the lady. She wants to be left out of it, and frankly, so do I." He pushed his chair back before walking away. He said, "I'll call a taxi. Thanks for the drink." Since her car was still impounded and under the circumstances, she never wanted it back. Amelia was driving her second car, an older model that had become hers upon her father's death. Ordinarily, she derived a sense of comfort from being behind the steering wheel that had known his touch. But as she pulled out of the restaurant parking lot, her anger didn't allow for any additional emotions. After the upheavals of the morning, she felt like she'd been put through a shredder and knew that she wasn't up to being mommy. She placed a brief call to Molly Metcalf, George's kind-hearted wife, and asked if the boys could stay a while longer. "I need to go to St. Nelda's and close up the house. I'll get it done a lot faster if they're not underfoot. And I'm really not up to answering questions about Steph yet. I should be back around nightfall." Having been reassured that they were happily playing with the Metcalfs' grandsons, she took the ferry over to the island. As she passed Mickey's, she noticed that the yellow crime scene tape was still stretched around the parking lot behind the building. The sight made her choke back a sob. Bernie was puttering around the back of his house and, seeing her approach, waved. She pulled over and lowered the driver's side window. He closed the lid of his car trunk and hobbled over. "You're just in time to see me off. For good. I'm driving as far as Charleston this afternoon, eat a dinner of shrimp and grits. Then I'll get an early start tomorrow. I see the boys aren't with you. I hate to leave without saying goodbye. I hate that too. I had planned to bring them back for the remainder of the week, but I've changed my mind. I haven't told them about Steph. Until I do, I thought I should keep them away from the beach where they're sure to wonder about her sudden absence. Probably for the best. I saw 2 deputies tromping into your house earlier. Deputy Tucker called and asked if they could look through Steph's room, see if anything would point them to the person who killed her. She told him about Dirk Arneson. He owns up to knowing Steph, but claims to have an alibi, Dawson Scott. He spent last night in jail but was released this morning. Tucker hasn't ruled him out, just to be obtuse, I think. They don't like each other. I don't think he ever laid a hand on Steph. Neither do I, she said, meaning it. He hesitated, then asked, "What about the two of you?" "There's no such thing, Bernie." Leaving that subject, she told him that she'd offered to relieve Steph's parents of one unpleasant task. "I told them I would pack up her things, then I'll close up the house. That job always makes me sad, especially when I don't know when I'll be back. Today will be particularly unhappy. Want me to stay and keep you company?" I could wait till morning to leave. She glanced toward her house. It looked terribly empty, and for half a second she was tempted to accept his offer. "No, thanks. You don't want to miss your shrimp and grits." She reached across the car's interior and patted his age-speckled hand resting in the open window. "Be careful on the road. Did I give you my email address?" "Steph." She said the name automatically, and it was a cruel reminder. She jotted it down for me. "Stay in touch. Tell Hunter and Grant I'll see them next summer." The kite will be here. After saying a final goodbye, she drove the remainder of the distance to her house and went in through the back door. The power had been restored, but that didn't dispel the sadness she felt as she moved through the silent rooms. Not since her first visit to the house after her father's death had she felt this forlorn. Sandy footprints had been left on the stairs by the deputies who had searched Steph's room. Her bedroom was no longer as neat as before. Articles had been left out, rearranged. For 5 minutes, Amelia sat on the bed and cried for her young friend. Then, forcing herself to get to the unwelcome chore, she neatly folded all Steph's clothing into her 2 suitcases. She packed all her personal belongings, too, leaving it to her parents to determine what they wanted to keep. When everything had been zipped into the suitcases, she carried them down to her car and stowed them in the trunk. Bernie's car was no longer there. She was completely alone, and she felt it. The loneliness became a pressure inside her chest as she began shutting down the house for the season. A service would come later to do the deep cleaning, but she emptied the refrigerator and pantry of all perishables, stripped the beds, and gathered the laundry from the various hampers into one big bundle and took it down to the utility room. It was a familiar routine which she'd performed dozens of times. Today, the project left her severely depressed. Tears threatened as she went from room to room one last time, checking for lights left on, for ceiling fans still circulating, for dripping faucets and unlocked windows. Conversations with Steph, the boy's laughter echoed in her memory. She went into her bedroom for a final inspection to see if she was leaving anything behind. As she went to pull down the window shades, unable to stop herself, she looked across the expanse of beach toward the neighboring house. She knew which of the upstairs windows were in Dawson's bedroom. He'd watched her through those windows. Disturbingly, her mind lingered less on the invasion of privacy than it did on the kiss he and she had shared inside that bedroom on the bed, among twisted sheets redolent with his scent. As much to block out that erotic memory as to block the view, she quickly pulled down the shades. She made it to the bottom of the stairs before realizing that she'd left her laptop on the desk in the room that she used as an office. Leaving her handbag, she quickly retraced her way back up to the second floor. The sun was setting. Shadows were deep as she entered the room and went over to the desk. There she hesitated, and before she could talk herself out of it, pulled out the chair, sat down, and booted up the computer. All the while trying to talk herself out of it, she accessed the internet and ran a search for Carl Wingert. In a matter of keystrokes, she was on a website for the FBI's Most Wanted, looking into the face of the man who had been a fugitive from justice for decades, searching his glowering features for any resemblance to the man she had loved and married, then had grown to fear. There wasn't one between the photograph on the monitor and Jeremy. She didn't detect a single similarity. But maybe she wasn't seeing it because she didn't want to. Was desperation making her blind to it? She rejected the thought that Jeremy, the father of her children, was the son of criminals, murderers. It simply couldn't be. Yet FBI agent Headley, certainly no fool, was convinced and had DNA evidence backing him up. Jeremy had manifested a violent streak, burying her face in her heads. She expelled a long breath, carrying on it a fearful prayer. Dear God, please no. Harriet was beside herself with excitement. He fed them to dogs. Willard claims his wife was dead when he found her. Dawson, seated on the foot of the bed in his hotel room, pinched the bridge of his nose till it made his eyes water. Only by inflicting physical pain could he make the agony of this conversation tolerable by comparison. She died of a close-range shotgun blast to the chest. Willard's shotgun, you said his fingerprints were the only ones on it. Yeah, but he swore under oath that he didn't shoot her. What's his version? On the witness stand, he admitted that he'd been drinking all day while he searched in and around Savannah for the cheating lovers. Eventually, he gave up and drove out to this place in the woods where he cages and trains his fighting pit bulls. He claims he was so drunk he couldn't even get out of his pickup before passing out. When he came to, it was hours later after midnight. He noticed immediately that his shotgun was missing from the cab of his truck. He climbed out, stumbled around in the dark, trying to figure out which end was up. He made it into the shack, his crash pad out there, and found a flashlight. He said the dogs were going nuts, and that's a quote. So he staggered over to the pens, shined his light around, and inside one of cages was Darlene, what was left of her. His shotgun was propped up against the outside of the cage. He expects the jury to believe that. I don't know what he expects. That's what he testified in doing so. He admitted to committing several felonies by participating in dogfights. What did he have to say about Jeremy Wesson? Doesn't have a clue what happened to him? Evidence that he met the same fate as Darlene is inconclusive. A patch of hairy scalp in the stomach of one dog. Blood in the pen, that's not conclusive. When the ME testified, that's the word he used. The defense attorney picked up on it and made it his mantra. Okay, go on. Willard saw Darlene's remains, panicked, bolted. It took police a couple of days to track him down, and only then after they got an anonymous tip about his possible whereabouts. In that amount of time, the digestive process. Jeremy was doggy poop by then. Dawson was thinking, why, if the dogs had made a meal of Jeremy, they would have been ravenous for Darlene. But he didn't address that incongruity. Van Buren was lapping up the grisly elements of the story. He continued. Willard swears he never saw Jeremy. His attorney tried to plant in the minds of the jurors that it was Jeremy who took the shotgun from Willard's pickup while Willard was unconscious, killed Darlene, pushed her body into the dog pen, then hightailed it into the marsh, never to be seen again. Possibly it was he who called in the tip. His wife's lover framed poor Willard for her murder. The lawyer didn't use those words, but that's essentially the seed of reasonable doubt he tried to sow. Does he have a snowball's chance in hell of being acquitted? Juries sometimes pull surprises. Dawson was past ready to wrap up this obligatory call. The less interaction he had with Harriet, the happier he was. Beyond that, he was whipped. Straight from that disastrous meeting with Headley and Amelia, he'd gone to the courthouse. Having invested days in Willard Strong's trial, he needed to come away with something to show for his time and expenses, or there would be hell to pay with Harriet when he got back to D.C. When court was adjourned, he'd been tempted to cruise River Street until he found someone of Raydale's ilk who could replace the stash of pills he'd flushed away. He resisted the temptation. Deputies Tucker and Wills would love nothing better than to get another crack at him, and he hadn't been completely cleared of suspicion of murder. Besides, taking prescription drugs bought on the street was stupid, self-destructive behavior. He hadn't needed Headley or Amelia pointing that out to him. So he'd returned to the hotel room and, with no more fortification than a shot of whiskey, finally responded to the dozens of voicemails Harriet had left for him. The first 60 seconds of their conversation had been a blistering diatribe about his unreliability. Was it true that he'd been questioned by police about a young woman's murder? Someone in the magazine office had seen it on the internet. She wouldn't have believed it had she not linked to the story and read it for herself. Finally cutting in, he threatened to hang up if she didn't shut up. Keep talking to me like that and I walk, Harriet, and I mean it, like I fucking care. Fine. You can explain to your new boss why your best staff writer sold his sensational story to another magazine. He'd hooked her with that, and she had calmed down enough to listen to his glossed-over, abbreviated explanation about his night in lockup and how it had come about. I was questioned along with everybody else who was seen with the victim that day, which wasn't quite true, but it wasn't wholly false. Worst thing about it, I didn't get to brush my teeth till this morning. He then outlined the story he wanted to write. She said, "Now, I have to hand it to you. I thought you were blowing smoke. This is a great story, especially since Jeremy Wesson was a decorated war veteran. That's the angle. War hero meets a bad end back home." Good, good. Go with that. What's Willard Strong like? Mean-looking, hulking. She picked up on his qualifying tone of voice. But what? I don't know, he said thoughtfully. He also seems thick-skulled. This was a complex crime. You don't think he's capable of committing it? Capable of shooting the cheating pair with a shotgun, yes. But then I think his instinct would be to run like hell and keep running until he was caught. To hang around and try to destroy the evidence, especially in such a bizarre fashion, that strikes a sour note with me. The overkill seems out of character, too well planned, I think. That's your problem, Dawson. You think too much, analyze too much. Not every story has to be about the subject's goddamn psyche originating when the cell divided. Just write the story as though it's a crime piece. For once, don't trowel on the psychological bullcrap. Make it titillating. Make it gory. Make it sentimental from the war hero angle. Readers will eat it up, no pun intended. Ha, I get it. Can you finagle an interview with him, with Willard? Not until after the trial, if then. What about Amelia Nolan? A shaft of desire and pain went straight through him. I gave it a shot. She slammed the door, figuratively or literally. Doesn't matter, she's not talking. Especially now that she's dealing with another tragedy. The nanny's murder. The dual tragedies could be a new angle. Try again. Use your charm. Don't hold your breath. Right now I'm beat. I'm going to grab a shower, a burger, and a ball game on TV. If you want more of the gruesome details, you'll have to read them in my story, like everybody else. Dawson clicked off, put his phone on vibrate, then fell back onto the bed and laid a forearm across his eyes. He hadn't lied about being exhausted. He needed sleep, but he'd sworn off anti-anxiety pills and sleeping meds. Whiskey had lost its dulling power, providing only a temporary buzz followed by a cottony head and queasy stomach, which left him to his own devices to find tranquility. By God, he'd get there by sheer force of will. But when he closed his eyes and tried to focus only on clouds drifting across snowy mountain peaks and brooks rippling through primeval forests, his mind stayed stubbornly fixed on the woman who had walked out of his life earlier today. The woman he wanted like hell, but couldn't have. Headley had asked him why he didn't go after her. Wasn't the answer clear enough? She hadn't wanted him to. She'd had it. He was an opportunist, a con artist, working the inside track, even baiting her children to get the goods. That was her opinion of Dawson Scott. But even if he'd been straightforward with her from the start, had come clean and told her everything, won her confidence and possibly even her affection, he still would have let her walk away today. He was no martyr, but he wasn't a completely selfish bastard either. The last thing Amelia Nolan needed was another man in her life who woke up every night screaming. He was struggling with that humiliating memory when he felt his phone vibrate. He picked it up and, seeing Headley's name, swore. He started not to answer, but that would only delay the inevitable. He clicked on. I'm about to get in the shower. Can I get back to you? No, this is urgent. You sound out of breath. I am. What have you been doing? Yapping at their heels. Whose heels? Sheriff's office, Savannah Metro, finally got nuts involved. Good thing I kept yapping. If your blood pressure goes up, Eva will. They lifted a fingerprint off the rain slicker. Dawson bit back the rest of what he was about to say. It matched so well, I got a hard-on. Guess whose print? Jeremy Wesson's skip the shower and get over here. Chapter 16. Against her will or reason, Amelia was captivated by Carl Wingert's wanted poster. In 1970, he had launched himself from the rank of petty crook and troublemaker to notorious outlaw by boldly robbing a federal bank in Kansas City. He did it in broad daylight on a busy Friday afternoon. He didn't wear a mask or disguise of any kind, as though he'd wanted to be recognized and given credit for the crime, which included the execution-style shootings of the bank president, the teller who'd emptied her drawer for him, then ill-advisedly set off an alarm, a guard who made a valiant attempt to thwart him, and a city policeman who, by sheer happenstance, had been waiting in line to deposit his paycheck. Security cameras had captured numerous photographs of Carl that day because he'd made no attempt to avoid them. The time-lapse photos had been enlarged, enhanced, and were the only images of the criminal that existed except for class pictures, which chronicled a public school boy's transformation from a scowling child into a thug who looked progressively angrier with each advancing grade. He dropped out after his sophomore year. The best of these exclusive pictures of Carl as an adult had been selected for his wanted poster, and as Amelia studied them, she asked herself repeatedly if this man was, as Gary Headley claimed, her son's grandfather. That possibility alone was upsetting, but it was especially disturbing to think that Jeremy might have known. If he had he kept it a secret because he was ashamed of his heritage and wanted to protect her and his children from disgrace. Had the reason for his secrecy been more sinister, it was a chilling possibility. Suddenly, she became aware that the room had grown dark except for the laptop screen. She hadn't meant to stay this late, but as she made to push back the desk chair, her motion was arrested by a noise coming from downstairs. She knew every nook and cranny of the house, each stair tread that groaned beneath someone's weight. Every hinge that squeaked unless oiled regularly, which drawers stuck when the humidity was especially high. Only someone that intimately familiar with the house would recognize the scraping sound the kitchen door made against the floor when it was pushed open. That's what she'd heard. And then silence. That, even more than the sound of the door being opened, caused her heart to lurch. Quickly, she closed her laptop, pitching the room, indeed the whole house, into total darkness. Remember, just act normal? Got it. You're just coming back to get your stuff from the beach house before you leave for home. If he's out there somewhere watching her, that's what he needs to think. Got it. We don't want him. God damn it, Dawson snapped. I said I've got it. Headley had been giving him instructions since they'd left the ferry dock. Dawson was driving Headley's rental car at an unsafe speed. Headley was hunkered down out of sight in the back seat. Behind them were 2 sheriff's units and an unmarked car carrying 4 FBI agents from the Savannah office, including Cecil Nuts. All were driving without headlights, keeping back so that it appeared that Dawson's car was the only one on the road. Until Amelia is safe, the last thing we want is to tip him that the cavalry is out of sight behind the hill, Dawson said, quoting Headley, who'd used the analogy earlier when he was talking through the plan with the swiftly assembled team as they crossed the Sound to St. Nelda's. If he realizes we're on to him, he'll have nothing to lose by killing her, if only so he can go out in a blaze of glory. If he hurts her, I'll personally see to it that he does. I'll blow his fucking head off. See, that's what I'm talking about. You're a writer, not a law officer. A wordsmith. What? That's what that asshole Tucker called me. You're gonna let this pill-popping wordsmith do police work? Dawson's impulse had been to launch himself at the deputy and demonstrate just how dangerous a wordsmith could be when provoked, but he'd let the insult slide. The personal satisfaction he would have derived from a one-on-one with the guy wasn't worth the precious time it would have cost. Already an hour had elapsed since Headley had called him and told him about the fingerprint. During that agonizing 60 minutes, no one had been able to reach Amelia. She hadn't answered either her cell phone or the landline at her Savannah apartment. It had been Dawson's idea to contact George Metcalf, who confirmed that the children were still with him and his wife. Amelia had told him she would be spending the afternoon at her beach house and that her chores there might extend into the evening. There wasn't a landline in the house on St. Nelda's. The deputy who'd been guarding the crime scene in Mickey's parking lot had been pulled off the detail, and return to the mainland when his shift was over and someone had deemed it unnecessary for a replacement to be sent. No one claimed responsibility for that regrettable decision, which had left no one available to drive out to Amelia's house, check on her safety, warn her of the possible danger, and remain with her until reinforcements could arrive. "Tucker's a blowhard," Headley said now from the back seat. "Forget him. But remember that he and the others are trained law enforcement officers. You're not. The only reason you're in on this is because you can reconnoiter for us without setting off Jeremy's alarm bells. If he's even in the vicinity, he could be in Canada by now." "Do you think he's in Canada?" Headley didn't respond. If he thought that, they wouldn't be racing to alert Amelia of the latest development. "Bernie's house looks deserted," Dawson told him as he blasted past it. "Jesus, she's been out here all by herself. There's a car at her house, but not a single light on. And she hasn't answered her phone. Drive on past? Fuck that." He braked and got out of the car practically in one motion. Leaving Headley cussing a blue streak, he ran toward the back door of Amelia's house. It was unlocked. He eased it open and paused to listen. The silence was profound and portentous. If everything was okay, the lights would be on and there would be sounds of activity. He glanced around to see that Headley was coming up behind him, talking softly into his cell phone, describing the situation to the personnel in the vehicles behind them. Dawson, realizing that their coveredness was about to be compromised anyway, banged into Amelia's kitchen, hit the light switch, and shouted her name. From the kitchen, he charged into the formal dining room from which he could see the living area, the front door, and the porch beyond. Nothing. Moving swiftly, he rushed toward the stairs and tripped over her handbag on the bottom step. His gaze tracked up. She was standing at the top of the staircase, poised and tense, gripping the banister. Then, upon recognizing him, she sank down onto the top step. He took the stairs 2 at a time. "Are you all right?" she whispered. Yes, but clearly she wasn't. She was trembling and looking beyond his shoulder with dismay, watching as her house filled up with armed men. Eyes were wide with shock and bewilderment when they reconnected with Dawson's. He placed his hands on her shoulders. Jeremy's fingerprint was found on the rain slicker. She nodded her head slowly, as though resigned to acknowledging what she had so persistently denied. Then she gripped his arms. "The boys? Safe? Guards have been posted around the Metcalf's house. They'll be frightened. They won't know." The Metcalfs have been informed, but Headley gave the order for the officers to remain invisible. No marked cars or light bars, nothing like that. This is all so, it seemed, she couldn't find a word that adequately described the circumstances. With her misery apparent, she said, "I didn't want to believe it, any of it, but it's all true, isn't it?" Tears spilled over her lower eyelids. Dawson placed his hand on the back of her head and tucked it between his neck and shoulder. Sliding his fingers up through her hair, he whispered into it, "If I could make it untrue, I would." Deputies were dispatched to patrol the beach and surrounding area on foot. Tucker and Wills, the FBI agents, Amelia, Headley, and Dawson gathered in Amelia's living room. To bring everyone up to speed, Headley summarized Carl and Flora's criminal career and disclosed Jeremy's relationship to them. He shared the theory that Jeremy had killed Steph, mistaking her for Amelia. He explained to Tucker why they'd been interested in seeing Dirk Arneson. "We thought perhaps Jeremy had assumed another identity and was using the girl to get information on Amelia and his sons. Instead of doing that song and dance, why didn't you just tell me?" Headley threw him a bone. In hindsight, I probably should have. Tucker looked mollified. Cecil Nuts was as agreeable a guy as Headley had described him. He was a few years younger than Headley, but wore the aging process more visibly. He was paunchy and balding, but savvy and senior enough to be the Rance. Dawson admired his gentle and respectful attitude toward Amelia as he questioned her. She gave him an overview of her marriage and divorce, but unfortunately had nothing new or enlightening to tell him. "To me, Jeremy died more than a year ago. If he's alive, I have no idea where he's been or where he is, although lately I've felt a presence like someone was watching me." I blamed my uneasiness on Willard Strong's trial and having to talk openly about things I'd rather forget. She told the group about the beach ball mystery and about a set of photographs of her and the children that had disappeared without explanation. A friend delivered them when no one was at home, but they weren't where they'd been left. Dawson appreciated that she didn't cite him as the friend. She also told them about a boat she'd noticed. It remained anchored offshore for several days. Other than that, nothing's been out of the ordinary. But as she said that, she'd glanced at Dawson. The team debated whether she and her sons should be moved into a safe house until Jeremy was captured. Headley nixed the idea. At this point, he thinks he's in the clear. If she's placed in protective custody, we'd just as well go on loudspeakers throughout the Deep South and tell Jeremy that we're on to him. Tucker said, "All this is assuming he is alive. That hasn't been firmly established." "What do you need to firmly establish it?" Dawson demanded. "Something more than a latent fingerprint lifted from a wet raincoat. It could have been there for years." "Unlikely," one of the FBI agents said. "On a non-porous surface like that, most likely it would have been wiped off or badly smudged by now. It hasn't been digitally enhanced yet," Tucker argued. "I'm not going to accept with 100% certainty that Wesson is alive until he whacks Amelia like he did her nanny," Dawson said. "Why are you so eager for me to buy into this? So I won't arrest you." Deputy Wills stepped in, considering all the unexplained things that have happened to Ms. "Nolan lately, plus the fingerprint, which I grant needs further analysis," he said to his partner, "plus the fact that we never located Jeremy Wesson's body. I think we should proceed as though he is alive. If we err on the side of caution, the worst that can happen is that we'll look like a bunch of bozos for supposing even for a moment that a dead man killed Miss DeMarco. But the alternative, which is to ignore the possibility, comes with considerably more risks to Ms. Nolan and her children." Even Tucker agreed that taking safety precautions was warranted. Headley submitted a plan. "Actually, this house is as easy to guard as any. This is the tip of the island. On an open stretch of beach, there aren't that many good hiding places. Jeremy can't get here by water, either the Sound or the ocean that we won't see. He can't drive on without coming over on the ferry. And he can't walk on water even though he can rise from the dead." Wills's joke eased lingering tension, but his statement was a further indication that he believed their quarry was Jeremy Wesson, alive and well. Before they dispersed, Tucker got in one last potshot. He said to Dawson, "If I need you, do I look for you here first?" The question and its embarrassing implication toward Amelia caused everyone else to go still and silent. Dawson saw red and wanted to knock the deputy on his fat ass. But Headley, sensing his fury, clamped a hand on his forearm and said blandly, "If you need to locate Dawson, you can always go through me." Everyone left except for the deputies who were to guard the house. Personnel from the sheriff's office in Savannah were dispatched to pick up Hunter and Grant and bring them to the island. Amelia requested that the Metcalfs be allowed to accompany them. "They'll be afraid of strangers." They were delivered about an hour later by two deputies, one a young woman. The Metcalfs were mild-mannered people, who seemed a bit overawed to find themselves in such a situation. The boys knew no such restraint. After the 2-day separation from their mother, they were excited to see her, talking over each other to gain her attention. Dawson stood back and watched as she hugged them tightly, kissing their faces when they let her, running her hands over them as though to reassure herself that they were well and safe. The kid's joy over finding Dawson there was almost as exuberant. Amelia introduced him to the Metcalfs by name only. They probably took him for a plainclothes policeman assigned to guard the family. In any case, they hadn't questioned his staying behind when they and the two deputies left. The boys then conducted him on a tour of the house that included everything from their PlayStation to the empty bowl where their goldfish had met his demise at the beginning of the summer. The tour concluded in their bedroom where Amelia announced that it was time for bed. They put up an argument. A compromise was reached only after Dawson agreed to read them their bedtime story. That had been nearly an hour ago. It had taken him that long to get them settled. Now, as he entered the kitchen, he said to Amelia, "Ah, alone at last." Her smile was grim. except for all the guards outside. A necessary evil. The boys finally went to sleep. Took 2 stories. Thanks for doing that. My pleasure. Did they ask why Steph isn't here? Grant mentioned her in passing, but nothing more was said. I'm surprised they're not more curious. They're kids. He shrugged philosophically. To them, 2 days is a long time. They've been distracted. By you being here, I filled a gap, and then some. As she plugged in an electric kettle, she gave him a sidelong glance, possibly noting how ill at ease he felt in the homey kitchen. There was a bear-shaped cookie jar on the counter. The boy's artwork was stuck to the refrigerator door with Disney character magnets. The cookbooks lined up on the open shelf looked well used, not for show. By comparison, his apartment's galley was sterile. She motioned him toward the dining table. Have a seat. I cleared out the pantry today, but I found tea bags and cocoa mix in a canister. That's all I have to offer. No apology necessary. My cupboard in Alexandria stays as bare as old Mother Hubbard's, nursery rhymes. My mom recited them all the time. I remember that one. Do your parents live in Virginia? He told her about the fatal accident. Parents always telling you to be careful anytime you get behind the wheel. More than anything. Mine worried about me being in a car wreck, which turned out to be ironic, since that's what killed them. They were driving home from a movie on a weeknight on a street they'd driven 1,000,000 times. The driver of an oncoming car swerved to miss a squirrel crossing the street, lost control, hit them head on. I'm sorry, she said softly. The driver of the other car walked away from it, devastated, of course. The Headleys took the loss of my parents almost as hard as I did. Headley and my dad had been friends since grade school. So it wasn't just a figure of speech. He really is your godfather. He is. He held me at my baptism, which he often says didn't take. She gave a soft laugh. You're obviously very close. He's a pain in the ass. My dad could be one too, but his admonitions usually proved to be wise. Seeing the recurring sadness creep over her, he said, "Hey," and reached behind him for the jacket he'd hung on the back of the stool earlier. He pulled a Hershey's bar from the pocket and produced it with a flourish. I got this out of the minibar in my hotel room earlier today. Forgot about it till now. Want to flip for it? No thanks, I'm not hungry. When did you last eat? When she had to stop and think about it, he said, That's what I thought. This is good energy. I'll split it with you. The kettle began to whistle. He chose cocoa over tea. When she set it down in front of him, she said, I'm sorry I don't have anything stronger, not even a bottle of wine. Doesn't matter, you jinxed it for me. Drinking? He tilted his head up and met her eyes. You told me the booze and pills wouldn't help my problem. After that, they stopped working for me. I don't think it was anything I said. You came to your senses. Maybe the night spent in jail turned me around. But don't expect me to send Tucker a thank you bouquet. What is it between you two? He hated me on sight. Don't know why. You're a head and a half taller. Oh, is that it? Seriously, he added, I wanted to deck him for embarrassing you. Doesn't matter around the sheriff's office. I'm sure it's well known by now that we were together in your house at dawn when they notified me about Steph. She went back to the counter for her tea, then sat down across from him. He unwrapped the candy bar, broke it in two, and passed a half to her. She nibbled at it as she thoughtfully regarded him. Dawson, what are you doing here? Having some cocoa. She gave him a look. Unsure how to answer, he rolled his shoulders uncomfortably. Finally, in a quiet voice, he asked, Do you want me to go? She dunked her tea bag in the hot water several times, but left it steeping. We've known each other for less than a week. I'm in a crisis situation. I don't get why you're hanging around or why. She looked at him wryly. Why, I'm comfortable with it. Beats the hell out of me, too. He could tell that his response surprised her. Believe me, I didn't plan on this. This, you, Hunter, and Grant, bedtime stories. He glanced toward the smiling bare face on the cookie jar. It's a far cry from a war zone, but damn near as nerve-wracking for a man like me. Then why are you here? because it was too late now for him to pull back without feeling that he was abandoning them. He should have kept them at arm's length. He hadn't. He was sunken deep, good, and involved, and there was no backing out without looking like a heel. Besides, he didn't want to leave them. He couldn't explain it to her because he had no explanation for it himself, except that he wanted her. There was that. But to become romantically involved would bugger up both their lives. Hers was already in upheaval, and his was a mess. It was neither wise nor honorable even to fantasize about making love to her, but he did, constantly. He cleared his throat. You need a friend right now. It's as simple as that. He was lying, because it wasn't simple at all. She studied him for several seconds, then lowered her gaze. I need a friend, and you need a story. That's not why I'm here, isn't it? No. Hell no. When she raised her head, he saw the misgiving still in her eyes. Amelia, my objectivity took a nosedive the instant I met you. You know it. After a moment of shared staring, she busied herself with removing the tea bag from the mug and taking a sip. Then she observed him polishing off his portion of the candy bar and washing it down with a sip of cocoa. That's a lot of chocolate. Won't the caffeine keep you awake? If I'm lucky. You know what happens when I sleep? The reminder of his nightmare brought back memories of what had come after. The kiss. It wavered there between them, as real as the steam rising from their beverage mugs. The atmosphere in the kitchen seemed to pressurize, but they didn't look away from each other. He said, I never properly thanked you for being there when I came out of the nightmare. She made a dismissive movement that was so slight anyone not eating her up with his eyes would have missed it. He wanted to tell her how many times since then he had thought about that kiss, and how badly he wanted to repeat it. How much he wanted to touch her again, now to hold her, stroke her soft skin, feel her breath against his face, have her naked and warm and shifting beneath him, to be inside her. If she knew the prurient drift of his thoughts and how difficult it was for him not to act on them, she wouldn't be nearly so comfortable sharing tea and cocoa. She'd doubt that he was here only as a friend, but he couldn't help thinking about it and wishing it were otherwise. He felt it only fair that she know that. If I could have you after every nightmare, I'd have 10 a night. They were still staring into each other's eyes when his cell phone jangled, which was probably just as well, since his resolve not to touch her again had all but evaporated. Dawson answered his phone on speaker. I'm coming in. Headley said, don't shoot. Without replying, Dawson clicked off. That reminds me, he said to her. Maybe you should rethink carrying the pepper spray at all times, and for God's sake, your phone. Not having my phone was a terrible oversight. I didn't hear your calls, and the pepper spray were in my handbag at the bottom of the stairs. But if I'd had the spray, you might have got it in the face. Why didn't you identify yourself immediately? In case Jeremy was in here with you, Headley didn't want to tip him off to our presence. She sighed. I almost wish it had played out that way. No, he said emphatically, you don't. At least it would be over now. True, but you would probably be dead. Diary of Flora Stemmel, April 16, 1984. We killed 3 people yesterday. Last night we celebrated to the point that everybody except me is still unconscious. It was a great day for us. Not only because the robbery was successful over $60,000, but it also took place on Income Tax Day, which was symbolic. That was Carl's way of thumbing his nose at the federal government. I don't feel so bad about the 2 guys guarding the armored truck. They were careless, and when you think about it, let down the people they work for. As Carl said, if they'd been doing their job the way they should have been, they'd be alive. The money would still be there. And we'd be the ones dead. None of us got hurt, except that I broke a fingernail when I pushed our hostage into the back of the van. I don't know her name yet. The news people said it won't be released until her next of kin is notified. She was Latino. Her hair had a bit of gray in it. In her younger years, she might have been pretty. She was wearing little gold cross earrings. She was scared half to death, and as we sped away from the scene, she started crying and blubbering in Spanish. I don't know the language, but I guess she was pleading for her life. Carl was frantic to escape and kept yelling at Mel to drive faster. Carl was nervous because taking a hostage hadn't been part of the plan, and he likes to stick to the plan. But the armored truck driver must have sent a silent alarm before Carl shot him, because a cop car roared up out of nowhere, taking us all by surprise. The Mexican lady was an innocent bystander. That's what the newsman called her. Carl grabbed her and pushed her toward me and told me to get her into the van while he held off the cop. The cop, seeing that we had a hostage, didn't shoot back. Carl shot him, though. He's in the hospital in critical condition. On TV, they showed all the cops who'd come to the hospital to show their support. Carl laughed and said it was too bad we couldn't attack the hospital and take them all out at once, save ourselves the trouble later. Anyway, back to the Mexican lady. She didn't do as Carl ordered. She kept crying and chattering until she became hysterical and started wailing something terrible. But I've never heard anything as loud as the gun blast inside that van. After Carl shot her, it was awfully quiet except for the ringing in my ears. I guess it was that way with Carl and Mel, too, because nobody said anything for the longest time. We left her body in that van when we switched to another. I think because I touched her, they may get evidence off her clothes that will nail us since we started this more than 10 years ago now. The feds have gotten real smart about forensic stuff like that. Sometimes I wish we could just quit, collect Jeremy, and go someplace quiet and pretty and be a regular family. Jeremy is in 3rd grade now. He's making straight A's and he's on a little league team. I doubt I'll ever get to see him play, but I got to talk to him on the phone last week for 10 whole minutes. Carl says maybe we can meet next month. I hope so, but after today, he might not want to risk it. So far, nobody's caught on to Randy and Patricia. To look at them, you'd think they were Beaver Cleaver's mom and dad. But Carl says when you stop being careful is when you get caught. And if we got caught, that would be the end of us seeing Jeremy at all. They'd lock us away for a long, long time. If they didn't just skip that part and execute us. I got off the subject again. Jeremy is always on my mind. We left that Mexican lady's body in the ditched van. By the time we got to this hideout, we had all calmed down and started breathing easier. Carl declared the day a victory, especially after we counted the money. That's when the party started. Everybody got wasted. I smoked and drank more than usual because it bothered me some the way Carl had shot that woman just because she was making a fuss. We had nothing against her. She wasn't guarding that truck, just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. She looked to be in her mid-40s, making it almost certain that she had a husband, kids, grandkids maybe. I couldn't help but feel sorry for them. They weren't partying last night. This is the first job Mel has done with us. He came recommended as a driver with nerves of steel. He lived up to his reputation and got us out of there, so I guess Carl felt that he deserved a reward. Me, I hate it when he lets another man. You know what, me? Because when Carl sobers up, he's mad at me like it had been my idea, when actually I never like it. It makes me feel dirty, like I'm trash. And I get to thinking that if I'm no more valuable to him than that, he might leave me behind if we ever got trapped. But I really don't think he would. He didn't leave me behind at Golden Branch when I thought for sure he was going to. He'd have my skin, though, if he ever caught me with this diary. I don't want to think about how mad he'd be. He might give me to somebody like Mel and never take me back. Chapter 17, Jeremy Wesson idly scratched his full beard as he listened to a 10 p.m. local radio news update, which obliged him with a shorthand summation of Willard Strong's courtroom testimony earlier that day. Willard's timeline had been off by a few hours, but otherwise, his recollections and suppositions were damn near on the money as to how things had gone down the day Jeremy had killed the man's wife with his shotgun while he was sleeping it off in the cab of his pickup truck. Whether or not a jury bought Willard's explanation was a wait and see, but it wasn't looking good for the accused. Jeremy didn't hold a personal grudge against Willard, who had been handpicked to play an essential role, and he'd served his purpose well. He looked the part, he'd acted the part, and had Jeremy not been directing those events, Willard was of such a violent nature he eventually might have killed both Jeremy and Darlene for their cheating. However, there was never a chance of that happening. Jeremy had propelled the plot from the beginning to the end. Willard's conviction would seal the deal, so to speak. In everyone's mind, beyond a reasonable doubt, Jeremy Wesson would be dead along with poor Darlene. The mission to set up Jeremy Wesson's ruination as a testament to America's turpitude had been painstakingly planned and meticulously carried out. He had set himself up as someone who'd seemingly had everything a man could want: beautiful wife, esteemed father-in-law, two perfect sons, a bright future. Ruination of that American dream had occurred when he returned from war, damaged, self-destructive, and on a slippery slope to a disastrous end. It had taken years to pull off, and some of the guises he'd had to assume were more easily adaptable and maintainable than others. He'd made a good Marine. Applying his marksmanship skills had come naturally, but so had instructing others. He'd enjoyed the camaraderie, particularly during his tours to the Middle East. He'd even cultivated a few friendships that, later, he regretted having to sever. Of course, he hadn't bought into the God and country dogma of the Corps. He'd had to fake that, but he'd done so convincingly. Becoming Amelia Nolan's suitor had been much more challenging. His callowness hadn't all been pretense. He felt much more at home in a military barracks than in a ballroom. Randy and Patricia had taught him the basic rules of comportment, and he'd attended enough officers' functions to know how to conduct himself on formal occasions. But the Nolans lived in a rarefied society that had intimidated him as an enemy target never had. The guidelines of Southern gentility hadn't been written down in any book, yet everyone in the Nolan circle seemed to know and understand them. Often, he'd reconsidered the choice of whom he should court with a goal toward marrying. He'd thought perhaps the bar should be lowered a notch or two. However, to his amazement, his gauche bumbles had made him more lovable to Amelia, not less. He was different from the beaux she was accustomed to, and that was his allure. His etiquette missteps appealed to her rather than appalled. Once he realized that, he'd played into the role and became a puppy whose efforts were ardent if clumsy, and who was eager to win favor. The ruse backfired somewhat because her unqualified acceptance had made him fall in love with her, a little much more than he'd bargained on. He'd expected never to feel anything except contempt for her and everything she represented: the wealthy, rapacious, greedy, soul-stripping aristocracy of the U.S. of A. Often he'd wished she didn't love him so much. If she'd been judgmental and critical, if she'd patronized him, if she'd been intolerant of his post-war condition rather than extremely concerned, it would have made the mission easier. His goal had been to break her, not to break her heart. He'd also wanted to despise with a passion his father-in-law and his patriotic, flag-waving idiocy. He'd scorned the statesman's politics and the government he represented, but he'd discovered that it was hard to work up that level of antipathy for the man himself. Nolan was a fair-thinking, generous gentleman. But the hardest act of all was the evolution of a loving daddy into a drunken, abusive brute that his sons feared. They'd gone from running toward him, arms raised, all smiles because he was home, to cowering whenever he walked into a room and cringing at his raised voice. He had a lot to make up to them. Soon he would. After all these years, the goal was days away from being achieved. Willard Strong would be convicted of killing Darlene and, by extension, Jeremy Wesson. After that, he could wage his private war with impunity. He could wreak havoc in all 50 states, and nobody would be looking for a dead man. There was one hitch that needed to be ironed out. He'd been shocked to learn that the woman found dead behind Mickey's wasn't Amelia. Jesus, he still couldn't believe he'd mistaken another woman for her. The day of the storm, the ocean had become so choppy. He decided against going all the way back to Savannah and instead had docked the boat on St. Nelda's. He hadn't been to the island that much, so he wasn't concerned about being recognized. If he happened to cross paths with someone who'd known Jeremy Wesson, it was still unlikely they'd see through the thick beard that covered the lower third of his face or beyond the cap he wore to cover the patch of missing scalp he'd sliced off himself and tossed into that dog pen. In the 15 months he'd been in hiding, he'd also put on 30 pounds. So when he tied up at St. Nelda's Pier during the downpour, he hadn't felt in danger of being discovered. He'd been standing inside the wheelhouse of the boat, drinking a cup of coffee and staring out at the waterlogged village when he spotted her. The rain had been like a curtain, and it was well past dark. She might have gone unnoticed if not for the raincoat. That loud, ugly rain slicker Amelia had bought in Charleston was hard to miss, even in the feeble glow of light coming through the windows of the general store. For the 480-something days since he'd left those damned dogs fighting over Darlene's remains, he'd been biding his time until he could remove Amelia and reclaim his sons. It would have been lunacy to attempt anything as bold as kidnapping Hunter and Grant, while Amelia remained a key factor in Willard's trial and was frequently the subject of news stories. Besides, he knew that her testimony would help convict Willard, and he hadn't wanted to hamper that. But over those boring days and lonely nights, he'd contemplated several scenarios, thinking hard about how he would bring about her removal when the time was right. He searched for an option other than death because, well, just because there was such a thing as overplanning. However, sometimes one could miss an opportunity while strategizing. When a plum was dropped into your lap, it was practically obligatory to accept the gift from fate, wasn't it? Reclaiming his sons would be more easily accomplished with their mother permanently out of the picture. The unfairness of that could be contemplated later. But at that moment in time, he had to act. He'd set his coffee aside, secured a ball-peen hammer from the toolbox, and tucked it inside his own slicker. A man making a mad dash through pelting rain wouldn't arouse suspicion, but it didn't matter, because he made it to the parking lot behind Mickey's without anyone seeing him. He'd hunkered behind the dumpster to wait, but damn it all, when she emerged from the store. The guy was with her, the one who'd been playing on the beach with his kids, the tall, rangy stranger with whom Amelia had sat on her porch the night before. In side-by-side rocking chairs, drinking wine, heads down, they ran to her car. He could hear them laughing as they dodged puddles. The guy opened the car's rear door and stowed her purchases in the footwell. She opened the passenger door and tossed her purse onto the seat. They exchanged a brief goodbye, then he jogged away back toward the store. As she was making her way around the rear of the car, she dropped her keys. She bent down to pick them up. He seized the moment. He didn't think of her face, her eyes, the body he'd made love to. He didn't think of her kind nature, her musical laugh, or her cute frown of concentration. He thought nothing of her humanity. She was a target like the dozens he'd taken out in Iraq and Afghanistan from hundreds of yards away. She had to go. That's all there was to it. He heard the sound, felt the give when the hammer breached her skull, only fractionally impeded by the hood of the slicker. Never knowing what hit her, she fell face first into the mud. He took her by the ankle and dragged her behind the dumpster. He straightened the hood over her head, then he ran back to the boat. It had been remarkably easy and quick. His coffee hadn't even gone cold. Dawson Scott was the name of the guy who'd almost spoiled it. He was a hotshot writer for a magazine. Jeremy had heard all about him this morning while he was eating a tall stack with a side of sausage at a truck stop off I-95. He was sitting at the counter so he could see the TV mounted up on the wall above it. The sheriff's office spokesman was coy, but when pressed by reporters, told them that Dawson Scott had been held in jail overnight and was still a person of interest in the girl's murder. It had been all Jeremy could do to keep from laughing out loud. Investigators were also questioning some other guy. Jeremy couldn't remember his name, but it was inconsequential. What mattered was that one person they were not looking for was the late Jeremy Wesson. He'd feel damn good about things if not for that one hitch. He'd have to figure out something else for Amelia. He was looking forward to the day when he could leave this cabin with its moldy walls, saggy bed, clanking generator, and cook stove that smelled of propane even when not in use. Every critter in South Carolina seemed to find its way inside. He couldn't even identify most of the scat he had to sweep up every time he returned to the cabin. Its one redeeming feature was that nobody knew it was here, which was why, as soon as he turned off the radio and heard the light thump indicating that somebody had stepped onto the porch, he acted reflexively. A yank on the dirty string killed the single ceiling light, moving soundlessly and efficiently across the buckled hardwood floor. He slid the pistol from his waistband and flattened himself against the wall on the back side of the door. By habit, he kept a bullet chambered. The pistol was ready to fire. He raised it to chin height, held his breath, and waited. Jeremy heard the doorknob move fractionally. After that, nothing. But even without that telltale, almost inaudible metallic squeak, he would have known someone was on the other side of the door. He sensed a presence that signaled danger and hell if he was going to wait and let some yokel deputy arrest him. Or try. He grabbed the doorknob, jerked the door open, and thrust his gun hand forward. The bore of his pistol came to within an inch of the other man's forehead. Jeremy's breath whooshed out and his arm dropped to his side. "Hell, Daddy, I almost shot you." Looking harried, Headley blustered into the kitchen through the utility room door. Taking in the scene, he noticed the empty candy wrapper on the table. "Got any more Hershey's?" Dawson said. Fresh out, Amelia offered to make him a cup of hot chocolate. "That would be great, thanks." He pulled a chair from beneath the table and sat down. "How are you?" He'd addressed the question to Dawson, who raised his shoulders in a laconic shrug. "Fine. Why do you keep asking?" Headley opened his mouth as though to answer, then seemed to think better of it. He turned to Amelia instead and asked about Hunter and Grant. When they got here, they were keyed up. It took 2 storybooks to get them to sleep. I'm sure they were glad to have you tuck them in. Actually, Dawson read them to sleep. Headley's gaze swung back to Dawson and held until Dawson said querulously, "You barged in here like your hair was on fire. What's up? The boat you noticed?" he said to her, nodding his thanks as she delivered his cocoa. Coast Guard's routine patrols made note of it because it stayed anchored just offshore for several days. But it was only a guy fishing, they said. Nothing suspicious, no interaction with other craft. "Did they get the name of it?" Dawson asked. Candy Cane Headley paused as though waiting for an aha from one of them. "Nothing?" he asked, looking at her. "To my knowledge, Jeremy never did any boating and very little fishing." "Where's it registered?" Dawson asked. "Rhode Island, but to an owner who doesn't exist." Amelia exchanged a glance with Dawson, and when she looked back at Headley, he continued, "We don't know that Jeremy and the candy cane are connected, and we won't until we find it, but it fits. It was offshore and in sight of your house for days, during which time creepy stuff happened and you sensed yourself being watched." And he paused and sipped from his mug of chocolate. "It docked at St. Nelda's Pier on Sunday evening, walking distance from where Steph was murdered," Dawson said. "The guy who tends the gas pumps ran out to tell the boater that he was out of luck if he needed fueling. The power was out, so the pumps were shut down." "I must have been his last customer," Dawson remarked. "You were." He confirmed that to Tucker. Anyhow, the boater, only person on board as far as the gas guy could tell, said he was just waiting out the storm. "Did the gas guy note what time the boat pulled out?" "No. He closed down and retreated to his one-room apartment behind the bait shop. He says he curled up with a book and a Coleman lantern, read for a while, then went to bed. The candy cane was gone the next morning. That's all he knows. But I doubt Jeremy hung around for long after killing the girl." Every time Amelia heard words to that effect, they jarred her. She was functioning as she must, speaking her lines correctly, but whenever Jeremy was cited as Steph's murderer, she underwent a cruel reality check. She was still finding it impossible to accept. It had been a crime of such deliberate but detached violence. She tried to imagine it of the sweetly smiling man with whom she'd exchanged wedding vows, who'd held Hunter for the first time with endearing awkwardness, who'd swung Grant in his arms until he'd squealed with delight. In her mind, these images of Jeremy the husband and father and Jeremy the killer were irreconcilable. It was even hard to imagine that level of depravity from the man she had fled the night he struck her. How many faces had Jeremy worn? Which was the real Jeremy? Would she ever know? Did she want to? Her mind came back to the present and to Dawson, who was asking Headley why Tucker hadn't bothered to ask before now about boats that had docked at St. Nelda's on Sunday. He did. People who live or work around the dock were canvassed. The gas guy mentioned the candy cane, but Tucker didn't follow up because he didn't think he needed to. You and Arneson were better prospects. Amelia asked, "What did this boater look like? Stocky, full beard." "Stocky doesn't sound like Jeremy. Weight gain is as easy as growing a beard," Dawson said. "It just takes longer, and he's had time. Headley finished his hot chocolate and pushed the mug aside so he could lean forward on the table. Amelia, I need you to tell me every single thing you can possibly remember about him. I have. Not even close. You gotta dig. Friends, enemies, likes, dislikes, fears, phobias, people, places, and things, anything he ever mentioned to you, any name he ever dropped, a receipt you found on his dresser, matchbook, post-it note, movie ticket, itinerary. You're talking about years, she exclaimed. I realize that, but he's proven himself to be incredibly resourceful. He's successfully faked his death for more than a year. He might have been shadowing you for all this time, and you never knew he was there. He wants his children, and you don't know that? Then why isn't he long gone from this area? Why did he kill a girl he didn't even know unless he mistook her for you? She looked at Dawson, who said, You know what, I think? Yes. He had already argued these same points with her. He wants his kids, Amelia, Headley said gently, and you're an obstruction he must eliminate. She hugged herself tightly. You're scaring me. You should be scared, Dawson said. You need to be, because this guy is not screwing around. And if you ever doubt that, you only have to remember how viciously he killed Darlene and then Steph defenseless women in cold blood. Think about that. Remember who his father was. Thinking back to the photograph of Carl Wingert, which had held an inexplicable fascination for her, she recalled the ruthlessness that had defined his features. She pictured Jeremy as he'd looked during one of his rants. And while their facial features bore no resemblance, the intensity of their malevolence was identical. She exhaled and said with resignation, Of course I'll do whatever I can to protect my children. Headley appeared satisfied. With any luck, he'll make a mistake and trip himself up. He did with the fingerprint, same as Carl. He chuckled. The slippery bastard had never been fingerprinted, which was a major frustration to those of us trying to catch him. That is, not until the late 80s when he used a homemade bomb to blow up a mail truck. First and last time he ever used explosives, because apparently he wasn't very good with them. The thing went off as soon as Carl set it into place. It's a wonder it didn't kill him, but all he lost was his thumb and index finger. He also left the print of his middle finger on one of the bomb fragments. We didn't. He must have realized that both she and Dawson were gaping at him. Dawson hissed. Son of a bitch. Then he came out of his chair so suddenly it toppled backward. Son of a bitch. What? Headley demanded. She wheezed. Which hand is missing fingers? The left. She covered her gasp with her hand. Dawson spoke for her. He's Bernie. Chapter 18. Jesus, I can't tell you how glad I am to be ditching this old geezer. Carl pulled the loud pink shirt over his head, balled it up, and tossed it into the trash can. He popped a pair of contacts out of his eyes and sighed with relief. Hate those damn things. The contacts went the way of the shirt. They wouldn't be needed again. Bernie wouldn't be needed again. Jeremy took 2 beers from the rusty refrigerator, twisted off the caps, and passed one to his father. I didn't expect you until tomorrow. I didn't expect to leave the island until tomorrow, but things were getting too hot over there. As he exchanged plaid Bermuda shorts for a pair of khaki pants, he told Jeremy about the deputies who'd been at Amelia's house earlier that day. Why so nervous? They weren't looking for you. His son's amusement annoyed him. I haven't escaped capture this long by being careless. Cops get close. I get as far away as possible as soon as possible. You went to the writer's house on Monday morning while the cops were there. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have gone anywhere near the place, but then you had gone and killed the wrong woman. Here you had crowed in my ear, by the way. You weren't supposed to call me. I've explained about burner phones, Daddy. They can't be traced. I don't trust them. None of that technology shit. Don't use the phone again. Anyway, you boasted that you'd killed Amelia. Next thing I know, Dawson Scott is at my back door and Amelia is cozied up in the passenger seat of his car the following morning. I had to go over there to see what was what. For all I knew, they were telling her that her supposedly late ex-husband had killed her nanny. A dead man can't be suspected of murder. You could have been identified by the guy who runs the filling station. Not a chance. We shouted at each other through a downpour for 10, 15 seconds tops. Then he ran back into his shop. He was at least 20 yards away from me. I couldn't tell you what he looked like. I'll be a blur to him, too. You'd better hope. I don't exactly look like a spit and polished Marine anymore, he said, patting his expanded belly. What about the boat? Taken care of, you sure? Positive? Weepon? At the bottom of the sound. Because we've come too far with this to start making mistakes. Nobody is after me, okay? Hitching his thumb over his shoulder, he said, I picked up groceries if you're hungry. In a while, I need to think. They sat in mismatched chairs and drank their beers. Jeremy was the first to speak. How are my boys? Good, last I saw them, which was Monday morning when I drove Amelia and them to the ferry. When I talked to her this afternoon, they were still at the curator's house. Jeremy thoughtfully picked at a loose corner on the label of his beer bottle. Do they ever talk about me? Not that I've heard. Noticing Jeremy's pained expression, he said, You haven't been around for a long time. They'll have to get to know you again. When can we get them? We've got to take care of Amelia first. Jeremy shifted in his seat. About that, why don't we just snatch the boys and disappear? Why does she have to die? Because she would never give up looking for them. That's why you were married to her, you should know. Even after the law dusted their hands of ever finding them, she wouldn't. She's got the means to hire people to track us down. I don't want to be worrying about that for the rest of my days. Better to simply, he made a chopping motion, I guess. Jeremy mumbled and took a swallow of beer. Needs to be soon, too. You're right. If we're going to do it, let's get it over with. I want my boys. The longer we wait, the dimmer their memory of me becomes. Carl murmured in agreement, but he was only half listening. Thinking out loud, he said, Something's not right. Not right with what? This situation, he finished his beer, then got up and began to pace. I feel like I'm missing something, and when you miss something, you get caught. Amelia doesn't suspect that I'm still alive, does she? She's given no indication of it. Even when I saw her today, she was definitely upset over the nanny. But she acted like herself and said her sweet goodbye to dear old Bernie. Until next summer like that, she was sad to be closing up the house and leaving the beach. She loves that place. The kids, too, they play. That sparked a thought. Where are the pictures? Bottom drawer of the bureau. None of me, right? No. First thing I looked for. I know how you feel about pictures of us. Mom told me that the maddest you ever got at her was when you caught her taking pictures of me as a toddler. That wasn't the maddest he'd ever got at Flora, but Jeremy didn't need to know that. He found the pictures, apparently taken by Dawson Scott, in the drawer, paper clipped together. He took them over to the dining table so he could spread them out for better viewing. Damn, fool thing you did to get these, he said to Jeremy as he joined him at the table. Curiosity got the better of me. I saw y'all leave, saw him jog over to her house and put something under the doormat. He was dressed up, so I figured he was going to dinner too and wouldn't be back for a while. I got back to the candy cane with time to spare. Carl still thought his son had been reckless to row a dinghy to shore and then back to the boat. The margin for error had been huge, and for what? The photos seemed harmless enough, hardly worth the risk Jeremy had taken to obtain them. Jeremy picked up a picture of his sons playing in the surf. As long as he was at it, I wish he'd taken more shots of them and fewer of Amelia. Why'd he take them at all? Carl asked. You checked him out on your computer? Didn't even have to dig. He's exactly what he claims to be. He's won prizes. He covered Afghanistan for his magazine. Just back from there, actually. So what's he doing down here? Besides lusting for Amelia, you mean? Jeremy said as he held up a photo of her. Feelings mutual, I think, Carl said. Really? Something's there. She looked kind of sick when I told her I'd seen him with Steph. Is she sleeping with him? Do you care? Not really. I'd be surprised is all. Pregnancy killed her libido. Carl wasn't convinced of Jeremy's indifference when it came to Dawson Scott and Amelia, but his concerns about the man were much more serious. What gets me, he said, is that this writer showed up out of nowhere, moved into the house next door to your ex-wife's and edged in on her and the boys. You said yourself that he was running down the story of me, Darlene, and Willard. That's what I said, but what else could it be? I don't know, Carl muttered. That's what worries me. It makes perfect sense that he'd want to interview Amelia to get background stuff about our life together. True. But it seems to me that he went to an awful lot of trouble to cover a murder trial in out-of-the-way Savannah. Jeremy blurted a laugh. The man went to freaking Afghanistan for stories. Carl turned to Jeremy and must have telegraphed his rising anger because his son's amused grin collapsed. Are you humoring your old man? No, Daddy. You think I'm getting soft in the head. Of course not. You think you're smarter than me? No, Jesus. Others have thought they were. They didn't listen to what I told them, and you know what? They're either dead or fighting off queers in a goddamn prison. Daddy, the day you think you're smarter than me. I don't think that. Is the day somebody will take you down. His left hand had been maimed, but his right hand worked just fine, and he emphasized those last words by poking Jeremy in the chest with his index finger. Carl held him in a hard stare for several moments more, giving the message time to sink in, then removed his hand and turned away. I've worked up an appetite. They fixed thick sandwiches of deli meats and cheeses. The freezer wasn't that great, so the ice cream was soft, but it tasted good. Over cups of coffee, they continued their discussion. Carl said, "Look, son, I get cranky sometimes. I know you're eager to get your boys back. Hell, I can't wait until we're all together either. They're gonna love British Columbia. I remember those days we spent there as the best time of my life." During one summer vacation, Carl had agreed to meet the Wessons after so many years. Even he had come to think of Randy and Patricia by that name near Vancouver. They'd rented a cabin on a lake and had spent their days fishing, lazing about, and having cookouts on the shore. They were scheduled to stay for 2 weeks. He and Flora left after 6 days. She'd cried when he'd made her leave, but he'd become anxious and paranoid. Even the patrolling park rangers made him nervous. It was never a good idea to stay in one place for too long. As an afterthought, Jeremy added, "Now, that was the summer before my senior year. It's the last time I remember feeling like a kid. You had to grow up soon after that." Jeremy sipped his coffee and lapsed into a brooding silence that reminded Carl of Flora. He left the table and began to pace again. Watching him, Jeremy asked, "Does your hip hurt?" "No." "Then what's with the face?" "I still think that something is off, like I don't have the full picture. I'm missing a critical piece, and it's nagging me. What could it be?" Carl scowled. "Hell if I know, I'm thinking." Chapter 19. It certainly wasn't the worst sight that had ever greeted her first thing in the morning. Dawson, his back to her, was bent low over the countertop, watching freshly brewed coffee as it dripped into the carafe. "Can't brew fast enough?" He straightened and turned around to face her as she entered the kitchen. "Not nearly fast enough, and this is the second pot." "How long have you been up?" "A few hours." "Hours? Did you get any sleep?" "A few minutes." "The sofa is too short for you. You should have taken the bed when I offered." She had also offered him Steph's room, which he'd declined. "I wouldn't run you out of your bed. Besides, it wasn't the sofa keeping me awake." "Nightmares?" His gaze moved over her, causing fillipes of sensation everywhere it lingered. General restlessness. "Me too." He arched his eyebrow with interest. Quickly, she went to the cabinet and opened it to get a coffee mug for herself. But her movements were arrested when he crowded in behind her, trapping her between him and the counter. Pushing her hair aside, he nuzzled her neck behind her ear. "What did I ever do to deserve this?" Her head tipped toward her shoulder as his mouth applied damp pressure to the side of her neck. "Deserve what?" "2 mornings of you showing up fresh out of bed looking all rosy and warm, like you've either been well fucked or you're about to be, and making me crazy wanting to be the man who's given you that look." She offered up no resistance when he turned her and drew her to him. Being held flush against his torso made her weak with longing to be skin to skin. One of them, maybe she, made a throaty sound of both hunger and appeasement when their mouths came together in a blatantly carnal kiss. Several times they changed the angle of their heads, but they didn't break contact until he withdrew so his lips could nibble at hers. Those sweet pecks tingled and delighted and excited, especially when paired with the prickle of his scruff. His hands moved over her back, their possessiveness tempered by the syllables of longing whispered against her lips. Bending his head lower, he pushed aside the strap of her tank top to give him access to her collarbone. But even as she sighed with pleasure, she plaintively murmured his name. We can't. I know, but he didn't stop at her collarbone. He continued down, placing soft kisses on her chest. Really, she said weakly, I know. Through the thin cotton tank top, his hand cupped her breast and pushed it up to swell above the neckline. He rubbed his rough cheek against it, then turned his face into the plumpness and kissed it open-mouthed. Hard with arousal, he fit himself into the V between her thighs. The sensation was so intense she gasped, Dawson, we can't. I mean it, we can't. He went perfectly still, then raised his head and looked down at her. His eyes were glazed with passion, but he gave a slow nod, released her, and moved back a step. They stood there breathing unevenly, staring at each other. Finally, he said, afraid the people guarding you will see us? He gestured toward the window above the sink. That, yes, but she swallowed. I wouldn't even if they weren't out there. I wouldn't with the boys in the house. I know it's old-fashioned, laughably old-fashioned, but I made myself a rule never to. It wouldn't have happened the other morning either. I'd have come to my senses before it got that far. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's not okay. I know it's not. But I have to think about how impressionable the boys are even. He stopped her by reaching out to slide her strap back into place, then put both hands on her shoulders. I understand. That's very decent of you. He gave a lopsided grin. Yeah, I'm a rock. She smiled. You agreed that we had to stop? His grin faded as he removed his hands from her shoulders. But not because of the boys, no. He shook his head. Then why? He looked away from her for several seconds. When his darkly ringed eyes came back to hers, he said, because I won't subject you to me. Dawson collected his socks and boots from the living room where he'd left them on the floor near the cursed sofa and took them upstairs to the bathroom designated as the boys'. By the time he had showered and dressed, their beds were empty. Following the sound of their voices, he went downstairs to the kitchen to find the family, and Headley gathered around the dining table. Look, Dawson, donuts, Grant chirped. In the center of the table was a large white box from which Grant picked out a donut frosted with pink icing and covered with sprinkles. He passed it up to him. Amelia said, Grant, you should have let Dawson choose which one he wanted. Because of Grant's handling, the icing had smeared and some of the sprinkles had shaken loose, but not for the world would Dawson have refused it. Just the one I wanted. Thanks, buddy. He ruffled the boy's hair as he took a big bite. He brought them, Hunter said, pointing to Headley. His name's Mr. Headley. As observant as a hawk, Headley was leaning back in his chair and sipping from a cup of coffee with a casualness that Dawson knew was phony. He missed nothing, possibly not even the faint whisker burn on Amelia's throat. Mom doesn't let us have donuts for breakfast except sometimes on Saturdays, but she said it was okay today since Mr. Headley already brought them. Then this is a treat. Dawson licked the icing and sprinkles off his fingers. Up to that point, he and Amelia had avoided looking directly at each other, an avoidance also noticed by Headley. Now, still not quite meeting his eyes, she offered Dawson coffee and started to leave her place at the table. I'll help myself. He filled a mug with coffee and leaned against the counter to drink it while the boys finished their donuts. When they were done, Amelia sent them to wash their hands and faces. Just what they needed, she said, looking askance at Headley as she wiped the table with a damp sponge. A sugar high, he chuckled. We'll figure out a way to let them run it off later. Thank you. I would appreciate that. In the meantime, the three of us need to talk, Amelia said. Then I'd better figure out something to entertain the boys. Everything that she'd packed into her car the day before had been unpacked and put back in its proper place. While she was settling the boys down with a DVD on the TV in the living area, Dawson joined Headley at the table and assessed the donut inventory. Any with Bavarian cream filling? Sorry, no. Then this will have to do. He selected a plain glazed. How'd it go last night? The question immediately put Dawson on the defensive. How'd what go? Did you get the shakes? I told you, I'm not a damn addict. Any nightmares? He rolled his shoulders in a gesture that could have meant anything or nothing. Only because you didn't sleep at all. Dawson silently endured Headley's appraisal of his haggard face and the dark circles under his eyes. If she ever sees you looking normal, she might not be attracted. It may be the zombie effect she finds appealing. Dawson finished the rest of the donut, asking around the last bite, "Haven't you got more important things to do than to try and piss me off? What's giving you nightmares? I don't recall telling you I had nightmares." You didn't deny it either. Dawson folded his arms over his chest, letting his body language speak for itself. But Headley wasn't through with him. "When are you going to tell me what happened to you over there? Why are you afraid to fall asleep?" Dawson mentally counted to 10, then repositioned himself in his chair to signal a change in topic. "Have you talked to Eva this morning? How is she?" Worried. "She knows you don't eat right when she's not around." "Not about me, about you." "Then she's worrying for nothing. How many times do I have to tell the two of you that I'm all right?" Headley took a deep breath, blew it out. "I shouldn't have sent you down here." Dawson snorted a laugh. "Too effing late. I know." Headley looked at him meaningfully, then glanced over his shoulder toward the living room where the boys could be heard arguing over which movie they would watch. "How is she?" "She slept alone, if that's what you're asking." "It isn't." Dawson knew the more defensive he was, the more Headley would browbeat him. So he addressed his question about Amelia without reading a subtext into it. "She's brave. Tougher at the core, I think, than she appears on the surface. Steelier. I'm afraid that before this is over, she'll need to be," before Dawson could ask what that remark portended. Amelia rejoined them, expelling a breath as she sat down. "Be concise, Mr. Headley. Buzz Lightyear will pacify them for only so long. I promised them playtime after the movie. Can't blame them for wanting to play outside. They want to play with Dawson." Headley turned and looked at him expectantly, obviously waiting for a comment. All he said was, "You'd better get started. You're wasting valuable time." Headley snuffled as though to say that Dawson was dodging an issue, but that for the moment it had to wait. "Okay, here's where we are. Bernie was conveyed to the mainland on the ferry late yesterday evening. He said he was driving to Charleston. Well, he didn't. Not in that car, anyway. They found it parked in a public lot just a few blocks from the ferry pier. No sign of him. We'll keep an eye on the car, but my guess is that he abandoned it." "Why do you think that?" Amelia asked. "He doesn't know his true identity has been discovered. The car's license plate was bogus. It's been a few years since Michigan used that design, but few people down here would notice. Carl did such a good job of altering the year of expiration that it was undetectable from a distance. Plus, the VIN number has been scratched out so that it's unreadable. No prints inside the car, none on the door handles. He wiped it clean. Is the parking lot attended? Dawson asked. No, only monitored by meter maids. You park, feed bills into a metal box, or use a credit card. The box spits out a receipt you leave on the inside of your windshield. His was good for 24 hours, and from the timestamp, we know he was back on the mainland for 47 minutes before our band of brothers launched our raid on this house last night. He got a good head start. Security cameras, several on the pier. We have him driving off the ferry. That's it. The bags and boxes you saw him loading into the trunk," he said to Amelia, "all empty. They were for show. The bad hips, too, in all likelihood." Dawson remarked sourly. "Nice touch, though." He hitched his chin in the direction of the house Bernie had occupied. "What about that? Techies are still gathering evidence, but so far it hasn't yielded anything substantive. Full of fingerprints, of course, but I doubt any of them will be Carl's. He didn't walk around wearing rubber gloves. I'd bet my left nut, excuse me, Amelia, that we don't find a print that matches. Don't forget, all we have is a print for the middle finger, left hand, hair in the shower drain. Gathered. Skin cells off the linens, but we don't have Carl's DNA. Believe me, if he was easy to catch, I'd have caught him. What about his house in Michigan?" Amelia asked. "No such house number or street." She was amazed, but I sent Christmas cards. They never came back. Headley raised a shoulder. "All I know is the house address doesn't exist, and neither does the email address he left with Miss DeMarco to give to you." Dawson said there must be a record of his leases for the house next door. One would think. We got the manager of the rental office out of bed late last night to serve the search warrant. He was obstinate at first, didn't want to divulge personal information on a repeat client. But after some arm twisting to the tune of obstruction of justice, he told us that Bernie Clarkson always paid him with a money order. Like you buy at 7-Eleven? Exactly like that. I asked the guy if that hadn't seemed odd to him. His answer, he was from Michigan. As if that explained why he didn't pay with a credit card or check. Anyhow, the little old man from the Upper Peninsula didn't leave a paper trail. He focused on Amelia. Did he always come alone? Yes. The first summer he spent here, 2009. That's right, Jeremy was overseas. Grant was just a baby. I stayed the whole summer out here. Dad came off and on. But I spent a lot of time with Bernie because we were both lonely. He was grieving the recent death of his wife. That's what he told you. Doesn't mean that Flora's dead. Did he ever show you a photograph of her? No. Which, now that I think about it, was odd. He talked about her with affection. Did Jeremy ever meet so-called Bernie? No. Even after he mustered out, he rarely came here. He couldn't take time away from work. On one rare occasion, when he did spend a few days, I invited Bernie to join us for dinner, but he excused himself, saying he didn't want to intrude on our family time. He declined because they were afraid you'd notice a resemblance. I doubt I would have, she said. I see nothing of Jeremy in the wanted poster photograph of Carl. I wasn't struck by a similarity either, Dawson said. I was totally taken in by Bernie. Don't beat yourself up, Headley said. That's a lousy picture on the wanted poster, and it's over 40 years old. Carl was just launching his criminal career then. He must look a lot different now. Like a septuagenarian, Dawson said. Wrinkled, age spots, his hair is thinned considerably, and it's completely white. The limp could be faked, but maybe not. He thought of something else. The night of the storm, when he answered my knock, his eyes were red and he was rubbing them. I thought I'd woken him up. Now I think he must wear contacts to change his eye color. I'd caught him without them. Addressing Amelia, Headley said, Bernie and Jeremy never let you see them side by side because you might have detected something, if not alike in looks and mannerisms. You're still of the opinion that Jeremy knew who his father was and that they were in cahoots? Absolutely. Bernie entered your life around the time your marriage started deteriorating. That wasn't coincidental. He came here to keep an eye on you while Jeremy was in Afghanistan. I was alone year-round. Bernie lived next door only during the summer months. But when you're in Savannah, your schedule is more structured, Dawson said, picking up on Headley's thread. You stick to a routine built around your work, the boys' schooling. You see the same people, go to the same places, do the same things. Basically, your life is under constant scrutiny. That's right, Headley said. You aren't as free in town as you are at the beach. Free? She asked with a light laugh. To do what? To spend the night in another man's house. Headley's words fell like bricks. Amelia lowered her gaze to the tabletop. Dawson sat there seething for a moment, then said, Tucker must have gotten a real kick out of telling you. I'm surprised you didn't. Nothing to tell. Amelia stayed that night only because of the power outage. Yeah, Tucker said you hammered that home about 24 times. He divided a look between them. Look, you're grown-ups, I don't care. I'm only saying what it looked like to that asshole Tucker? No, to Jeremy and Carl, but let's leave that for a moment. We'll come back to it. While Headley paused to take several sips of coffee, Dawson looked over at Amelia with apology. For all their protests to the contrary, they hadn't fooled anybody into believing that their night together had been entirely chaste. Headley resumed. They found the candy cane tied up at a public, out-of-the-way dock on a channel on Tybee Island. I haven't been there, but I hear it's perfect for Jeremy's purposes. Boaters come and go. Nobody pays much attention. Easy for him to get over here to spy on Amelia or watch his kids play on the beach. Last time somebody noticed the boat being there was early Monday. He may not have been the man on that boat, Amelia said. Newt's has a couple of people working it. Here's a giveaway. The craft has been scrubbed down with bleach inside and out, so either it was piloted by a stocky, bearded, law-abiding germaphobe who's made himself scarce, or Jeremy made certain that if the authorities somehow linked the boat to the murder on St. Nelda's, it couldn't be linked to him. It wasn't that hard to find, Dawson said, which tells me that he didn't see much risk of it being connected to the crime. Or maybe, Headley said, he knows he won't need it anymore and abandoned it like Carl did his car. Either way, Jeremy doesn't realize that he's been had. For the time being, Headley said, and that's good. The longer we can keep him and Carl in the dark, the better. Dawson didn't like the way Headley was eyeing him as he tacked on that last part. What? It would be nice if we had a decoy, somebody to feed to the media sharks like Chum, a pseudo-suspect to throw Carl and Jeremy off. Dawson pointed to his own chest. Me, I'm just saying, forget it. What about Dirk Arneson? He's off the hook for everything except using his employer's yacht as a bachelor pad. His poker pals were located in New Orleans and questioned. They backed up his alibi. He was released with an apology. Poor Tucker foiled again. He doesn't like you either. And he'd write me off as a crackpot for accusing a dead man of killing that girl if not for that fingerprint. But there is the print, and there's Jeremy's kinship with Carl Wingert, a notorious criminal at large. Tucker's wading through Carl's history now to familiarize himself, but in a way that's working against us. How so? Amelia asked. He can't quite reconcile that Carl the Terrible could pass himself off for years as Bernie the Tender-Hearted. So far, we haven't got anything forensic to prove that Bernie is Carl's alter ego, and until some turns up, Tucker's waffling. You've got to be kidding me, Dawson exclaimed. He says a lot of older people have missing fingers because reattachment wasn't always the option it is now, and he's right. He also backed me into a corner until I admitted that I've never seen Bernie, so I can't ID him as Carl, whom I've also never seen in the flesh. Amelia asked, how do they explain his car being abandoned, all that? They can't, except to say that maybe he's having senior moments and forgot where he left it. The phony addresses, the absence of public records, Dawson said, all suspicious, but not a smoking gun. Headley turned to Amelia. I don't suppose you have a picture of Bernie. No, figure that. Carl wouldn't have let himself be photographed. The SO is going to have one of those computer programs age the picture from Carl's wanted poster. See if it resembles your 70-something neighbor. But for right now, they're soft on him. Additionally, Jesus, Dawson left his chair and made an aimless circuit of the kitchen. Additionally, Tucker's wrestling with Jeremy's motive for killing Miss DeMarco. And if you believe that he wielded the murder weapon thinking he was killing her, then I allowed that there's a problem with it. But he didn't think he was killing Steph. He thought it was Amelia. Tucker's not sold on that, and he's got some strong arguments. Like what? Dawson asked. Like how Jeremy could have planned it. How would he have known that Amelia would be in the village that night? He couldn't have known, she said. Right. That's the hang-up. Even Nuts, who's on my side, winces when I assert that it was a crime of opportunity. My take? Jeremy tied up at St. Nelda's dock to ride out the storm. He saw Miss DeMarco mistook her for you and seized the opportunity. Riley, Dawson said, it was a dark and stormy night. To them, my theory sounds just that cliched. Homicide detectives deal in facts and hard evidence. We're short on those, except for the fingerprint, Amelia said. If it's a recent print, which is being argued, it places Jeremy there, then what's the problem? Dawson asked. I say again, motive. Murder is quite a leap from spooking Amelia with a busted beach ball. If Jeremy is only trying to mess with her mind when he spotted her running through the rain, why didn't he just jump out of the bushes and shout boo? Tucker didn't actually say that, did he? It was almost that inane. But here's their refrain, Headley said, going back to Amelia. Why would Jeremy want to kill you? Now, to me, his motive is obvious. The children, she replied. Ultimately, hear me out, he said, holding up both hands before she could say more. What I think Jeremy and Carl were too cautious to act before Willard Strong's trial ended. They'd been impatiently biding their time until Willard was residing on death row and the dust had settled. They were almost there, days away from completion. The end was in sight when a strapping, good-looking lad appears on the scene. He tilted his head toward Dawson, who realized they'd come back to the disconcerting topic of him and Amelia. He shows up out of nowhere, Headley said, and you start spending time with him. The children also seem gaga, which wouldn't have set well with their father to Jeremy. The new man in your life was a catalytic event. She looked at Dawson uneasily. He's hardly in my life, and they wouldn't want him to be. But we just met. Sometimes that's all it takes. After a short but awkward silence, he continued. A romance between you two at least appeared to be blossoming. Jeremy had to stop it. This means that Steph died because of me. Shooting a glance at Dawson, she added. Because of us, no. Headley propped his elbow on the table and shook his index finger at her. Listen to me. Your perceived attraction to Dawson was only an excuse for Jeremy to act sooner rather than later. Eventually, no matter what, whether or not you'd ever met Dawson, he would have killed you. If not Jeremy, then his father would have, because, and make no mistake about this, Amelia, the man is evil. Sweet, lovable Bernie is a sham. In truth, he never existed. It was Carl Wingert all along, and he duped you well. Because behind the limp and age spots, he's a terrorist who believes that you deserve to die. I'm as certain of that as I am that it's gravity holding me onto the planet. Why would he want me dead? Punishment for leaving Jeremy. Jeremy was the one who destroyed our marriage. I wasn't the one having an affair. This isn't about morality. Do you think Carl cares who slept with whom? No. It's about loyalty. He has strong feelings about it. But, and here's the kicker, it's one-sided. It's loyalty to him that he's a fanatic about. Conversely, he doesn't blink over leaving someone behind. He saves his own skin first. He's done it time and again at Golden Branch. He sacrificed one of his men so he could escape. And frankly, I'm amazed that he took Jeremy and Flora straight out of childbed with him when he ran. Once during a standoff, one of his gang members tried to surrender. He walked out of a motel room with his hands raised. He was killed on the spot, but not by police. Carl, from inside the motel room, shot him in the back of the head, and then escaped during the confusion that ensued. Headley was laying it on thick, perhaps for shock value, but Dawson was glad he wasn't sparing Amelia the cold reality of the kind of man her father-in-law was. Jeremy had the same bloodline. Headley continued. Carl Wingert is unconscionable. He believes his actions, no matter how detestable, are justified. He'll vanquish anyone he considers disloyal. And you, Amelia, were disloyal. I'm sure Jeremy's mind has been poisoned against you. But even if he still worships the ground you walk on, even if he is madly in love with you and entertaining a fantasy about reuniting with you and his sons, Carl will never allow it. He'll kill you. Then why didn't he yesterday when I was alone at the beach house? Because he's too smart to have followed up Jeremy's mistake with another. He couldn't kill you and then disappear. That would have been too obvious. It probably galled him, but he had to continue playing Bernie until he was safely off the island. Now he has time to plan something else. What am I supposed to do in the meantime while he's planning? The boys and I can't remain under lock and key indefinitely. It won't be indefinite. Dawson stopped prowling around the room and looked sharply at Headley, whose expression was as grim as he'd ever seen it. What does that mean, everything I've told you up till now? Yeah, that's the good news. Chapter 20. Is this Harriet Plummer? Isn't that who you asked for? Who's this? My name is Bernie Clarkson. I'm calling you from St. Nelda's Island. Where? Offshore from Savannah. I hate to bother you, Miss Plummer, but he wrote your name on the back of his business card. Who did, Dawson? Let's see, I had it right here. Yes, Dawson Scott, tall, long hair. Why did he give you my name? So you do know him? He does write for the magazine. Yes. Good. That makes me feel better. About what? About what he's up to. Look, if you're a reporter, the magazine has no comment other than to say that Dawson was questioned by the police, but it was pro forma, nothing came of it, and he was released, that's it, okay? I know all that. I'm not a reporter, just an ordinary person who wants to know if Mr. Scott is, well, safe to talk to. Safe? Maybe you'd better back up and start at the beginning, Mr. Clarkson. Well, I was walking on the beach, which I do twice a day. The exercise helps my hips. Uh-huh. Mr. Scott approached me and struck up a conversation. Seemed to be a nice enough fellow. We chatted about this and that. Then he asked if he could interview me. Why would he want to interview you? That's why I'm calling you to ask why he would want to interview me. He didn't tell you. He said he was working on a story for the magazine. He's covering the Willard Strong trial. Are you familiar with it? It's big news down here. Well, Dawson is writing a story about the double murder of Strong's wife and her lover, Jeremy Wesson. You knew him? I never met him, but I know his ex-wife very well. Amelia and her children spend summers next door to me on the island. Well, there you go. That's the connection. The last time I spoke to Dawson, he was hoping to get an interview with her. Why? Because typically an ex-wife is a great source of information on a subject. If you're well acquainted with the former Mrs. Wesson, it makes sense that Dawson would want to talk to you possibly as an inroad to her, okay? Now, if there's nothing, I don't know that I'd want to be quoted. If you ask Dawson not to quote you, he won't, or he'll refer to you as an unnamed source. I wouldn't want to hurt Amelia's feelings by talking behind her back. That's very noble of you. But I can vouch for Dawson's journalistic integrity. He treats his subjects with sensitivity sometimes, to an irritating degree, if I'm being honest. What made him want to write about this particular crime? I don't know. Maybe an inside source tipped him to it? I don't know. You don't know, or you won't tell? I don't know, but if I did, I wouldn't tell. Then I guess I'll have to ask him myself. Good luck with that. The bitch hung up on him. After patronizing him, she'd rudely hung up. About what you'd expect from a woman put in charge. Carl had learned what he'd wanted to know. However, Dawson Scott had come to Georgia to cover the Willard Strong murder case and write a story about it. What Carl still didn't know was why. Why would a writer based in Washington, D.C., recently back from overseas, become intrigued by this particular crime? When compared with writing about war, a double murder in Georgia seemed tame. Why would it have captured Dawson Scott's interest? There were several logical explanations, of course, but Carl mistrusted logic. Too often it didn't apply to a situation. He had never staked his life on what was logical, and he wasn't about to change that practice. Now, I'm coming in. The shout came from outside. He went to the door and opened it for Jeremy, who was tramping through the undergrowth toward the cabin carrying several grocery sacks. A road to the dwelling would have certainly made access more convenient, but one had never been included in the plan. Roads led people to places, and Carl hadn't wanted anyone to accidentally happen upon this hideout after taking a wrong turn or following a road simply to see where it went. He had bought the property under a name that meant nothing and continued to pay annual taxes to keep nosy bureaucrats from coming to check it out. He liked it okay, and having it had come in handy, but at any given time, he was willing to walk away from it and not look back. He never became attached to a piece of real estate. For that matter, he didn't form biting attachments to anything. Sentimentality could get you killed. After murdering Darlene and setting up Willard to take the fall, Jeremy had left the scene on foot, following Carl's instructions to cover his tracks well. Carl had picked him up on the main road, provided some antiseptic cream and a gauze patch for the self-inflicted wound on his head, and drove him as close as he could get to the cabin. Jeremy had gone the rest of the way through the marsh on foot, sandwiched between that brackish marsh on one side and a dense forest on the other. The cabin was so far off the beaten path that Jeremy had been able to hide in it for 15 months. During that time, he'd changed his appearance. He'd let his hair grow out long enough to cover the bald spot, which had healed but was unsightly. He'd also cultivated a beard and gained weight. Carl had brought him supplies once a week. Occasionally, Jeremy had complained about the isolation, the leaky roof, and the lousy TV reception which could only be obtained with a camouflaged antenna on the side of the roof. But he'd endured these inconveniences, knowing that the sacrifices would eventually be rewarded by getting his sons back. He and Jeremy had built the cabin themselves while he was stationed at Paris Island. Although it lacked amenities, Flora had loved it because it had allowed them to see Jeremy periodically. She had campaigned for it to become their permanent home. Carl had refused to live permanently anywhere, so she'd had to be content with short visits to the place. Those times spent here with Jeremy had made her happy. In truth, she was easily made happy by the smallest of things and the most insignificant of gestures. But she also became sad easily and anguished over things that couldn't be helped and should have been long forgotten. That was a character trait he'd found maddening. Jeremy clumped inside. "Well," Carl asked, "what did you learn?" The car was still in the lot where Bernie left it. I didn't get too close, but it looked to me like there was a parking ticket under the windshield wiper. Other than that, there was no sign that it had been noticed. Carl gnawed on that. "Strikes me as odd that they haven't impounded it. How long do they usually wait to haul in cars with parking violations?" Jeremy shrugged as he took a carton of orange juice from one of the shopping bags and gulped directly from it. "You didn't spot any cops staked out to watch it?" "No, but there are industrial buildings surrounding that parking lot, each of them several stories tall. They could be surveilling it from any one of 1,000 windows, but I don't think so, Daddy. Who would be lying in wait for Bernie to return? Bernie is a nobody, a non-factor in any of this." Carl eyed his son shrewdly. "Then why don't you look happier? They're all over the boat." Carl muttered a stream of obscenities. Defensively, Jeremy said, they were bound to follow up on any boats that had put into St. Nelda's dock on Sunday. I guess the gas pump attendant remembered the name of it. Stupid name. No wonder he remembered it. Flora had suggested the boat be named Candy Cane because they had acquired it on a Christmas Eve. They'd used it to escape following the burglary of a church after its midnight mass when the coffers were full. The owner of the boat, an embittered veteran of the Vietnam War and a devotee of Carl's, was also an atheist. He'd been so delighted over the theft of a church he had graciously offered his boat to convey them far away from Maryland. He'd taken them all the way down to the Florida Keys. When the need arose for a boat, the embittered vet, now suffering several forms of cancer, had been willing to oblige his hero again. He taught Jeremy basic boating and navigational skills, enough so that he could get himself to St. Nelda's from other islands and marinas along the coasts of the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida. Marina slips were rented under assumed names. "That guy on St. Nelda's might be able to describe me," he said now, "but he can't identify me as Jeremy Wesson. Besides, I told you the boat has been wiped clean. They won't find any trace of me on board. One hair is all it would take. That's a worry, but a minor one. They're still looking at Dawson Scott. He was released. Yeah, but the investigators are reconstructing the timeline, making me think he hasn't been altogether cleared." He gestured to the plastic bags he'd dropped on the table. "I bought a newspaper. The murder has been demoted to page 5. Carl found the newspaper in one of the bags, opened it to that page, and scanned the text. Jeremy turned on his tablet PC. "If you'd ever learned to navigate the internet, you wouldn't need a newspaper anymore. I don't like computers. By the time you read a newspaper, it's old news. You get continual updates on the internet." They'd had this conversation many times before, with the exception of firearms. Carl loathed gadgetry. He was leery of anything he saw or read on the net. According to the newspaper story, the sheriff's office was being tight-lipped about the progress of its investigation. Deputy Tucker was quoted. He used the same hackneyed phrases that every law enforcement officer in the country uses whenever what he is saying basically is that they don't have jack shit. Dawson Scott had cooperated with the investigation. They hadn't made an arrest, but were analyzing evidence. They were following a new lead, blah, blah. Carl knew that whenever a lead petered out and cops were stuck, they always lied and said they had a new one to follow. Jeremy had been reading aloud off the newspaper's website, and the write-up on it more or less matched what Carl had just read. "So much for constant updates," he said snidely. "But here we get a color photo too. The newspaper didn't even have a black and white." Carl glanced at the tablet from over Jeremy's shoulder. "Tucker is a tub o' guts," he remarked. pointing to the pot-bellied deputy pictured standing in the foreground of a group of uniformed officers. Then in the motion of turning away, he said, "Wait, give me that." Roughly, he snatched the tablet out of Jeremy's hands. "How do I enlarge the picture?" Tap. The photograph filled the screen. Carl looked hard at a man standing in the background. Although a deputy in a cowboy hat was blocking one half of his face from the camera, instant recognition suffused Carl with feverish heat. He clenched his teeth and sailed the tablet across the room like a frisbee. "Hey, what's the matter? I knew it. I sensed it. Didn't I tell you something was out of joint?" "What? What do you see?" With unmitigated hatred. Carl said, FBI Special Agent Gary Headley, Diary of Flora Steimel, Christmas Day, 1993. "I'm so blue I can barely stand it. We stole from a church last night, which I'm pretty sure means I'll go to hell." Of course, I already knew I would because I've killed people. Well, helped kill people. I've been there when Carl killed, and I think that's the same as doing it myself. Carl had me go into the church before the midnight service started. I watched people as they came in, mommies and daddies and grandfolks. Some of the children were sleepy, being as the service started at 11:15, way past their bedtime. Others were excited and couldn't sit still. I guess they were anxious to get home and into bed so Santa Claus could come. It just made my heart ache, because I never got to spend a Christmas Eve with Jeremy and play Santa for him, and now he's too old. He's a senior in high school. I wish that just once I could have watched his face on Christmas morning when he found his presents under the tree. It's been a long time since he believed in Santa Claus, of course. What he believes in now, mostly, is his daddy. He thinks Carl hung the moon. Randy and Patricia have seen to it that he knows Carl's ideas about things. They tell him about how men like Carl are smart enough to see everything that's wrong in this country, and that's why the government and the law hate and fear them and want to shut them up. Jeremy has caught on, grabbed on, really. I'm glad of it, but it worries me. I got off the track, which I do a lot whenever I write in this diary. I start thinking back and then, see? There I go again. After the congregation sang Silent Night at midnight to candlelight, I had a candle too. Everybody did. The people on either side of me had no idea that they were sitting next to a noted outlaw. Bet they would have croaked. Anyhow, everyone started filing out of the church. Except me. I went into the ladies' room, which I'd made sure to locate before I took my seat in the sanctuary. Only one other woman came in. She did her business quick and left. Her family was probably waiting on her. I stood on the toilet seat in case a janitor or somebody came in to check the stalls and see if everybody was gone. But the lights went out with me still balancing up there. I waited another 10 minutes like Carl had told me to, then turned on my flashlight and left the restroom. What had looked so pretty in the candlelight looked kind of spooky in the dark, the statues and all. But I tried not to look at anything except the circle of light I directed to the floor. I let Carl and Henry in through a side door. No alarm sounded, but Carl said it was probably a silent one. Henry joked and said, "Only God can hear it, I guess." I didn't think it was funny. Carl sort of laughed, but he was focused on picking the lock on the church office door. We grabbed the bags the ushers had emptied the offering plates into and got the heck out of there. But there must have been a silent alarm because when we ran out of the church, there was a policeman just stepping out of his patrol car. He pulled his pistol and hollered for us to halt. Carl shot him in the chest. Henry got him in the head. I think as we were running to the car, Henry fired at the figures in the nativity on the church lawn. He claims he doesn't believe in God or Jesus or Allah or anything, but he sure bears them a grudge. We made a safe getaway and came away with good cash. But I felt awful about it and didn't get high like the men did after we boarded the boat and started south. I hope the sailor, or whatever it is you call the guy who drives the boat, can drive it when he's stoned. They all got stoned good, Carl included, which is why I felt it was okay to get out my diary and write. I hope Jeremy likes his presents. I haven't seen him since we went to Vancouver this past summer. I can't get over how grown he is, a man, really. I was shocked when we hugged and I felt whiskers on his chin. I don't know when I'll get to see him again. I've started mentioning his high school graduation, which will be in the spring. I say over and over again how much I wish I could be there. Carl acts like he doesn't hear me, but maybe he'll take the hint. The sun's coming up and I'm seasick from writing, so I'd better put this way. but not before saying, "Merry Christmas, Jeremy. I love you, Deck, 25th. Later, we get TV even out here on the ocean. And on the news they were talking about the burglary at the church. The policeman died. He was only 27. He had a 2-month-old baby girl. Hearing that kinda made me sick to my stomach, so I used that as an excuse to come below and get away from Carl, who's in a mean mood. I think because the news people quoted that FBI agent Gary Headley, who's been after us for years, Carl hates him with a passion. I think on account of he's a little afraid that one of these days Agent Headley is going to capture us like he's pledged to do. Also, Carl hates him because he was at Golden Branch, and he never fails to mention that whenever he's interviewed about us. Carl hates being reminded of that day. So do I. Even if Carl doesn't admit it, I think deep down he was awfully scared that day too. Scared of being killed or of getting caught. I also think he feels guilty over doing what he did and leaving like that when everybody else was dead or dying. Anyhow, he blames everything that happened that day on the feds, and in his mind, Headley sort of represents all of them. Carl won't be happy till Agent Headley is dead. Chapter 21, Headley's bad news had to wait. Just as he was about to impart it, Hunter and Grant came into the kitchen asking for a snack. Since breakfast had amounted to an overdose of sugar, Amelia offered them milk or nothing. They took the milk but dawdled over it as though aware of the adults' impatience for them to finish. When they were finally done, she wrangled them back into the living area to continue their movie. The moment she re-entered the kitchen, Headley picked up where he'd left off. For all the reasons we've discussed, Tucker isn't convinced that Stephanie DeMarco's murder is related to Amelia beyond the fact that Amelia was her employer. Stubborn jerk, Dawson said. Wills? Leaning toward Nuts and me, but, we're the big bad Butinsky FBI and he's loyal. Sheriff is backing his man too. Tucker shared the Jeremy is alive theory with him. No fool, he recognizes that it will be hard to live down if we're wrong. He's asked for further analysis on the fingerprint. Now about Bernie. The sheriff was quick to point out that he hasn't been charged with a crime. Not as Bernie, no. Well, he thinks the Carl-Bernie connection is thin and is demanding more concrete evidence of that before launching a full-scale manhunt for a fugitive that nobody's heard from in 17 years. The Bureau doesn't need his authorization. No, Headley said with marked hesitancy. But what? What's the upshot? Keeping guards on Amelia and the children isn't warranted. They plan to withdraw them. They can't. I asked for 48 hours. That's not enough time to. They gave me 24. Headley glanced at the wall clock. Now 23 and 13 minutes. Dawson swore under his breath. Headley said, the Bureau will pursue Bernie Clarkson, if only to rule out that he's Carl. Fine, good, but that still leaves Amelia and the boys vulnerable. Newt's made a suggestion. Headley looked at Amelia. But I doubt you're going to like it. Speaking for the first time in several minutes, she asked, what is it? You could call a press conference and announce that you have good reason to believe that your ex-husband wasn't murdered, that he's still alive and stalking you, that possibly he killed your nanny mistakenly, and that he represents a threat to you and your children. No one said anything for a moment, then Dawson asked, what purpose would that serve? Public opinion would likely favor her. Press would be all over it. That could jostle the local authorities into taking some action. I won't do it, she said, brooking no argument. She looked toward the living area where Hunter and Grant could be heard laughing. Can you imagine the effect it's going to have on our lives when it's disclosed that Jeremy is alive? That's an inevitability, Headley gently reminded her. Whenever and however it comes about, it's going to have a dramatic impact. Of course I know that, but I don't want to be the ringmaster of the media circus when it happens. Eventually, my sons will be identified as the children of a murderer, grandchildren of domestic terrorists. I can't protect them from the truth or prevent it from becoming public knowledge, but I also can't conceive of how we'll cope with the backlash. How will they live with that stigma? She looked to both men for an answer, but of course none was forthcoming because there wasn't one. Dawson held her tortured gaze for several seconds, then turned away. Headley was the first to break the strained silence. Okay, we'll sit on the disclosure for as long as we can. In the meantime, let's try to find the sons of bitches. Did you come up with anything overnight, something you've remembered that could be useful, where Jeremy might be hiding, who could be sheltering him? I made a list of his friends, ones whose names I could remember. But by the time he disappeared, Jeremy had alienated most of them. Where's the list? Upstairs on my desk. Would you get it, please? Let's take a look. I know it's a long shot, but our time is running out. I still believe that as long as Carl and Jeremy don't know, Headley broke off when Dawson's cell phone rang. He checked the LED. Harriet, Amelia looked to Headley for clarification. Newsfront's managing editor, a harpy, Dawson answered, but his editor cut him off in mid-sentence. He listened, then asked tersely, did the call come through the switchboard? What time? He looked at his wristwatch. What exactly did he want to know? She and Headley could tell by the tension in his posture that Harriet was passing on unwelcome news. After a full minute of listening, Dawson said, okay, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I'm still trying to woo her. He glanced at Amelia. Right? She'd be a plum interview for sure, which is why I gotta run now. Bye. He clicked off and, after a beat, said, a man identifying himself as Bernie Clarkson called her to get the skinny on me. Headley hissed through his teeth. Carl knows, at the very least, he smells a rat. Amelia sat down heavily in the nearest chair. What did he say specifically? Dawson recounted the conversation that his editor had repeated to him. She said he sounded like a dotty old man, cautious and suspicious. The last thing he asked was what or who had brought the Jeremy Wesson story to my attention. She told him she didn't know, and she doesn't. She believes that my interest was sparked by the Willard, Darlene, Jeremy love triangle and its deadly consequences, partially the result of his PTSD. Headley said, but Bernie thought there might be more to your interest and acted on that hunch. Apparently, he lied about the business card. I didn't give him one. Which means that he went to the trouble to find out whom to call to check me out. Well, at least she didn't tell him anything that would arouse more suspicion, Amelia said. The opposite, in fact. She only confirmed that you're a journalist on the trail of a good story. I am that. He stared thoughtfully into space for several moments, then rapidly punched in a number on his cell phone. Glinda, love of my life, will you marry me? Okay, how about we just have a hot affair? One night stand, then. All right. Listen, two things. First, Harriet took a call at her desk around 9:50 this morning. I can't remember the number of her extension, but is it any wonder that I love you? Can you get me the number of the caller? God, no, don't go through her. Go through the main switchboard and make it casual. Second thing, he paused and took a deep breath. I need to go to jail without passing go. Can you help me? A female deputy assumed the role of nanny. The boys took to her immediately, especially when she set up a lengthy racetrack for their many cars. It wound from room to room and even up the staircase. They were enthralled with the makeshift ramps. Another sheriff's deputy arrived with groceries to replenish Amelia's refrigerator and pantry. Having provided for her sons made her feel better about leaving them while she returned to the city with Headley and Dawson. Headley was interested in seeing what remained of Jeremy's effects that were still in her possession. They're in a strongbox in my apartment, she told him. Don't expect too much. I've kept only some things the boys may want when they get older. His marksmanship medals, things like that. Deputies in unmarked cars were in front of and behind her car when they drove off the ferry and made their way through Savannah. To Amelia, the caravan looked obvious, but she supposed the law officers knew what they were doing. Headley was wearing a shoulder holster beneath his jacket, which was both comforting and disconcerting. The plan was for them to drop Dawson off at the jail visitation center and come back for him after their errand to her apartment. I could grease the skids for you, Headley offered, make it more official. Thanks, Dawson said, but I want to avoid being official. A private citizen is more confidence-inspiring. You hope. I hope. As he got out of the car, he gave Amelia a meaningful look later. Good luck. After pausing to make certain that the unmarked cars were still serving as unobtrusive escorts as she drove away, Dawson entered the building where Willard Strong's lawyer, Mike Gleason, was waiting for him in the lobby as arranged by Glenda, who had passed herself off as a top-ranking executive at Newsfront. The attorney had fallen for her schmooze, which was as good as any when she set her mind to it. I appealed to his vanity and he fell for it. She'd told Dawson when she called him back to confirm the appointment. He'd forgiven her for being unable to obtain more information about Carl Wingert's telephone call to Harriet. As Dawson had expected, it had come in on a number that was blocked. "Sorry, I couldn't help you there," the researcher had said. "You're still a sweetheart. You got me this meeting, and that's a coup." Now, puffed up with self-importance, the lawyer approached him. "Mr. Scott," they shook hands. "Thank you for agreeing to talk to me. With no guarantee of granting you an interview with my client, I hope to convince you that it would be in his best interest. Then you've got your work cut out for you." Gleason accompanied the snarky comment with a gesture toward a sitting area where they could chat. He was about the same age as Dawson, nice-looking and well-dressed. But he wasn't an effective trial lawyer. His cross-examination of Amelia had been disastrous, and he hadn't recovered much ground by putting his client on the witness stand. He talked tough, but Dawson guessed that the chest thumping was to compensate for basic insecurity. He was in over his head, and he knew it, but he would go down kicking. I thought Newsfront had folded. It was a mild but intentional jibe. Dawson responded with a bland smile. "We're hanging in there, one of the few. I was told that you're covering the trial for the magazine. I'm covering the trial for myself. It's a compelling story, start to finish." He didn't have time to pussyfoot around or spare Gleason's inflated ego. He laid it out there. The way things stand now, the story will end with Willard Strong going to death row. Gleason took exception, which Dawson had anticipated. He talked over the attorney's sputtered protests, which will be a tragic miscarriage of justice, because your client is innocent. That stopped the spate of objections. Dawson raised his eyebrows as though asking permission to continue. Curtly, Gleason bobbed his head. "Willard was framed for his wife's murder." "What makes you think so, Mr. Scott?" "I'm not prepared to divulge that." Gleason looked disappointed, then put out. "You're trying to pull a fast one, aren't you?" "No." "Did you try to get an interview with Lem Jackson, too? Did you tell him you think we wasted the state's money on a trial? That Willard is as guilty as sin and should have gone straight to prison?" "No. But you'll admit that an interview with my client would embellish the story you intend to write. Damn straight it will, but by letting me talk to him, you'd be doing him a favor as well as me." He crossed his arms over his chest. "Tell me how it could benefit him." "You mean in addition to setting him free instead of condemning him to death?" Dawson didn't expect a reply, and Gleason didn't bother to make one. "Your client has a major PR problem. Even if he isn't a killer, he looks like one. He carried a massive chip on his shoulder into the courtroom each day. Then you put him in the witness box, and suddenly he's earnest, woebegone, pathetic. A man trying to save his life would be expected to have a change of heart and become more humble. But I don't think the jury bought Willard's sincerity. You can't influence the jurors' perception of him. They won't have access to anything you write." "True. Then I can possibly change the course of the trial. But first you must let me talk to him. Only then can I help Willard help himself. Helping him is my job. With all due respect, you're failing." Again, the ego reared. "The jury's not in yet, Mr. Scott. The odds for an acquittal are slim to none. Admit it." He admitted nothing, but he said, "Give me another reason why this is a good idea. Unless there's a major upset, something like a mistrial, he'll be convicted. I'm not conceding the point, but if he is convicted, I'll immediately file for an appeal. Your appeal could coincide with a national magazine story slanted in Willard's favor. You'd do that? You'd write it that way?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because I'd stake my career on his innocence." "Are you yanking my chain?" "No." That seemed to impress him, but he still wasn't ready to concede. "I looked you up on the internet. You've written your share of smear stories about people who deserve to be smeared. So how do I know that isn't what you plan for my client?" "You don't." "How do I know you aren't bullshitting me when you say you think he's innocent?" "You don't." After a second, he added, I know you're taking a leap of faith here, but it will pay off. The lawyer chewed on that, literally. The inside of his cheek was being brutalized by his molars. At last, he said, let me sleep on it. Nope, this is an on-time offer, but I need time to. No time. Tell me now, yes or no, you're working under a deadline? He'd posed the question tongue-in-cheek, but Dawson answered solemnly, you have no idea. Dawson could tell that the attorney's pride struggled with the concept of surrender and that it got the better of him. Sorry, Mr. Scott. No soap. At least not until I've considered it, consulted my client, and weighed our options. Dawson wanted to grab him by his well-tailored lapels and shake him. He didn't, but he leaned forward and spoke rapidly, aggressively. What options? What options? You have two. 12 people are ready, even eager to have a needle shoved into Willard's vein. He dies an innocent man, and you chalk up a big, ugly black mark in your loss column. That's one option. He leaned even closer. And then there's me, the town crier on Willard's behalf. He goes free, you're hailed a hero, you go on TV to talk about it, and every felon in the South is begging you to be his defender. Dawson could tell he liked the sound of that, but still he was wrestling with it. That all sounds good, but what? It might not work out that way. It for damn sure won't if you turn me down. I'm not turning you down flat, but caution is called for here. No time for caution. You've got to decide. But you got to say yes and say it now. I'm the only hope for your client. He hasn't got a prayer and you know it. I grant me the goddamn interview. Dawson's imperious shout took him aback, but it also worked. He unfolded his arms. He licked his lips. It'll be like a webcam. Fine. I'll be right there the whole time. Fine. I'll record the entire interview and have it transcripted afterward. Fine. If you slander him, I'll sue you and your magazine. Dawson stood up. Deal. The short-notice meeting with the prisoner took time to arrange. It seemed interminably long to Dawson, who paced while Gleason dealt with staff who seemed to have nothing but time on their hands. Eventually, they were situated in a room that allowed them a video interview with Willard Strong. In another part of the jail, Strong was led into a room, manacled and shackled. Radiating hostility, he slumped down into the chair in front of the monitor through which he could communicate. He regarded his lawyer with patent contempt. Then his belligerent gaze shifted to Dawson. Who the fuck are you? Dawson gave him a lazy smile. Be nice, Willard. I'm the guy who's here to save your sorry self. Amelia and Headley were headed back toward the jail. She was driving. Headley was in the passenger seat talking on his cell phone to Knuts. A minor collision on the expressway had slowed traffic to a crawl. The sheriff's unmarked cars were having as much difficulty switching lanes as she. Headley ended his conversation. Knuts is trying to buy us more time, using that phone call to Dawson's boss as leverage. Why would little old Bernie phone her in the first place? Why would he lie, unless he was Carl? Knuts is acting on that. Meanwhile, the boat hasn't given up any clues, nor had the strong box. Nothing useful was discovered. No map, property deed, lease, or paperwork of any kind. That having proved fruitless, they divided the list of Jeremy's former friends that she'd compiled, and working on their separate cell phones, the two of them had placed dozens of calls in preparation for the inevitable question. Why are you asking me about Jeremy now? Headley had made up an explanation involving a fictitious tax return with a questionable deduction that was affecting the trust funds set up for Hunter and Grant. He'd advised Amelia on the buzzwords to use. Do you think they'll understand that gibberish? She asked. No, and to avoid any further involvement, no one will ask for clarity. That's the point. Many of the numbers they called were no longer in service. Some had been answered by voicemail on which they'd left messages asking the individual to call them back on a matter of grave importance. Of the few people with whom they'd spoken, all were reluctant to talk about Jeremy and were actually ill at ease for having been singled out as a former acquaintance. Most reactions were wary, some downright hostile. Repeatedly, both Headley and Amelia were told that the questions they were putting to them now had already been asked by police more than a year earlier when Jeremy went missing and was presumed dead. They'd told everything they knew then. She braked for a pickup truck trying to wedge its way in and looked over at Headley. Where do we go from here? Maybe Dawson got something out of Willard. He shifted in his seat and turned slightly toward her. What do you think of him? He gives me the creeps. He laughed. I meant Dawson. Or does he give you the creeps? Oh. Dawson Headley waited her out, and she was the first to look away. Taking her foot off the brake pedal, she rolled forward only a few yards before having to stop again. Dawson and I didn't get off to a great start. Did he tell you about our initial meeting? He began playing with the boys on the beach. Things went from there? More or less, she murmured. Huh, more, I think. When she said nothing, he chuckled. Okay, keep that story to yourselves. Back to my original question. What do I think of him? In what way? In any way. He's good with the boys, surprisingly. Why? He has no former experience with kids. He was raised an only child. He was around our daughter, Sarah, a lot, but she's a few years older, so they squabbled as much as they played. He told her that Sarah was married and living in London. Children? Not yet. My wife drops hints about as subtle as crashing meteorites. Amelia laughed. In the meantime, Dawson receives parental doting from you and Mrs. Headley, which he resists, of course. Temporarily stopped in the logjam, she looked at him. Why, of course. The detachment that makes him a good journalist carries over into his personal life. He sets himself apart, sees himself only as an observer, a loner. That's why he's never married, why he hasn't even come close. She gave him an arch look. Mind you, I didn't ask. No, but I figured you wanted to know. He grinned at her and winked. Oh, there have been a few women who stayed on longer than others. A couple of them were lovely ladies who met Eva's rigid standards. But even with them, once things got too warm and fuzzy, he called it quits. Commitment issues are common, especially for a man who's a loner. I didn't say he was a loner. She looked at him with puzzlement. You just did. I said he sees himself as a loner. What's the difference? His true nature. Would a natural-born loner have gravitated to your children the way he has? Wait? She held up her hand, wanting to understand. You're saying Dawson fights his natural tendencies with a vengeance? Why? It's a defense mechanism. Against what? You'll have to ask him. He held her gaze for several beats, then called her attention to the traffic. You have an opening. Once past the fender bender, he continued. When you've exhausted that subject, ask him what happened in Afghanistan. I have. He refused to talk about it. You? The same. I witnessed him in the throes of a nightmare. We weren't sleeping together, she added hastily. Mind you, I didn't ask, he said, throwing her words back at her. She gave him a smile of chagrin, then turned serious again. I heard him crying out and went to check. He was in quite a state, visibly tormented. He woke up screaming, like Jeremy used to do. Except what? Dawson was drenched with sweat and trembling. Even after he was fully awake and aware of his surroundings, it took him several minutes to recover. He experienced the horror of the nightmare physically and emotionally. After seeing him that way, I believed Jeremy was faking. The nightmares, all of it, I think he was only pretending to suffer from post-traumatic stress. If so, that's yet another betrayal, isn't it? They're adding up. Amelia. Headley spoke her name quietly. When she turned her head toward him, he said, Dawson isn't like Jeremy, not in any respect. That reassurance, coming from someone who knew him well, was what she'd needed and wanted. They drove the rest of the way to the jail without further comment, but as they approached the visitation center, she said, he's not out front. That's a good sign. The longer he's able to talk to Willard, the better his chances of obtaining information. Park and let's wait inside where it's cooler. It was a full half hour before Dawson reunited with them in the lobby of the center. Headley reached him first. Well, Gleason was foursquare against it, but he finally caved. You saw Willard? Amelia asked, 10 minutes on webcam, but I might have got something. He was all attitude at first, but when I told him I thought Jeremy was still alive and that it was he, not Willard, who had killed Darlene, he grew considerably more cooperative. He smiled grimly as he crossed his index and middle fingers. "We're like this now. Congratulations," Headley said. "Skip to the good part." I don't know how good or reliable it is. It's not like Willard has won my unqualified trust, but when I asked him if he knew about a place that Jeremy might run to, he didn't even have to search his memory, which lends credibility to what he told me. Once, when he and Jeremy were out at the dog pens, Jeremy made an unflattering comment about the shack. He said something to the effect that it made his look like a Hilton. His shack. Dawson shrugged. Willard couldn't be more specific, because when he asked Jeremy for details, he blew it off. What he had meant to say was that if he had a place like that, it would be better than the shithole Willard had. However, Willard is convinced that it was a slip of the tongue, something Jeremy hadn't intended to mention, but when he did, he tried to talk his way out of it. "Do you know of any such place?" he asked Amelia. She shook her head dejectedly. "If Jeremy owned anything like that, I'm unaware of it. Fishing cabin, deer blind, hut, boathouse, cowshed? I don't know of anything." Headley made a sound of disgust. "The whole thing sounds far-fetched. I think Willard is pretending to remember something that was never said, or telling you tales to amuse himself, or something he knows I want to hear," Dawson said. "I asked him why he didn't tell the cops about this conversation when they were searching Kingdom Come for Jeremy or his remains. He said he did tell them, but, to his knowledge, nobody acted on the information. They were searching the marsh for a decomposing body, not a shack with a living Jeremy inside." Headley dragged his hand down his face, stretching the skin. "A shack that may or may not exist, and if it does, it could be anywhere in the 48 contiguous states. South Carolina." Dawson and Headley looked at Amelia, who'd spoken as though thinking out loud. Realizing that she had their attention, she said, "I found a speeding ticket on our closet floor. It must have fallen out of a pocket when he hung up his clothes. I noticed it had been issued in South Carolina, so I asked him about it. When was this?" Shortly before we separated, he'd already made Willard's acquaintance, and even then I wasn't keen on this new friendship. I hoped he'd gone to Beaufort to visit some of his old friends from Paris Island and the Naval Air Station. When I showed him the ticket, he became irrationally furious. That's why I remember it. He took it from me, tore it into pieces, and threw them away. He cursed me for meddling and told me to mind my own business. Obviously, I'd hit on something he didn't want me to know about. I suspected it was another woman, but perhaps she trailed off to let them draw their own conclusion. Dawson looked at Headley and shrugged. "It's something." Energized, they started toward the exit. Headley said with Jeremy's social security number, the DMV over there should be able to look up the ticket. Once we know where it was issued, we'll have a starting point to begin a search. I'll get nuts on that. He punched a number into his phone. Dawson held the door and allowed Amelia and Headley to precede him. They emerged into the bright sunlight and headed toward the parking lot. Headley phoned to his ear, turned his head to say something to Dawson from over his shoulder, when suddenly a strange expression came over his face. Then his eyes went completely blank. Dawson's brain processed instantly what that vacant look signified, even as Headley's knees folded beneath him and he toppled forward. Dawson gave a shout of horror and outrage as he pushed Amelia to the sidewalk and followed her down. The second bullet missed her by a hairbreadth. The one intended for Headley had found its mark. Chapter 22. Carl Wingert was one of the few criminals in American history who had the gall to bring the fight to the authorities. He and Jeremy had spent hours on the roof of a 7-story office building that, due to the recession, had run out of renters. The management company had gone bankrupt, and after being foreclosed upon, the building had stood empty and neglected. Situated in an industrial park where other businesses had similarly succumbed to the bad economy, it was a quarter-mile away from the jail complex. In between was a 4-lane thoroughfare divided by a wide median planted with crepe myrtle trees. Trees presented a problem in general, but from that roof, one of the tallest in the whole area, Jeremy could have taken several clear shots. Partially obscured by a ventilation shaft, They'd waited for an opportunity to strike FBI agent Gary Headley where and when he would least expect it. The playing field had changed for Carl the instant he saw Headley in the photograph. The only reason the veteran agent would be here in Savannah working in conjunction with the sheriff's office to solve the Stephanie DeMarco murder case was because Jeremy had been linked to the homicide and, even more damning, to Carl Wingert. The authorities hadn't publicly declared that Jeremy was indeed alive and the suspected culprit, or that he had a direct bloodline to a notorious fugitive from justice, but Carl knew that those dots of information had been connected. That was the only explanation for Headley's involvement. Whether or not Headley had linked him to Bernie Clarkson, he didn't know, but even if he hadn't, he would still be hot on Jeremy's trail, if only because he was Carl's son. Either way, Carl resolved not to wait on the agent to find him. No, by God, the guy wanted him, the guy was going to get him, just not in the way he planned on it. Carl had reasoned that sooner or later Headley would show up at the sheriff's office to confer with the blubber-gutted deputy, and that when he did, Jeremy could pick him off, even from that distance. The assassination of an FBI agent on the campus of the sheriff's office and jail complex would create chaos. Panic and confusion would ensue before anyone figured out from which direction the fatal bullet had come. He and Jeremy would be long gone. The plan had the stamp of Carl Wingert all over it. It was just audacious enough to work. Certainly there was an element of risk, but it was low enough that Carl was willing to take it in order to rid himself of his nemesis. By doing so, he would also let the rotten American society know that Carl wasn't done with it quite yet. He may be old, but he was still a fear-worthy entity, a force to be reckoned with. He regretted not having taken a bold action such as this decades ago, and blamed Flora and her whining for his years of inactivity, so his resentment toward Headley had had decades in which to ferment, and it now made his revenge even sweeter. The hours they'd spent waiting on the roof for Headley to appear had given Jeremy time to assess the conditions, do his calculations, and practice his aim on uniformed personnel and visitors to the sheriff's office and jail who entered and exited the various buildings on their various errands, little knowing that they were in his crosshairs. Jeremy needed no coaching, but Carl kept up a stream of instruction. You'll have one chance to take him out, possibly two, but no more before they hear the report. Within seconds, we need to be on the fire stairs. When the time came, Jeremy was mentally primed. All he had to do was make the shot. Carl, who'd been watching the complex through binoculars, recognized Amelia's car when it wheeled up to the entrance of the visitation center. He reported this to Jeremy. See her? On the car. Jeremy said, his voice tense with concentration. This could be it. But it wasn't. Dawson Scott alighted and went into the building alone, and while Jeremy would have loved nothing better than to blow him away, he hadn't had a clear shot, and besides, Dawson Scott wasn't today's target. Amelia drove away. They waited, ate energy bars, drank from water bottles. Going on 2 hours later, Amelia returned and parked. This time she and guess fucking who, Carl chuckled, parked and went inside. Got to come out sometime. Set up, son. This time, the wait was short. Amelia was the first one out, Headley right behind her, his phone to his ear. Got him? Carl asked Jeremy. Roger Dodger. But just as Jeremy squeezed the trigger, the agent turned to speak over his shoulder. Carl, who was expecting to see the agent's head explode, cursed when he collapsed and fell, cranium intact. Not a headshot, but he's down, let's go. The binoculars hung from his neck by a cord, so his hands were free to grab the tripod as choreographed. Jeremy retrieved 2 shell casings. The shots had come in such rapid succession, Carl hadn't realized Jeremy had fired a second time. Amelia? Missed her? Carl didn't waste time on disappointment. There would be another occasion for Amelia. As for Headley, if he wasn't dead, he was ruined. The two of them jogged across the gravel roof and squeezed through the heavy metal door that had given them access to it. Their footsteps echoed loudly in the enclosed stairwell, but there was no one to hear them as they descended through the deserted building. Jeremy was carrying the rifle, but he could still move with more speed and alacrity than Carl, whose hips pained him with every tread. Jeremy asked if he needed to take a sec to rest. Carl shoved him aside and went past him. You'll have trouble keeping up with me, Sonny. As though to underscore their need for haste, the wail of sirens reached them through the exterior walls. Christ, that was fast, Jeremy said. Don't think about them. Just keep moving. By the time they reached the ground floor, both were laboring to catch their breath. They left the building through the back door by which they'd entered after destroying the lock. Jeremy opened the rear door of his car and was carefully placing the rifle in the floorboard behind the driver's seat when a patrol car, running hot, lights flashing, turned into the alley between the abandoned building and its vacant neighbor. It screeched to a halt about 10 yards away from them. "Stay calm," Carl said, instantly adapting the persona of Bernie Clarkson. The officer behind the wheel was middle-aged, which told Carl a lot about him, namely that he wasn't the sharpest of cops, or he wouldn't still be on routine patrol. He clambered out while unsnapping the holster on his right hip. "Put your hands where I can see them." He worked the pistol out of the holster and aimed it at them in turn. "What's going on, officer?" Carl asked in Bernie's age-rusty voice. He shouted, "Come out from behind that door, hands up!" Jeremy eased away from the open door of the back seat and, along with Carl, raised his hands shoulder high. "What are all the sirens? Who are you? What are you doing here?" "As of this morning, we've leased this building for our medical supply company," Jeremy said. "Came to check it out, see if the utilities had been turned on yet. We were just about to leave when those sirens started screaming." Carl asked, "Was there a robbery in the area?" The officer's eyes sawed between them. "Stay where you are." He reached for the transmitter clipped to his shoulder. "Daddy?" Jeremy said. "Got him." Carl yanked a pistol from his waistband at the small of his back and pulled the trigger only once. The cop went down. They never learn. Shooting a cop hadn't been part of their plan. Jeremy said, "We need to get out of here now." He turned to close the car's rear door. Carl hobbled around the front of the car to the passenger side and was halfway in when he heard the crack. It was still several seconds before he realized that the policeman, lying crumpled on the pavement with a pool of blood forming beneath him, had managed to get off a shot. That infuriated Carl. He walked over to him, bent down, and jammed the barrel of his pistol against the officer's temple. Looking into his fear-stricken eyes, he smiled. "Impress the devil. Tell him you got killed by Carl Wingert." He left the body in the car where they were, but made note of the name on the tag pinned to the officer's uniform and yanked the squawking police radio from off his belt. Jeremy was behind the steering wheel with the motor running by the time Carl slid into the passenger seat. "Drive toward the bridge, easy-like." He jacked up the volume of the radio and had listened for several minutes before anyone tried to contact the officer he'd killed. Muffling his voice, he said, "Nothing moving over here." The dispatcher gave the officer new instructions, which Carl acknowledged, then switched off. "We should be miles away before they start looking for him." When Jeremy didn't respond, he looked over at him. He was sweaty and grim-faced, focused on his driving. Then Carl noticed that his hand was flattened against his right side. Blood was leaking between his fingers. "Jesus! He hit you with that shot?" Jeremy peeled his lips back to form a parody of a grin. "Just a scratch, Daddy." "We found an SPD officer and his unit behind an abandoned building. He'd been shot twice, once in the abdomen. Once." Tucker glanced at Amelia, who was sitting beside Dawson on a short sofa in the trauma center waiting room. The deputy amended whatever he had been about to say. He was dead. Dawson felt Amelia flinch. He was too shocked by what had happened to Headley to react. Deputy Wills cleared his throat, his prominent Adam's apple sliding up and down his long, wrinkled neck. Dawson thought he looked like a turtle with his small head poking out of his shirt collar, which was too large. Entertaining such nonsensical thoughts was the only thing keeping him sane. If he started thinking about the reality he found himself in, about Headley inexorably dying while he stood futilely by, he'd go crazy, destroy something, kill somebody. He was only barely holding on to his reason, and he was able to do that only because Headley hadn't been pronounced dead at the scene. Perhaps he had died in transit to the hospital or on the operating table, but no one had had the courage to tell Dawson yet. That was a distinct possibility, because the deputies were regarding him as though mistrustful of his outward stoicism and in fear of an eruption of violent fury at any moment. They were justifiably afraid. Wills cleared his throat again. "You were right about the direction the shots came from. I didn't spend 9 months in a war zone for nothing. Well, anyway, on account of you, we knew where to start looking for the shooter. They were on the roof." Dawson fixed him with a stare. We found 2 sets of shoe prints in the gravel and Jeremy Wesson's fingerprints on the doorknobs. Carl was with him. "We don't know that," Tucker said. "I do." Dawson closed his hand into a tight fist. "Carl would want to take credit for killing Headley." After a taut silence, Wills said, "We don't know who pulled the trigger, but Jeremy was a sniper for Chisaki." Wills nodded. From that vantage point, with a fancy scope, a skilled shooter, he didn't take that thought any further. "The fingerprints weren't an oversight," Dawson said. "They don't care who knows it was them." "Look," Tucker said, "you're making assumptions." That Wills nudged Tucker hard enough to shut him up. He, the good cop, realized that every contrary word out of his partner's mouth was riling Dawson, like jerking a sleeping tiger's tail. After a moment, he continued. The downed officer had been on patrol over in that industrial park where some vandalism had recently been reported. He shrugged his bony shoulders. "Must have intercepted them as they were fleeing. His radio was missing, which explains how they eluded us. They could follow our communications and keep track of our movements." Tucker said, "Plus, we don't know what they're driving. The car Bernie Carl left in that parking lot is still there." Dawson shot him a baleful look. "You've finally come around to accepting that Bernie is Carl Wingert." Tucker had the grace to look abashed. Amelia slid her hand beneath Dawson's arm and rested it on his thigh, which served to keep him from lunging at the deputy who'd questioned Headley's superior knowledge. His muttered epithets toward Tucker were heard by her alone. He'd tried to persuade her to return to the beach house and take advantage of the protection she'd be afforded there, but she had refused to budge from his side, and secretly he was glad. Over the course of the last few tumultuous hours, her invisible steeliness had manifested itself in quiet but emphatic ways. She'd spent 10 minutes talking on her cell phone to the deputy who'd been watching Hunter and Grant all day. She later told Dawson that they'd been thoroughly entertained until, after a pizza dinner, they'd been tucked safely into bed and were now fast asleep. She'd also been assured that they were unaware of the personnel, which had been doubled in number to guard them. Satisfied that her children were being well attended, she'd declared that she would stay with Dawson at least until they knew the extent of Headley's injury and the status of his condition. Several times she had tried to thank him for saving her life, but was unable to complete the sentence without becoming too emotional to speak. He'd told her that thanks were unnecessary, that he understood the depth of what she was feeling. She seemed to understand how he felt as well. When fear of the worst had caused him to lapse into brooding silences, she hadn't filled them with mindless promises that all would be well when the possibility of catastrophe loomed. When he felt like talking, she had listened as though absorbing each word into her skin. She was a soft but stalwart presence he was grateful to have. Because of the tension between Tucker and Dawson, Wills continued as spokesperson. All gloves have come off. A manhunt is underway for Carl Wingert and Jeremy Wesson. Every law enforcement agency in 5 states is on high alert. Newts would be here himself, except he's gone into overdrive, coordinating the effort. Coast Guards put up choppers to patrol the beaches. First thing tomorrow morning, police boats will start searching the inland waterways. Canine units will be called up if they're needed. U.S. Marshals Service, State Police. You name it, he's got them working it. But the problem is, he continued, tugging at his long earlobe, we're talking about a huge area, and we don't have a starting point. Apparently, Wesson was using a bogus license when he got that traffic ticket, because none was issued in South Carolina to his SSN. We don't know of any kinfolk they have in the area, except Ms. Nolan here. Jeremy's Marine buddies are being canvassed, but they're the last people he would contact, Amelia said. That's what we think, too. But we gotta check. As Tucker noted, we don't have a make and model of the vehicle they were driving. Tire tracks? Dawson asked. We tried, but there's nothing but hard pavement around that vacant building. Surrounding buildings are also vacant, so there was no one to question about vehicles seen in the area. Security cameras? None operable because the businesses are kaput. What about traffic cameras? Amelia asked. Being checked all over the city, but most only capture the license plate, not the driver. Cameras on the bridges are being checked, but lots of cars, lots of drivers, it'll take time. Tucker broke a thoughtful silence by asking Amelia if she had duplicates of Jeremy's credit cards. Not for years. I've had my own accounts since we separated. We were hoping maybe he'd use an ATM or make a purchase. You don't think Carl would avoid leaving such an obvious trail? Hey, Tucker said, taking offense at Dawson's snide tone. We're doing our best here. That's what worries me. Dawson fired back. If you had listened to Headley sooner, well, excuse me for not placing much confidence in a lawman who's been chasing the same guy for 40 years. Dawson was off the sofa in a blink, intent on ripping out Tucker's flabby throat. He might have, had it not been for Amelia grabbing a handful of his shirt tail to hold him back, which coincided with Eva's sudden appearance in the open doorway. Dawson worked himself free of Amelia's grip and shouldered past the deputies in order to reach her. His arms went around her, and he bent down low to murmur into her hair, Eva, we can't lose him. We just can't. He held her tightly while she cried into his shirt front. But she was made of stern stuff and eventually set him away from her and wiped the tears off her face. I was told by the policeman who met me at the airport that he's still in surgery. They took him back. Dawson glanced at the wall clock over 3 hours ago. No word since then. Did you see him before he went in? He shook his head. By the time Amelia and I were allowed to leave the scene, he was being prepped in the OR. They wouldn't let us go back. He reached behind him for Amelia's hand, pulled her forward, and made the introductions. Amelia bit her lower lip to keep it from quivering. Mrs. Headley, I'm so sorry. Eva took her other hand. It's not your fault. He was trying to catch the men intent on hurting me. He was trying to catch Carl Wingert long before you were born. Amelia gave her a watery smile and motioned her toward the sofa. Eva went to it and sat down. Amelia asked if she could get her anything. Eva declined but patted the seat next to her. Please. Amelia joined her and they began talking together in low tones. Dawson turned back to Wills, who said, We'll keep you apprised. I'll appreciate that. We're sorry about Agent Headley. Thanks. He said it brusquely, but the remorse in their expressions was genuine even in Tucker's. He thanked them again with more sincerity. The two left. Dawson, seeing that the women were involved in their conversation, stepped into the hallway. Disobeying the signs prohibiting the use of cell phones, he accessed his and punched in a familiar number. Hey, Glenda. No word yet. He's still in surgery. Got anything? 5 minutes later, as he was disconnecting, a wiry, compact man in green surgical scrubs came through a pair of double doors. Mr. Headley's family. Dawson's throat seized up, but he managed to nod toward the waiting area. He followed the surgeon into the room and stepped around him so that he was at Eva's side with a supporting arm around her shoulders when the surgeon introduced himself. I'm sorry it took so long, but the surgery to remove the bullet was painstaking because we didn't want to further damage surrounding tissue or nearby nerves. He's in recovery. Not completely out of the woods, but for someone who took a hollow point between his scapula and spine, he's doing remarkably well. The surgeon provided them a much more detailed description of the wound and the repair it had required, but they absorbed little of what he said. What they heard was that, after the swelling went down, the paralysis Headley was currently experiencing in his shoulders and arms would be reversed, and he should enjoy a full recovery. Amelia knew that her relief couldn't match that of Eva and Dawson, but it was profound nevertheless. Although Eva had absolved her of any and all responsibility had Headley died, she would have borne that regret for the remainder of her days. For Dawson's sake, she was especially happy that Headley had survived. In celebration of the good news, the three had hugged, laughing and crying in equal measure. Dawson was the first to pull himself together. He resorted to the masculine mechanism of dealing with a traumatic event by pretending he hadn't been sorely affected by it. He cracked jokes. He's too stubborn to die. He wouldn't go without giving me one final lecture. Eva saw through his ruse as clearly as Amelia did, but she didn't call him on it, knowing that he was coping with his emotions in a manner that was comfortable for him. Eva placed a call to their daughter, who'd been standing by in London, to learn her father's fate. Soon after that, they were told they could see Headley in recovery. Eva insisted that Dawson be allowed to go with her. He, in turn, refused to go without Amelia. The three of them were shown into the curtained cubicle where Headley lay tethered to machines and roped in tubes. Surprisingly, his eyes were open. As Eva approached the bed, he asked groggily, "Where'd you come from?" She clasped his inert hand, and there were tears in her eyes when she bent down and kissed his lips gently. But she answered in a breezy tone, "They called to tell me that you'd been shot. I checked my calendar and it was clear. Having nothing else to do, I flew down." His eyes were suspiciously moist as he gazed up at her. "Just as well flush the Viagra. I can't move my hands. Foreplay's out." She laughed softly. "The paralysis is temporary." His unfocused eyes roved over to Dawson. "She lying?" "No, you'll live to screw another day." "Really, you two?" Eva said in mock outrage. "What will Amelia think of us?" Headley turned his head toward her. She expressed how sorry she was for what he was suffering. "I'm glad it wasn't you he hit." "He tried," Dawson said. Headley closed his eyes. "Jesus, Dawson saved my life," Headley whispered. "Are they in custody?" "Don't think about any of that right now, Gary." Despite Eva's admonishment, he forced his eyes open and looked to Dawson, who said, still at large, "Shit." Eva said, "Gary, if you continue to torture yourself, I'm going to leave. I swear I will." No one believed her, especially not her husband, who smiled at her drowsily. "I'm damn glad your calendar was clear. Wish I could hug you." Dawson glanced over his shoulder at the flimsy curtain that enclosed them but provided only a modicum of privacy. "Listen, Amelia and I should split. Let you two have a minute alone before they run us all out." "What's your rush?" Headley asked. "I just said." Headley grunted. "What's going on? Okay, if you must know, I'm hungry. On account of you, I haven't had anything to eat today except for those crummy donuts at breakfast." I apologize for the inconvenience. Even though Headley garbled some of the syllables of the last word, Dawson smiled across at Eva. "Pissy is a good sign. He's going to be fine." But when he looked down at Headley, his expression turned serious. "You had me scared." Being careful of the IV shunt taped to the back of Headley's hand, Dawson gripped it. Huskily, he said, "Rest. Cooperate with the nurses. Take care of yourself here." The long look the two men shared was rife with unspoken meaning. "See you in the morning?" Dawson returned Headley's hand to his side and, after winking at Eva, turned, held the curtain aside, and motioned Amelia through. They didn't speak until they were out of the recovery area and walking swiftly down the corridor. "In here?" He pushed open the door leading to the stairwell. Once the door had closed behind them, he said, "He's too smart for his own good. He knew you were lying when you told him you were hungry. I guess my technique needs work." "So what is going on?" "I'm due to meet Tucker and Wills downstairs in a few minutes." "What for?" "Glenda's been doing some research today. She unearthed something hinky they should know about." "Hinky how?" He shook his head. "Not that I'm brimming with admiration for the two, especially Tucker, but I really should share this with them first. Does it relate to the shack that Willard mentioned?" He just looked at her, said nothing. "You won't tell me even that much?" His silence, and the lack of trust it signified, came as a crushing disappointment. She lowered her head so she'd no longer have to look into his shuttered eyes. After a lengthy silence, he said, "I don't expect you to understand." "Well, I don't." "I thought placing his index finger beneath her chin, he tipped her head back until she had no choice but to look into his face. And in his expression, she saw all she needed to know and more than she needed to understand. "You thought right," he whispered. "Aye, we did." His hand slid around the back of her neck and pulled her up into a kiss so evocative and intimate that it aroused every cell in her body. craving closeness, she clutched handfuls of his shirt and stood on tiptoe. His hand settled on her butt and secured her against him. The kiss was bone-melting, intensely passionate, but short-lived. When he ended it, he cupped her face between his hands and stared into her eyes, then released her so abruptly she fell back against the tile wall. By the time she realized it was over, he was halfway down to the next landing, where he turned a corner and disappeared. He didn't look back. She stayed there for several minutes, holding her fingers against her throbbing lips, tasting him still, and trying to make sense of the last few minutes. When she replayed the scene in her mind, she realized the dialogue was missing, what had been left unsaid. Eventually, she left the stairwell. Eva was in the corridor talking with a nurse. She ended the conversation and walked toward Amelia. I recommended they increase the dosage of Gary's sedative. He's fighting it. He's in pain. Mental anguish. Did Dawson leave to get something to eat? No, he's meeting with the deputies downstairs, his researcher. Noticing the strange look that had come over the other woman's face, she asked, "What?" The two deputies who were in the waiting room earlier, Tucker and Wills, yes, I just left them talking to the surgeon. They wanted to know about the bullet's trajectory, something technical. For several seconds, Amelia could only stare at her with misapprehension. Then she jogged toward the direction Eva had indicated. When she rounded a corner, there stood the two deputies engaged in conversion with the surgeon. Wills noticed her. "Ms. Nolan? Where's Dawson? Isn't he with you? You weren't meeting him?" About some information, his researcher. She could tell by their blank expressions that they had no idea what she was talking about. She turned quickly toward Eva. "He lied to me. He lied to all of us, and Gary knew it." Diary of Flora Stimmel, February 22, 2007. I'm so excited. Jeremy is a daddy. His son, Hunter Davis Wesson, I think of it as Wingert, was born at 4-something this morning. Carl didn't remember the exact time. Men never remember the details. But he did remember that the baby weighed 7 pounds, 3 ounces. I didn't get to weigh Jeremy when he was born, but I think he had to have weighed at least that much. Jeremy called Carl, which he's not supposed to do unless it's an emergency, like somebody's discovered the cabin or something. He's paranoid about Amelia's daddy, calls him a shrewd old buzzard. Carl would only talk for a minute, but Jeremy was able to tell him that the baby was born cesarean. Both mommy and baby are fine. Carl said maybe, just maybe, he'd take me to the hospital. We could pretend we were there for someone else and look at the baby through the nursery window. I'm holding my breath, but I should know better than to get my hopes up. He wouldn't allow me to go to Jeremy's graduation from either high school or college. I've only seen him in his dress Marine uniform from a distance when he was serving as an honor guard at a football game. Carl said a drunken, rowdy crowd that big was safe for us to venture into. I didn't even ask if we could go to Jeremy's wedding. I knew Carl would never hear of it. But I did ask if we could park across the street from the church and see them when they came out and got into the limo. Carl asked me if I had shit for brains. He said the wedding of a congressman's daughter would be crawling with cops. I hadn't thought of that. I guess maybe I do have shit for brains. Ha ha. My mama and daddy always said so. I thought about them today when I got the news about the baby. They're great-grandparents, or they are if they're still alive, which I doubt. They'd be old now. Over the years, I've wondered if they followed my career. I've thought, wouldn't it be funny if sometime they saw my picture on a wanted poster in the post office? Would they be proud that I'd made something of myself even if it was as an outlaw? Or would Daddy just shake his head and mutter, "Shit for brains," like he always did, whenever I did something he thought was silly or a waste of time? I might not have run away so young if they'd been just a little bit nicer to me and not always putting me down. I liked Carl right off because he boosted my self-esteem. He made me feel smarter and prettier than Mama and Daddy ever had. Of course, that was years ago. He knows now I'm not all that smart. Living the way we have, I haven't been able to take good care of myself. Pretty, I ain't. Good Lord, where did all that come from? I was writing about Jeremy's wedding. I read the newspaper story about it over and over again. The reception must have been something to see, like in a fairy tale. An orchestra played "Amelia is Beautiful." Her picture was in the newspaper. I must say, even though she was handpicked as part of Carl's plan, I don't think Jeremy looks on being married to a pretty thing like her as a hardship. He says she treats him good, too. Carl got a little put out with him the last time he visited us here in the cabin. It was Amelia this and Amelia that until Carl told him to shut up, that he sounded like a moonstruck fool. This is no love match, and don't forget it. I think Jeremy does forget, though, because he talks about her like he loves her. Like last time he came here to see us, he told about this picnic they'd had. She'd surprised him with it. She fried the chicken herself and packed it in a big basket. I've seen picnic baskets like that in the movies. Anyhow, he said that right in the middle of the picnic it started to rain, but instead of it ruining things, they grabbed the chicken and ran back to the car, laughing their heads off. I thought it was a funny story the way Jeremy told it, but Carl didn't. He reminded Jeremy that his wife is only part of the grand scheme. Jeremy stopped laughing and got this sad look on his face. I think he likes his wife more than he lets on to his daddy, but Carl has this, what's the word, influence? Carl has this influence over Jeremy that's so strong, I believe he'll do anything for him, even if his heart isn't in it. I wonder how he feels about the baby. Not what he tells Carl or even me, but what he feels deep down in his heart. I don't know what to wish for. Should I wish that he loves his baby boy or that he doesn't? If he does love him, it'll be hard for him to see the plan through and leave his son with Amelia. Being separated from your baby is like having a piece of your heart torn out. I know, because I've had years of it. Maybe it's different for men. I hope so. I wouldn't wish that pain on anybody. Now I have a new worry. Afghanistan, SP, Jeremy will be shipping out soon, and he's excited to be going back to war. He survived Iraq without a scratch. I was so thankful. Now I'll worry myself sick every day he's over there, Carl. Pooh-poohs my concern. He says Jeremy is a chip off the old block, a natural-born killer who won't be afraid of any ragheads. I pretended not to hear that because I hate to think of my baby boy as a man who could kill as easily as Carl has. But to be fair, he hasn't killed anybody in the past several years. What will become of little Hunter, I wonder? Will he ever know my name? I wish I could hold him just once. Is that too much to ask? I guess so, because I know it will never happen. Chapter 23. Like everybody, when it was expedient, Dawson told white lies. Those small equivocations were harmless, usually told to protect the one being lied to as much as to shield himself from some unpleasantness. They rarely pricked his conscience, but it chafed to be devious with three people who mattered to him. Eva had been too relieved over Headley's condition to notice his shiftiness. Headley had known something was up, but his sharp mind had been dulled by anesthesia. Amelia, however, had known he was lying by omission, but that counted. He'd lied to her, except for the kiss. That hadn't been a lie, and however this turned out, he hoped that she would come to realize that in that kiss he'd been completely honest. Since he'd left Savannah, there had been 3 calls from her to his cell phone, which indicated to him that she must have discovered he wasn't on his way out to meet Tucker and Wills. He hadn't answered those calls. He hadn't listened to the voicemails she'd left, fearing that if he did, he would be persuaded to return. Short of making a U-turn, he might be tempted to tell her what he planned to do, in which case she would try everything within her power to stop him. He couldn't allow that. He might fail, but he couldn't live out the rest of his life with even a semblance of peace if he didn't at least make this attempt to have a face-to-face with Jeremy and Carl. Actually, what Amelia had said this morning about their perception of him, that of a reporter on the trail of a good story, had reminded him of his one talent. The single thing at which he excelled was getting people to talk to him about themselves. That had sparked an idea. After the attempt on Headley's life, the idea had crystallized and expanded into a resolve. Acting on the tip Willard had given him, he had called Glenda even before reuniting with Headley and Amelia in the lobby of the jail visitation center. God bless her, she'd undertaken the task he'd requested, persisted throughout the day, and when he called her from the hospital corridor, she'd given him something to go on. He should share what he'd learned with the authorities, but although he'd told Amelia that he was about to, he had no intention of doing so. If he was later brought up on charges of obstruction of justice, his defense would be that he hadn't wanted to get everyone excited if Glenda's information turned out to be useless, but the real reason he'd kept the information to himself was because he wanted a crack at Jeremy and Carl. He wanted that badly. If they were arrested or killed, he would never get an opportunity to speak with them without being monitored. He had a sliver of a chance to have a candid, no-holds-barred one-on-one conversation with them, and he was taking it. Carl and Jeremy knew him only as an ambitious journalist who had ingratiated himself with Amelia and her children in order to write a story that would be fat with intimate details. They didn't know about his relationship with Headley. That was a major advantage. Another was Carl's personality. He has a colossal ego. If Headley had told Dawson that once, he'd told him that 1,000 times. Most sociopaths had elevated opinions of themselves, which was why they were capable of such doing-do. Dawson reasoned that Carl fit that profile and that he would welcome being given a soapbox from which to vent his spleen. Dawson could provide him a huge audience. That is, if Carl or Jeremy didn't kill him before he could state his purpose. He was taking a bold, possibly even foolhardy chance. But Carl should relate to that kind of chutzpah. He'd based a criminal career on it. Dawson's sheer audacity might make Carl curious enough not to pull the trigger before Dawson could make his pitch, and he'd have to make it fast. I want to commit your story to print. That should get the megalomaniac's attention. An interview with him wasn't unprecedented. Carl had granted one once before Dawson had heard about it through Headley. In the mid-'80s, a reporter for the Washington Post wrote and published an article about Carl. A lot of the background information on him and his crimes came from me. The writer wanted to be fair, give Carl a chance to rebut what I'd said, set straight any misconceptions about him. In the article, he made it clear that he wished for an interview with him. Carl took him at his word. A few weeks after the article appeared, the reporter was kidnapped. Several days after his disappearance, he mailed in a handwritten transcript of a lengthy interview. The newspaper published it in its entirety, and the reporter was awarded a Pulitzer for it. Carl now had 30 more years to tell about than he had during that first interview. Dawson planned to ask him about the past 17 specifically. Had he committed crimes that weren't attributed to him, or had he semi-retired as he appeared to have done? Had he urged Jeremy to follow in his footsteps? Or had that been Jeremy's decision alone? What about Flora? There was much Dawson wanted to ask him, but first he had to find him. The car he'd rented when he arrived in Savannah less than a week ago was still at the beach house, so he'd taken a taxi from the hospital to the airport, where he arrived at one of the car rental companies just as it was about to close for the night. Avoiding I-95, he crossed into South Carolina on a dark, two-lane highway. It meandered through thick forests that had thus far escaped developers who sacrificed nature preserves to golf-based communities for retirees. For miles, the only lights he'd seen were the twin beams of his headlights and a slender moon that was occasionally obscured by thin clouds. The air was soft and thick with humidity. Dotting the flat land were marshes and swamps of murky water. You wouldn't want to lose your way out here. But if you were looking to hide, the conditions were excellent. He'd had Glenda searching out parcels of land in the region that had switched hands during the time Jeremy was stationed at Paris Island. It was a long shot, but Glenda came through with a solid possibility. She reported her finding when he called her from the hospital, 20 acres located between Beaufort and Charleston, about a half-mile inland. It changed ownership in 2006. What snagged your attention about this particular transaction? It was purchased by a corporation. Not that unusual. No, but the plot is in the middle of freaking nowhere, no channel connecting it to the ocean, not even a county roads access. A third of it is marshland. What would a corporation want with it? Before Dawson could form a reply, she said, I checked to see what kind of business it did, and hello, the corporation isn't registered in any of the 50 states. Looks phony. Dawson tried and failed to pat down his mounting optimism. Corporations are dissolved, they change names, they do. But property taxes were paid as recently as 2 months ago, automatic draw on an account. Bearing the corporation's name? You got it. Holding a wrinkled piece of paper flat against the wall, he'd scribbled down the coordinates of the lot that had been mysteriously purchased the year that Jeremy Wesson met Amelia Nolan. Glenda, you're an angel. You're an asshole, but you saved that lady's life today, so I guess that makes you okay. Who said that you're an asshole that I saved the lady's life? CNN, that was disturbing. He didn't want to be alluded to as a hero. That would be the biggest lie of all. He wasn't a hero. The road he'd been on had become progressively narrower with each mile. Then the hard top had given way to gravel until now he was bumping along a dirt track. It tapered to a dead end about 10 yards away from a seemingly impenetrable field of cordgrass. He killed the car's engine and turned off the headlights. The darkness was unrelieved. Fumbling for his cell phone, he clicked it on and checked the GPS app that had brought him to this intersection of the property lines that formed the southeast corner of the 20-acre plot. This spot also was nearest to the Atlantic and had the lowest elevation of the property. Switching on his flashlight app, he got out of the car, walked toward the high grass, and sank to his ankles in viscous water. 20 acres of dry ground wouldn't be that difficult to navigate in daylight, but it would be crazy to strike out through a salt marsh in total darkness, not knowing where he was going or even what he was looking for. Until sunrise, he was stuck. He got back into the car and turned off his phone. Then, as a safety precaution, he removed the battery, having heard that one could transmit a signal even if the phone was turned off. He didn't want to be found until after he had found Carl and Jeremy. Amelia and Eva had passed the night in the hospital waiting room. Eva hadn't even considered a nurse's suggestion that she go to a hotel and get a good night's rest. She wouldn't leave and miss even one of the periodic visits with Headley that she was allowed. In the event that his condition changed for the worse, Amelia didn't want her to be alone, so she had declined Tucker's offer for a deputy to escort her back to St. Nelda's. Further, she didn't want to leave the place where she'd last seen Dawson. She was entertaining a silly notion that if she stayed, he would soon return with a full explanation for his sudden departure. Now, as dawn approached, her eyes felt gritty and dry. She longed for a shower. She had stinging scrapes on her right palm and elbow, which had borne the brunt of her fall when Dawson had pushed her to the concrete. But these physical discomforts were negligible compared with her emotional upset. She was desperate with worry over him. As Eva returned from a visit with Headley, Amelia lowered her cell phone from her ear and disconnected. I'm not even getting Dawson's voicemail anymore. How's the patient? Impatient? Cranky. Fretful. His blood pressure has gone up. The nurses are blaming it on pain, but I know better. Lying still, unable to move his arms, is driving him crazy. He thinks we're not telling him the truth about the paralysis being temporary, and every time I go in there, he asks me about Dawson. Amelia looked at her wristwatch, running her finger around the crystal, remembering that it might never have been recovered if not for Dawson. He's been gone for hours. Why hasn't he called me back? I'm sure there's a good reason. I'm sure of that too, but I'm unsure I want to know what it is. The more she thought back onto their last conversation, the more convinced she became that Dawson had withheld something from her, not because he didn't trust her, but because he predicted a negative reaction. Should I share my concerns with Agent Nuts? The detectives? What would you tell them? That he lied about where he was going? Men frequently lie to women about where they're going. They would probably think he went out to buy drugs quickly, she added. He only needed anti-anxiety pills to help him sleep, you know. I know. He hasn't even had a drink in days. You've been a good influence. Me? No. I haven't had anything to do with it. Eva smiled knowingly. In a very short period of time, you two have become remarkably close. One step forward, two back. Oh? She hesitated. Woman to woman, anything you tell me will go no farther, Amelia, I promise you. Truth is, he makes my head spin. The older woman laughed softly. So there is an attraction. Definitely. That's good, isn't it? It would be if he was consistent. 1 minute, it's like he can't get enough of me. Then the next, he's pushing me away, literally keeping me at arm's length. Has he told you why? Is there a why? Obviously, Dawson thinks so. Your husband says he regards himself a loner. We've tried to turn that thinking around. Headley told me that too. But there's more to this resistance than general self-denial. I think he's resisting me for a specific reason. What makes you think so? I feel it. I believe it must have something to do with Jeremy. Eva said nothing, just waited for her to elaborate. Possibly with Jeremy's PTSD, with him being who and what he is, Dawson would never lay your ex-husband's sins at your feet. I know him well enough to assure you of that. No, I don't believe he would either. I think actually, I don't know what to think. She bent her head low and massaged her temples. Where did he go? What could Glenda have uncovered that sent him flying out of here? Earlier, they had discussed the possibility of calling the researcher and asking her what she had revealed, but neither knew how to reach her or even what her last name was. They had decided to wait until morning and call her at the magazine office. Eva had cautioned Amelia against becoming too optimistic. He's relied on her for years. She's like a secret weapon. I doubt his Glenda will betray his trust. If the researcher was as protective of her sources as Dawson was, Amelia doubted they'd learn much from her either. But she didn't know where else to turn for answers. For him to have left Headley tonight, it must have been something vitally important. He knew Gary was out of immediate danger. Yes, but still, he'd been agonizing over him for hours. What could possibly have prompted him to leave and not even to call to check on him? I'll admit that doesn't seem like Dawson. Tell me again everything he said. Amelia reiterated the conversation in the stairwell. Could it relate to what Willard Strong told him about a shack that Jeremy owned? You don't suppose, oh Lord, you don't suppose that Glenda located it? Surely Dawson wouldn't go there alone. We've got to tell Gary. Eva stood up and headed for the door. Eva, no. Amelia followed her from the waiting room and down the corridor. You can't tell him his blood pressure. That can be controlled with medication. But if he learns later that I didn't tell him about this immediately, I can forget our Alaska cruise. He'd probably divorce me. They entered the ward without any of the medical staff seeing them and slipped behind the privacy curtain. Headley's eyes popped open. He took one look at them and knew instantly that they weren't there to fluff his pillow. What? Tell him? Eva scooted aside so Amelia could move closer to the bed. In a rapid whisper, she filled him in, concluding with, if Glenda gave him an idea of where this shack is, do you think he'd be foolish enough to go there alone and confront them? His gaze moved back and forth between them, ending with his wife, whose distress was as apparent as her resignation. Headley closed his eyes and gave a long sigh. Fuck. More than a profanity, the word was weighty with despair. Coming from a man of purpose and action, it heightened Amelia's fear. They'll kill him, won't they? He roused himself and opened his eyes, not if I can help it. But God damn it, I'm trapped here. Eva, call Nutz, his number's in my phone. Eva moved to the closet where his personal effects had been stored. I don't know what to tell him. Let Amelia do the talking. Looking at her, he said, tell him what you just told me. He'll have Glenda tracked down. He'll mobilize the local authorities. And maybe, just maybe, they'll intercept Dawson in time. And if they don't, Amelia asked. Carl will probably give him the interview of his career. He's done it before. Eva stopped dealing with the cell phone and looked at him with alarm. Gary, no. Amelia, noting her reaction, said, what? What about an interview? Ignoring his wife's distress, Headley told her about the coup a Washington Post reporter had achieved. The day after the interview ran, Carl released him along a rural road in West Virginia with a bullet through his brain. He was awarded the Pulitzer posthumously. He was in the midst of his nightmare, laboriously clawing his way up the incline toward Hawkins, who was shouting at him from the crest, when he was startled awake by a heron that took flight out of the marsh with a noisy flapping of wings. He'd been spared the horrible ending of his nightmare, but he was still shaky and leaking a cold sweat. He dried his face with his shirt tail and took a sip from a bottle of water. He was surprised he'd been able even to doze, and equally surprised that he was still alive. Had Carl or Jeremy come upon him, he could have been murdered in his sleep. Although he'd had about a 2-hour nap, he didn't feel rested. However, despite his fatigue and the sun not being completely up, he was impatient to get underway. He replaced the battery in his cell phone that amounted to beaming his location to the authorities if they were looking for him, but he had to take that risk. He needed the phone to help him navigate. He took only it and the water bottle with him when he left the car. A weapon would have been superfluous. Jeremy had missed Amelia because of Dawson's quick action. The bullet he'd fired at Headley hadn't been a headshot, and it had lost velocity due to the distance, preventing it from inflicting the damage it could have. But regardless of his bad luck yesterday, his marksmanship skills were renowned. A man foundering in a marsh would be easy pickings. Dawson had decided to take a zigzagging route from this point, working his way up the trapezoidal-shaped parcel, which was much narrower at the base than at the top, which was farther inland. If he reached the northwest corner without finding anything, and this turned out to be a wild goose chase, he'd follow a diagonal line back to his starting point. The water he'd stepped into last night never got any higher than his knees, but it soaked the legs of his jeans and filled his boots. He fought his way through areas of thick cordgrass and clumps of palmetto palms, with their leaves that were shaped like knife blades, and which were just as sharp. The insects were aggressive and merciless. He didn't want to think about the species of reptiles he might encounter. He had estimated he could walk 20 acres in half an hour or less, but slogging through water and thrashing through the uncharitable plant life increased the effort and time required. Fortunately, as the elevation rose, the soil became firmer and less brackish, and the marsh grasses gradually gave over to forest. Soon he was walking under tree branches that formed a tangled, dense canopy overhead, which kept the forest floor shady. Undergrowth flourished, vines twisted up tree trunks. Lacy ferns formed patches of vibrant green. From every vantage point, the landscape looked like a diorama of shifting shadows, a wilderness of undisturbed camouflage, which is why he almost missed it. Had it not been for a pair of redbirds that caught his attention as they streaked through the woods calling to each other and then lighting on the tilting TV antenna attached to the edge of the roof, he might have gone right past without seeing it. He stopped dead in his tracks and then quickly crouched behind a thicket of palmetto. He figured that if Carl or Jeremy had spied him or heard him, he would already be dead. The structure was larger than what he would term a shack, more like a cabin. It squatted in a small clearing surrounded by trees. Tall grass and wild shrubbery grew right up to the exterior walls, which were constructed of raw lumber that had weathered to blend in with the dun tint of tree bark. The low roof was completely covered with lichen and fallen tree branches. Where vegetation had taken root in the naturally made compost from the air, it would have blended in with the landscape. Not even from a helicopter flying low could it have been spotted. He had come onto it from the front. There was a porch of sorts about a yard square, a door flanked by small windows, placed high. The window glass had been smeared with something to prevent it from reflecting light. No telephone or electrical lines were in evidence, but a generator, painted in camouflage, was tucked against one exterior wall and covered in vines. Dawson thought wryly, "This is the reward for a lifetime of crime." But then one of Carl Wingert's grievances had been the obsessive materialism of the American people. In this at least he practiced what he preached. Dawson waited 10 minutes by his watch before daring to move. Then began a slow and silent approach. When he could go no farther without stepping out from the cover of the trees, he stopped to take several deep breaths. Two people came to mind: Corporal Hawkins, the young soldier from North Dakota who was featured in his nightmare, and Amelia, the last woman he would kiss, the first woman he would love. If he didn't live through this, he hoped that by some cosmic miracle they would both know that in his final moments he had acknowledged his unpaid debts to them. He stepped from the relative safety of the trees and walked toward the cabin. No one called out a warning. No telltale shadows appeared at the foggy windows. He heard no rustling sounds, nothing to indicate that the dwelling was inhabited. But as he was about to step onto the porch, he recalled something Headley had told him. We should have known it was booby-trapped. A snitch had told the FBI that Carl and Flora were hiding inside a house in southern Florida. A covert raid was planned and perfectly executed until a special ops agent stepped onto the wooden porch. He and the structure had been blown to smithereens. 3 fellow agents had been critically wounded despite their protective gear. Dawson equated booby traps to IEDs. He'd seen their handiwork up close. Thoughts of the ravages they were capable of went through his mind as he eased himself up onto the small platform. Nothing detonated. He expected gunshots at the very least, but all he heard was the domestic spat between the redbirds. He reached for the doorknob and turned it. Surprisingly, it wasn't locked. The door swung inward. The first thing that greeted him was the smell. Old garbage, sour sweat, blood. "I could shoot you through the door, so you'd just as well come in." Not a voice he recognized as Bernie's heart thundering, hands raised. He stepped across the threshold, using his foot to push the door open wide until it came up against the wall. No one was behind the door. He swept the room in one glance, reeking metal trash can, cast-off furniture, dirty dishes piled high in a stained sink that didn't have a faucet, a wooden pallet in the corner stacked with packs of bottled water, Frigidaire that was decades old, and on a sofa was a bearded man semi-reclined. He was holding a pistol, but listlessly upon identifying Dawson, he registered his surprise. "You? Me?" All the things Headley had told Dawson about Carl Wingert came flashing back to him in an instant. You can't be well enough prepared for Carl. Dawson spun around to check behind him, but only the monotonous landscape lay beyond the open door. One time in New Mexico, he jumped from the rafters of an old horse barn, shot the agent who'd chased him in there point blank in the chest. Dawson looked up at the low ceiling. No rafters, no attic. The man on the sofa seemed amused by his jumpiness. "Relax, he's not here. Where'd he go?" "Didn't say," satisfied that they were the only two in the place. Dawson said, "I'm not armed. I'm going to lower my hands." Jeremy Wesson, a man about whom he'd been rabidly curious, a man he'd resented with every fiber of his being, a man he wanted to see severely punished for killing Steph and almost killing Headley. Didn't look that evil or menacing. He was regarding Dawson with equal curiosity, taking in the full measure of him. "You look even taller up close. You look like shit." Against his beard, Jeremy's complexion looked clammy and waxen, rough 24 hours. They haven't exactly been a picnic for Headley either. Is he alive? He's going to be okay. In the split second it took the bullet to get there, he turned. "You missed Amelia, too." I wasn't trying that hard. Dawson wouldn't credit him with total sincerity, but Jeremy did dip his head for several seconds in what could have been remorse. When he came back to Dawson, he noticed that his boots and jeans were wet. "Tough to get here, huh? How'd you find it?" "I never reveal a source." Jeremy stifled a laugh, which caused him to cough. To cover it, he turned his face into his shoulder. When the coughing subsided, he asked, "Are the cops behind you?" "I don't think so. You came alone?" "Yes." "Why?" "I wanted to meet you face to face. What for?" Dawson didn't respond. "You fucking my wife?" "She's not your wife." "But, no." Whether or not he believed that, Dawson couldn't tell. "Did you come here to kill me?" "No. Because if you did, I didn't. You're too late." He pulled his hand away from a bloody, festering mess on the side of his lower abdomen. "I'm already a dead man." Chapter 24. Dawson was kneeling beside the ratty sofa before he even realized he'd moved. He pushed Jeremy's hand aside and raised the hem of his dirty shirt. Under it was a putrefying wound. The tissue was puckered, pussy, and red around the dark bullet hole, which was clotted with dried blood. "Jesus, this looks bad, but it stopped bleeding." Jeremy gave an ironic grin. "I've run dry." Dawson feared he was right. Most of the bleeding must have been internal and considerable. Beneath his bushy mustache, his lips were gray. He let go of the pistol. It landed on the floor inches from Dawson's knee. "I lied about shooting you through the door. It's not loaded." Dawson yanked his cell phone from his belt. "Don't bother." Ignoring Jeremy's weak protest, he punched in 911. When the operator answered, he said, "Listen carefully." He told her his general location, then the geographical coordinates of the tract. I need medical care for a seriously wounded man. What's the nature? He's been shot in the gut, is he? We're in a cabin, but there's no road to it. Send a search and rescue chopper. They won't be able to set down. Tell them to come prepared for that and to look for smoke. Smoke? That'll help them find us, and my phone will be on. What's your name? Dawson Scott. Moving quickly, he dragged the overflowing trash can outside and upended it to dump the nauseating contents. He gathered up sticks and dead brush and crammed them into the can, then went back into the cabin. Matches? Jeremy motioned feebly. Shelf above the sink, the rickety dining table was piled with newspapers. Dawson took them and the box of matches out to the trash can, stuffed the newspapers down among the kindling, struck matches to them, and left them to burn. Jeremy was looking worse by the moment. Dawson steeled himself against the compassion welling inside him. Slipping on his professional objectivity, he started the video recorder on his cell phone. He didn't care about the quality of the picture, but anything Jeremy said could be very important later. Who shot you? The cop. The one you killed? Daddy did. Carl Wingert, he's your father. That's right. How did you find out? Never mind that now. Where is Carl? I told you, he left. How long ago? Last night sometime? You've been here all night alone? Why didn't you call for help? Jeremy gave another dry laugh, which caused a fit of coughing. Gasping, he said. I'd rather bleed out here than die in prison. Carl left you here to bleed out? Why didn't he take you to an ER? Jeremy looked down at the wound, and when he raised his gaze back to Dawson, there were tears in his eyes. He knows a lost cause when he sees one. Dawson ran his fingers, though his hair. Christ. Doesn't the man have a heart? You know about him beyond Bernie? You know about his past? Yeah, I know, much more than I want to. He's had to leave people behind before. He chose to leave them behind. Heroes are forced to make hard decisions. Hero? Dawson sneered. He's a chicken shit. Jeremy said nothing, but he took a swipe at his eyes to brush the tears away. He left me with one bullet. I knew what he expected me to do with it, so after he'd been gone for 60 seconds or so, I fired it. Dawson followed his gaze to the ceiling where the wood was splintered around a bullet hole. Jeremy said, Daddy hasn't made many mistakes, but he made one last night. He didn't come back to see that I'd really done it. He leaned back against the soiled sofa cushion and closed his eyes. A tear leaked from beneath his eyelid, rolled down his cheek, and was absorbed by his beard. I didn't want to blow my own brains out, but I hoped to die before anybody got here. No such luck, Jeremy. I need you to clear up a couple of things. Eyes still closed, he asked. Are you going to write about me? I haven't decided yet. Well, if it's deathbed confessions you're after, you'd better be quick. Willard Strong's version of Darlene's murder, true? Close enough. Main thing, he didn't do it. I did. Dawson looked down at his phone to make sure he'd got that. The Wessons? Jeremy opened his eyes as they filled with more tears. He struggled not to cry. Randy and Patricia, was their last name really Wesson? No, but I don't know what their real names were. I lived with them for 13 years, and they took good care of me. They believed in Daddy and his crusade, as they called it. What about the fire? Daddy said it was necessary. He called it martyring them for the cause. Jeremy wiped his eyes again. It was a struggle for Dawson to maintain his objectivity as he asked the next question, Amelia's father suicide or not? He stared hard into Jeremy's eyes, demanding the truth. Slowly, Jeremy gave a small shake of his head, then let it sink deeper into the cushion. From the time we met, especially after we married, he would ask questions about the Wessons and other things I'd told him that didn't add up. Daddy was afraid he'd really start snooping after the divorce. I wasn't the congressman's favorite person. You'd hit Amelia. He winced, but he didn't defend the abuse. Daddy was afraid the old man would be out to get me. He said we needed to nip it in the bud, so you nipped it. I knew his schedule, knew when he would be in the house alone. How'd you coerce him into taking the pills? Daddy gave him a choice. Take the lethal dosage or stand by and watch Amelia die slowly and in agony. He was going to die no matter what. But if he wanted her to live, he would fake his suicide. The old man tried to reason, then to bargain. He wound up pleading, but in the end he swallowed the pills. We waited there until we were sure his heart had stopped, and left him for Amelia to find. Dawson wanted to strike him, to beat him senseless for the grief he had caused her, not just over her father's death, but over everything he'd done for a stupid, fanatical, baseless cause. "Cause my ass," he muttered. Carl Wingert's treachery was propelled only by his ego, his sick, sociopathic delusions of grandeur. Dawson was suddenly consumed by rage. He grabbed Jeremy's hand as though he would arm wrestle him right there atop Jeremy's chest. "You also need to answer for killing Steph." "Stupid move. I acted without thinking." "That's not going to hack it as a defense." As though he hadn't heard Dawson's remark, he continued. "I'd been cooped up here for so long to get out of here and actually do something felt good. It felt good to kill a young woman. I thought she was Amelia. You wanted to kill the mother of your children." He turned away from Dawson's accusatory glare, and his chest deflated as he expelled a long sigh. "If I had to think about it, I couldn't have done it. So when I saw her, the woman I thought was her, it was like Providence, a sign, something. If I acted on impulse and did it right then, I'd be done with it and not have to think about it anymore. That's what went through my mind. Fucking twisted mind, Jeremy. Tell her that I'm sorry. I doubt she'll believe that. Probably not. Not after everything I've put her through." His gaze turned introspective. "My boys will be ashamed of who their daddy was, won't they?" The answer was so obvious that Dawson didn't need to state it. "I was jealous of you for playing with them on the beach." Jeremy continued. "I watched from the boat." "Where'd you get the football?" "Found a bag of beach toys in the rental house. Grant's got a good right arm for a kid his age. For a kid of any age, Hunter's better at soccer. He's got some moves. They're good boys, right? They're great boys. Do they ever talk about me? This man didn't deserve his pity, his compassion, not even one of those magnanimous white lies. But to tell the harsh truth to a dying man all the time, he heard himself say, 'They're proud of your service to your country.'" Jeremy knew he was being lied to and looked at Dawson in a way that silently thanked him for the mercy. Then he closed his eyes, and Dawson feared that he'd lost consciousness or soon would. He shook his shoulder. "Don't pass out yet. Tell me where Carl went." "I don't know. I don't believe you. He left me here to die. You think I give a shit about where he went?" Again, tears filled his eyes. Dawson did in fact believe him when he said he didn't know his father's whereabouts. A man who would abandon his dying son wouldn't bother to tell him where he was going. He battled another onslaught of pity. "Jeremy, where's Flora?" His eyes jerked into focus on Dawson's face. Then he made a raw, sobbing sound. "Don't ask me. Where is she, Jeremy? Is your mother still alive?" Another harsh sound erupted from him. "Leave me alone. I'm dying." Dawson gripped his hand more tightly. "Tell me, damn you." Tell me." Just then they heard the clatter of a helicopter approaching. Dawson ran to the door and looked out. The trash can was emitting a thin ribbon of smoke, and it had worked as a signal. The helicopter appeared, hovering barely above the treetops. He stepped out of the cabin and waved his arms over his head, then went back inside and knelt beside the sofa. Jeremy's head had lolled to one side. "No!" Dawson worked his arm beneath Jeremy's head and, supporting his limp nape in the crook of his elbow, lifted it off the cushion. "Don't die on me. Come on, wake up." He jostled his head. Jeremy groaned. His eyes fluttered open. "Help's here, man. Hang on. I don't want help. What happened to Flora?" Jeremy's lips moved, but Dawson couldn't hear him for the racket outside. Forest debris caught in the downwash of the helicopter blaze was striking the exterior walls like stones. Men were shouting. A heavy footfall landed on the porch and someone shouted his name. He bent his head low. "Tell me where to find Flora. Jeremy, tell me." Jeremy clutched the collar of Dawson's shirt and pulled him down until his ear was directly above Jeremy's lips. He whispered his last words, then he looked into Dawson's eyes, and for a millisecond they connected, then Jeremy's became unseeing. Dawson stared into the vacant gaze for several moments, then eased Jeremy's head back onto the cushion and pulled his arm out from under him. When he tried to stand, he had to tug his collar free from the dead man's grip. Amelia was in Headley's hospital room with the restive patient and Eva when she received the call that Tucker had promised her. "Deputy Tucker? I'm putting you on speaker." She clicked over in time to hear him say, "We found him. Is he all right?" "He's fine." Eva folded her hands beneath her chin in an attitude of prayer. Headley muttered inaudibly, which was probably just as well. Amelia felt lightheaded with relief, the deputy continued. But I'm sorry to report that Jeremy is dead. She lowered herself into a chair. I see she wouldn't have expected the burst of grief she experienced. He'd been dead to her for more than a year. She had already mourned his passing once. She wouldn't have thought there was any bereavement left for him. Knowing the things he'd done, she was amazed that she could feel anything at all, yet she did. Regret over his bad choices, sorrow over his wasted life, and even more sadly, relief. She and her sons were free of him. Tucker said the Savannah PD officer we found dead had got off one shot from his service revolver. Jeremy took it low in the abdomen. He bled out slow. She nodded, then realizing that Tucker was waiting on a verbal response, repeated the only words she seemed capable of uttering. I see. The details we'll have to keep for now. Scott got a video recording on his phone, but we still have a lot to ask him about what transpired when he got here. That's why they're not letting you talk to him, Headley said, not caring if Tucker overheard him more loudly. He said, Tucker, what about Carl? No sign of him. Headley's lips tightened to a thin line. The bastard left Jeremy there to die alone. Looks like. Amelia felt another stab of heartache. When can we expect Dawson back in Savannah? Can't say. This place is reachable only by foot. A helicopter can't set down. May take a while to get him out. Right now, he's being questioned by Knutz's people. I'm needed. Gotta go. Thank you for calling. She wasn't sure he heard all of that before disconnecting. It was several moments before she raised her head. At least we know that he's safe. Headley and Eva were watching her closely. She supposed they were gauging her reaction to the news about Jeremy. She stood up. I'm going home to my sons. We'll have to keep your phone for a while, Tucker said. Dawson nodded. A local deputy will walk you out of here. We've set up a quasi-camp on a road about half a mile that way. He hitched a thumb over his shoulder. My car's in the opposite direction. This is the shorter route out. It's not far, but it's not an easy walk through the woods. The road swings around to the south and connects to the one that dead ends in the marsh where your car's at. Couple of deputies are watching it till you get there. Someone will drive you to it. I'll appreciate it, thanks. A uniformed man approached at a jog. Deputy Tucker, can I have a sec? Dawson turned away to let them confer and looked toward the cabin, which had become a beehive of activity. Over the course of the past few hours, crime scene personnel had arrived. Some were uniformed, others wore civilian clothes. One was in a suit and lace-up shoes. Others wore blue jeans and T-shirts with the various agency names stenciled on them. The options depended on rank. Dawson supposed it. They came and went as their duties required. He was happy to remain as detached as possible. He had, however, been questioned at length by Tucker and Wills, who'd arrived shortly after the first responders, thrashing their way through the forest to reach the spot. They'd soon been joined by sheriff's deputies from the South Carolina County and by several FBI agents from Knutz's office. Apparently, he was coordinating things from Savannah. Each agency wanted to question him independently, so he was called on several times to describe Jeremy's condition when he arrived. The video off his cell phone, as he'd guessed, was poor, but Jeremy's confessions could be clearly heard, the most shocking of which was that of staging Congressman Davis Nolan's suicide. The day had turned hot and sticky, the overcast sky creating a greenhouse effect that by noon had shirts sticking to backs. It was long past midday now. Dawson was bone-tired and emotionally drained, but he had answered their multitude of questions patiently, realizing that the sooner he did so, the sooner he would be allowed to leave. It seemed that that time had finally come. After his brief conference with the uniformed officer, Tucker walked back toward him, accompanied by Wills, who was mopping sweat off his hangdog face with a folded handkerchief. Tucker said, "False alarm." They were holding a white-haired man who roughly fit Carl Wingert's description at a Dairy Queen. The old guy had stopped to get a blizzard. Wasn't Carl? He won't be that easy to take, Dawson said. The son of a bitch, Will said under his breath. I'm no fan of Jeremy Wesson, but Jesus. What kind of man could run away and leave his kid like that knowing he was dying? Only one answer came to Dawson's mind. Carl Wingert, a suspension of activity, drew their attention to the cabin. The three watched solemnly as the stretcher bearing Jeremy's body was maneuvered through the narrow doorway carried by members of a rescue team. They placed it on the ground in the clearing to wait for the helicopter that would lift it out. Where will he be taken? Dawson asked. Back to us, eventually, Tucker said. He died in their county, but he was our fugitive. They're cooperating with us. Turning back to Dawson, he said, they're more than a little curious about you. Why? They want to know if you should be arrested. For what crime? Stupidity mainly. Care to share what the hell you were thinking to come out here on your own, track them down, approach without caution? I was after an interview. Well, you got one. More than you bargained for. A lot more, he said quietly. Much as it pains me to say it, we're glad you found him. The video will exonerate Willard Strong. It'll also close the book on the DeMarco girls' slaying and reverse the ruling on Congressman Nolan's suicide, Dawson said. How do you think Ms. Nolan will react to that? Wills asked, with mixed emotions. They must have read from his expression that he wasn't going to discuss it further with them. Tucker said, You'll be around? Until Carl is captured. Tucker didn't like the sound of that. Look, don't pull any more fool stunts, okay? You're not a cop. So you've said, I don't want to have to cart you away in a body bag. I'll keep that in mind. Say, listen. Tucker backed down, glanced toward the cabin, flicked a bead of sweat off the tip of his nose. Coming back to Dawson, he said, I'm man enough to admit when I'm wrong. I was wrong. Bygones? He extended his right hand. Dawson shook it. Tucker nodded, but as he was about to walk away in step with Will's, Dawson said, You're not done here. His solemn tone grabbed their attention. They looked at him expectantly. The porch was an add-on, he said. Jeremy built it to protect the grave. Grave? Wills said. Whose? His mother's Diary of Flora Stimmel, 2010? I'm not sure of the date, whether it's still January or if Feb is here. It's cold, I know that much. The cabin stays damp, and that hasn't helped my chest cold. It's hung on for weeks. I try not to cough too much because it irritates Carl. He's short-tempered because we stay cooped up in here for days at a time. He doesn't like to venture out when it's rainy because tracks can be left in wet ground. What? I think who's looking for us after all this time? I bet most cops these days have never even heard of us. But Carl is as paranoid as ever. That FBI agent Headley makes him nervous. We haven't pulled a job in years, but Carl says that doesn't matter. We're still wanted. Headley's still out there, and he'll never give up till we're caught or dead. Makes me tired just to think about it, and I miss Jeremy. He hasn't been out to see us since before Christmas. He's going to AF again soon. Carl says that he's too busy to come see us. He's setting things up, whatever that means, but I think it means that their big plan is about to be launched. Breaks my heart that Jeremy's got to leave his family again. Last time he was here, he brought me pictures of the boys and told me stories about them. He had a picture of Hunter holding his new baby brother. Their faces are so sweet. I wanted to keep the pictures, but after I'd looked at them for a while, Carl took them away and burned them. In case this place is discovered, he didn't want anything around that would connect us to Jeremy. But when I saw the fire eating up the pictures of our grandbabies, I cried. It took me a long time to stop. I don't know for sure how many days have gone by since I wrote that last part. The days sort of blend together. I don't know why, because it's not like I sleep through them. I'm so tired, but I can't sleep at all. I think I have fever. Earlier today, I was lying here on the bed with my eyes closed. When I opened them, I caught Carl just sitting there at the table, staring at me. I asked him what was wrong. He said nothing, and got up to fix himself a can of soup. I think he just hates me being sick. I told him that cough syrup and maybe aspirin for the body aches would make me feel better and get me well faster. He said he'd go buy some when the weather clears. He's asleep now, which is why I'm able to write in this diary. I don't like what I'm thinking, which is this. Much as I'd like to have some medicine, I hope Carl doesn't leave me here alone to go after it. I'm scared that if he left, he might not come back. Like last summer when he was away for weeks at a time and I had to be here by myself while he was at the beach. He got to see the grandchildren every single day. Lord, how I wanted to be there too, but he said he couldn't risk me making a fool of myself over them and ruining everything. He's probably right. I don't think I could have been around them and not loved them to pieces. He came every few weeks to bring me food, just like he said he would, but each time he left, I got afraid that I'd never see him again. I don't mind the cabin, but I don't like being in this wilderness alone. Who besides Jeremy and Carl know I'm here? It's a scary thought. Oh, happy day, Jeremy came. I didn't let on how sick I was, but I could tell he knew, and it worried him. His eyes were wet when he kissed me goodbye. He's a sweet boy. I hung on to him for as long as I could. I can still feel how his palm felt sliding against mine, and the very last brush of his fingertips as he finally let go of my hand. I need to get some things off my conscience, I guess. God already knows my sins and doesn't need for me to write them down in this tacky little book. But anyway, I can't today. I'm not up to it. The coughing fits wear me out. Maybe tomorrow. Carl left a while ago. He went after groceries and promised he'd bring back some medicine and a payday candy bar, my favorite. Carl knows that my biggest fear has always been that he'd run off and leave me. When I asked if that's what he had in mind, he told me the fever was making me loony. I guess it is, because if he didn't leave me in Golden Branch, I wish I hadn't thought of Golden Branch. Now it's all I'm thinking about. Stop crying, Flora. My crying always makes Daddy so mad. Carl. He's like Daddy that way. He's been gone for hours. I should use this time while he's gone to write as much in this diary as I can and then hide it before he gets back. But it's dark and it's day again. I think Carl isn't back yet, but he will be soon, I know. Maybe I'll sleep for a while and when I wake up. Chapter 25. Amelia was in the beach house kitchen when Dawson knocked once on the utility room door, then walked in. She wanted to melt at the sight of him, but somehow maintained her dignity. Both of them seemed a bit shell-shocked, unsure of what to do or how to behave. Was there a rule of etiquette for this situation? They stared at each other until it became awkward. Finally, she spoke. Hi. He was wearing a white cotton shirt, tail out, sleeves rolled to his elbows, over a pair of jeans, all of which looked great, but he seemed immeasurably fatigued. Are you all right? He raised one shoulder in a slight shrug, nodded once. All things considered. They called from the ferry dock to tell me you were on your way. Had to run quite a gauntlet to get through. Island is crawling with cops of various sorts. But that's good. I feel safe. As long as I don't look toward Bernie's house, I can't look at it without shuddering. I hope I'll get over that in time. He gave a nod. Is the woman deputy still staying here in the house? She is. She's on break at the moment. Several of the officers are staying in the house you rented. They take shifts sleeping, eating since you were coming. She figured it would be okay if she went next door for a while. After that non-comment, his gaze moved aimlessly around the kitchen. More to avoid looking directly at her than to look at something else, she thought. Are you all right? He sharp-focused on her again. You asked me that already. Oh, right, I did. I'm sorry. I'm fine. Are you? Yes, except about Jeremy. She took a deep breath, let it out through her lips. I'm not sure what I should be feeling. Understandable. I don't grieve for him, but I do feel sad. I can relate. Believe me. Dozens of questions about Jeremy's final minutes were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't bring herself to ask them. Not yet. She wasn't ready to hear the details, and Dawson seemed equally disinclined to provide them. They were acting like strangers, not like two people who had shared a passionate farewell kiss the night before. Although she wanted to feel his arms around her, to be surrounded by him, warmed by him, she hadn't made an initiating move, neither had he. It wasn't for lack of desire. That hadn't changed. His eyes burned with it. But Jeremy's death had made a difference. Had he died remotely, distantly, it might not have had this divisive effect. But Dawson had been there when he drew his last breath, and that had created an indefinable chasm between them. They were trying to find a way to bridge it. Unable to bear the teeming silence any longer, she said, "Eva called to tell me that you'd stop by at the hospital." Briefly. Soon as I'd gone to the hotel and cleaned up, I knew Headley would want to hear everything firsthand. He was. "Oh, I know how he was," she said, laughing softly. "I wouldn't be surprised if the nursing staff has a picture of him they're using as a dartboard. He's not an ideal patient. His mood will improve soon as he starts getting feeling back. A few seconds elapsed. Then Eva said you stayed with her all night. She appreciated it, and so do I. I wouldn't have left her alone." Despite the surgeon's positive prognosis, she was terribly worried about him and about you. He shifted his weight from one foot to another, looking uncomfortable. "Tucker said he called you. I'd made him promise to the moment they located you. I would have called you myself, but they wouldn't let me speak to anyone until I'd been questioned. Headley told me that. Then when I was free to call, I didn't have my phone. They took it as evidence because Jeremy was recorded on it. Besides, you didn't feel like talking." He gave her a weak smile, right? "After going over it repeatedly with the authorities, no, for a while there, I didn't feel like talking anymore. I needed some downtime to let my mind settle around it, too. I wanted only to be with my children. Do they know? What would be the point of telling them? None. I didn't think so either. How are they? Want to see them," he grinned. "I could do with some innocence." They climbed the stairs and moved down the hallway past the closed door to the guest room that Steph had used. "I spoke with Mrs. DeMarco a short while ago. They'd been notified of Jeremy's confession. Steph's body will be released to them tomorrow." "Good," he said. "And terrible. Yes." When they entered the boys' bedroom, they heard them quarreling in the connecting bathroom. "Hey, what's going on?" At the sound of her voice, their silence was abrupt. Amelia shot a suspicious look over her shoulder at Dawson as she pushed open the bathroom door. When the boys saw him, they shoved their way past her and launched themselves at him. He hooked his hands under Grant's arms and used him as a weight to do a biceps curl, clenching his teeth and groaning with the effort, which caused Grant to giggle. When he set him down, he socked Hunter's shoulder. They fired questions at him, but talking over them, he asked what all the noise had been about. Hunter quickly gave the classic reply, "Nothing." Hunter said, "We shouldn't tell Mom, but I think we should. Shut up, Grant." "Hunter, I've asked you not to tell your brother to. It's about our Grant. Shut up. Penises." Hunter looked like he wanted the floor to open up and swallow him. Bright spots of color appeared in his cheeks. Amelia cleared her throat and, with as much composure as she could muster, asked, "What about them?" "Nothing," Hunter said, shooting his younger brother a threatening glare. Dawson turned to Amelia. "I'd like an iced tea, please." "What?" Confused, she looked from him to the boys, then back at him. Then, "Oh, of course, tea, good. I'll just go," and she left them and closed the bedroom door behind herself. 10 minutes later, Dawson rejoined her in the kitchen. He went straight to the glass of tea she had dutifully poured and drained it without taking a breath. "Well?" "Well," he said, stretching out the word. "They've both experienced what I assured them was a perfectly normal biological phenomenon." "Ah, I thought that might be it. I've noticed that phenomenon on occasion, but always pretended not to, as any lady would. Hunter experienced a rather stubborn one today. He was afraid it signified something terribly wrong with him, which he wanted to keep from you so you wouldn't worry or get upset. That, sweetheart, Grant was just as considerate of your feelings. He felt you should be told about the affliction in case they both died of it, and you found them dead in their beds without knowing what had killed them." She covered her mouth to smother a laugh. "I gave them my solemn promise that you couldn't die from it, although," he added in an undertone, "it might sometimes feel like you can." Hunter asked if it would ever stop doing that, and I told him no. If he's lucky. The two of them started laughing at once, and they laughed for a full minute. So much for their innocence. Wiping tears of mirth from her eyes, she said, "Lord, It feels good to laugh since I've known you. We haven't really laughed together, have we? There's a lot we haven't done together that I've wanted to do. The mood shifted from lighthearted to serious in the span of a single second. They continued to look at each other, but neither moved to close the short distance between them. Amelia decided to address the issue. For reasons I can't explain, it seems inappropriate for us to pick up where we left off last night. Looking pained, he said, "Yeah." They could hear Hunter and Grant tramping down the staircase. Grant called out, "Dawson, will you play cards with us?" Amelia said, "But I don't see any harm in you staying for dinner." He glanced toward the oven. "Something smells good, roast chicken with lemon and rosemary." "Sold." The boys came into the kitchen, claiming his attention and ending any chance for a grown-up conversation. But over their heads, he said to her, "After dinner, we have to talk. There's something you need to know, and I want you to hear it from me." Carl was never without a fallback position. Only a fool would leave himself with just one option, and he hadn't escaped capture this long by being a fool. He'd taken extraordinary measures to keep the cabin from being detected, but if anyone got wise to it, he had the airstream. It was his personal escape hatch, kept secret from Flora and even from Jeremy. He could retreat to it should the situation ever go to shit, which is exactly what had happened. He'd taken one look at Jeremy's bullet wound and had known immediately that his son wasn't going to make it. It might have been a slow internal leak, but without surgical repair, he would have eventually been drained dry. There was no sense in crying over it. It was what it was, and Jeremy knew that as well as he did, this place was great so long as nobody was looking for us. Carl had told him, but now the heat's on. They're going to be combing the countryside for us. I've got to get out of here. You know that, don't you? Of course, Jeremy had recognized the necessity of his retreat. If the head of the snake was chopped off, the snake died. Carl couldn't be captured or killed. If he was, everything he'd stood for, everything he'd done would have been for naught. Jeremy didn't argue with his decision or plead with him to stay. He didn't ask to be taken to a hospital where his life might have been saved. No, Jeremy had accepted his fate like a true crusader. Carl could have done without seeing the tears in his eyes when he'd handed him the revolver loaded with only one bullet. Jeremy had inherited that sentimental streak from his mother. It manifested itself at the worst times, when it was damned inconvenient or impossible to deal with, like at Golden Branch. He thought Flora would never stop bawling, even after they were safely away. Like that time when he'd cut short their Canadian vacation. Both she and Jeremy had cried then. The last time Jeremy had visited the cabin before she died, the two of them got weepy. Carl didn't have any patience for tears. Regret wasted energy. You did what you had to do. You moved on, like he was doing now. He'd come to the trailer the night he left St. Nelda's Island. He'd had another car parked in a long-term garage several blocks from where he'd left Bernie's car. At that point, no one was after him. The greatest danger he'd faced had been walking after dark in that part of town, where the crime rate was high. Bernie of the rickety hips would have been easy prey, but he reached the garage without being accosted. It was an old facility, no cameras, no nosy attendant. He'd reconnected the battery cables, which he'd left disconnected so it wouldn't run down, and the car started without a hitch. He'd crossed the state line into South Carolina singing along with the car radio. The 50s-era Airstream Sands trailer was parked not too far as the crow flies from the cabin. It had been there since the day he'd bought it off a commercial fisherman who'd fallen on hard times and was moving to live with his in-laws somewhere in the Midwest. He'd been happy to unload the Airstream to the elderly man who had a hearing problem and walked with a cane. The story Carl had spun was that he was escaping the nursing home that his ungrateful children had consigned him to. The fisherman, resentful of fate himself, sympathized, took his cash, gave him a bill of sale, and never looked back. Over the years, the aluminum tube had sunk deep into the soil. A thick vine had grown up over the rounded rear of it and over 1/3 of the top. That helped camouflage it, although someone would have had to have ventured deep into the boondocks to spot it in the first place. What he feared most was that he would return to it after an absence, to find that a homeless person, teenagers looking for a hangout, or meth cookers had made themselves at home. But the trailer was derelict enough to discourage even the most desperate trespassers. The night he'd left St. Nelda's, he'd found it empty but musty smelling. It had been so stifling inside, it was like being in a convection oven. But he'd spent almost 24 hours there before reuniting with Jeremy at the cabin. During that time, he'd prepared his hideout for when it might be needed, which a gut instinct had told him would be soon. His instinct had proven to be unfailing. Headley's presence in Savannah had represented a turning point in their 40-year-old rivalry. For the first time in their turbulent history together, they were in the same place at the same time. It had been 17 years since Carl had been credited with a crime, but the FBI agent hadn't given up the chase. Retired, gotten slow and fat, no, Headley was here, and, according to news accounts, he was recovering well from the gunshot. It seemed to Carl that a long overdue showdown was inevitable. He looked forward to it. Last night, after bidding Jeremy a final goodbye, he'd come to his hideaway to plan and prepare for it. He'd provisioned the airstream with non-perishable food, bottled water, and paper goods. He had changes of clothing to fit various guises. He'd stockpiled items bought over time at hardware and variety stores. One never knew when something would come in handy this morning. He'd shaved every hair from his head, using several disposable razors and large amounts of shaving cream in order to make his scalp as slick as a billiard ball. He'd also shaved his eyebrows off. Eyelashes weren't a problem. He didn't have many left anyway. To his face, he applied a moisturizer with a green tint. It was supposed to reduce ruddiness in a woman's complexion. But what it did for him was give his complexion a yellow-grayish cast. He dressed himself in oversized clothes and put on a large baseball cap that virtually rocked on top of his skull each time he moved his head. Checking himself in the cracked mirror, he laughed. He'd achieved the look he was after. I apologize for lying to you last night. Dawson decided to get the apology out of the way first. They'd had their dinner. Amelia was a good cook, followed by ice cream sundaes and 2 rounds of chutes and ladders. The boys had gone to bed reluctantly, but finally they were asleep. He and Amelia had shared the last of the white wine since she'd been told to stay indoors. They couldn't go out on the porch, which they would have preferred. Instead, they'd taken their wine into the living room and had made themselves comfortable in matching slip-covered chairs. They'd kept the window shutters open, the lights off. The precaution of semi-darkness was taken only in part because of security issues. Actually, they were seeking at least the illusion of privacy. If you had told me what you had in mind, I would have stopped you. You would have tried, he said. I didn't want to fight with you about it. I played it the way I thought best. He took a sip of wine. She made several revolutions around the rim of her glass with her index finger. The delay tactics ran out. Looking over at him, she said, "Tell me everything. Are you sure you want to know?" "No," she admitted. "Not at all sure. Some of it will be painful for you to hear. I realize that, but if you don't tell me, I'll always wonder what he said, and I think that would be worse than knowing the full extent." He started with how he'd found the property based on Glenda's discovery. "My little covert expedition could have resulted in nothing, but I guess I'll owe Glenda 2 boxes of candy this Christmas." He then described the cabin. "You knew nothing about it?" "Nothing. Basically, it was a dump. I thought at first that no one was there. Then Jeremy told me that he could shoot me through the door, which turned out not to be true. Were you afraid?" "I won't bullshit you. My heart was in my throat." "You were crazy to go there alone, unarmed. They could have killed you on sight." "That crossed my mind," he said, grimly understating. "But I was relying on Carl's ego. I was reasonably sure he couldn't resist talking to me. Once before, he confided in a journalist, then killed him afterward. Headley told you about that?" She nodded. "He shouldn't have. He was preparing me for the worst." He finished his wine and set the empty glass on the end table, signaling that he was getting to the heart of the matter. "He was almost dead when I got there." He described Jeremy's condition in clinical language that spared her the graphic ugliness. I called for help, then started asking him questions. He admitted that the house fire was deliberately set to kill the Wessons. He'd been very attached to them, but I guess their usefulness to Carl had expired. He confessed to killing Darlene Strong and Steph. He said to tell you that he was sorry for mistaking her for me, sorry for wanting you dead. He repeated everything that Jeremy had told him about killing Steph on impulse. He said that if he'd had time to think about killing you, he wouldn't have been able to. She absorbed all that, then, her voice thick with emotion, asked, "Anything else?" He talked about Hunter and Grant. He related that exchange. Choking back tears, she said he denied himself so much joy. His decision, he chose Carl over them, over you. Yes, he made his decision, but unfortunately, he's not the only person affected by it. She looked at him imploringly. How will I tell my children about their father's crimes? About Carl? I must. I know that, but I'm afraid that once they know about their bloodline, it will haunt them and dictate how they live the rest of their lives. Yes, it sucks, and no, it can't be undone. But it can dictate their lives in a positive way. They're made of good stuff, too. Their gene pool also includes you and your father. Her nod of agreement was thoughtful, made absently, but he regained her attention when he took her wine glass from her hand and set it on the table beside his. Then he clasped both her hands. Amelia, your dad didn't commit suicide. They killed him. By the time he had finished telling her what Jeremy had confessed, tears were streaming from her eyes. The tracks of them reflected the meager light coming in through the open shutters, painting wet, silvery streaks on her cheeks. She pulled her hands from his and placed them over her face, sobbing into them. How horrible for him. Oh, God, how horrible. He moved to sit on the arm of her chair and rubbed comforting circles on her back. You had to be told, and I wanted to be the one to tell you. I knew it would break your heart, but also relieve your mind. Try to forget the horrible part. The last thing your father did was also the best thing he ever did. He demonstrated just how much he loved you. He spared my life. He turned her head to face him and used his thumbs to wipe the tears off her cheeks. Jeremy could have taken that secret to his grave. Much as I hate giving him credit for anything, that confession is proof that he did care for you, even loved you, I think. He knew you had agonized over your father's supposed suicide and wanted you to know that he hadn't deserted you. I think Jeremy empathized. How so? Floral Stimmel is dead. She's buried out there beneath the cabin. They've got a forensic team working to exhume her body now. He could see the understanding in her expression as she said quietly, his mother, yeah, for all her misdeeds, Flora was still his mother. It upset him to talk about her. I think he loved her too. How did she die? When? Jeremy's time ran out before he could tell me. She stared into his eyes as though trying to see into his deepest being. Then her fingertips lightly stroked his eyebrows, his cheekbone, the side of his face down to his jawline. You were kind to him, weren't you? He was dying, he thought. He would end it there with that simple statement of fact, but she continued to look at him as though knowing there were ambiguities he needed to express. I thought if I ever got near him, I'd want to kill him for everything he'd done. Especially to you and those boys. I wanted to hate him, but he was a broken man, Amelia. And yeah, I felt sorry for him because he was a victim too. Left to the couple who reared him, he probably would have gone a different path. But Carl destroyed any chance Jeremy might have had to lead a normal, happy, and productive life. It all goes back to Carl. He's the villain, and I intend to tell him that to his face. She flinched. What do you mean? I'm not going to give up on getting a one-on-one with him. Once he's captured, you mean? He left her and going to stand at the windows, peered through the slats of the shutters. I wonder where the cowardly bastard scuttled to after leaving his son to slowly bleed to death. He felt Amelia move up behind him, but he didn't turn around. You're not thinking of trying to run him to ground. I doubt I'd be that lucky twice. Lucky? She took him by the arm and turned him around with a determination that surprised him. Why would you consider it lucky to encounter him? Why would you take such a dangerous risk? He gnawed his lower lip, searching for words. Why, Dawson? She demanded. Because I've been a basket case for long enough. I want to prove that I can hear a loud banging noise without ducking for cover. Get through a night without pills and liquor, without waking up bathed in a cold sweat, a dying scream in my mouth. You want to test your bravery? You could put it that way. Her chin went up a notch. Hogwash. Pardon me? I don't believe that for a second. You don't need to prove your courage even to yourself. If you hadn't reacted exactly as you did when Headley was shot, I'd be injured or dead, too. You didn't duck for cover. You took command of the situation. You registered the direction the shots came from, even as you pushed me to the ground and then went to attend Headley. You probably don't even remember, but you issued orders to the people who came running, and they did as you said because your response to the emergency was correct. So don't try to sell me on the idea that you went to slay a dragon in order to win a badge of courage. To win a Pulitzer, maybe? Is that what this is about? What if it is? Would a prize be worth risking your life? He pushed his fingers through his hair. This has nothing to do with a freaking prize. Then what's worth risking your life for? He didn't say anything. Dawson, what? Tell me. What? What is it that you want? They stood there, squared off, breathing hard, angry. Then he pulled her against him and began kissing her with a need so fierce it alarmed him. But not enough to stop, especially not when she responded in kind. As though pent-up fear, despair, and lust had been unleashed simultaneously and in equal proportions, they kissed ravenously. But he didn't lose his head completely. Aware of the guards patrolling the beach and keeping a careful watch on the house, he lifted her against him and carried her into a short hallway that would prevent them from being seen. He set her down with her back against the wall and resumed the frantic kissing. Every primal mating instinct demanded haste and nothing less than total possession. In a matter of seconds, he was pulling her t-shirt over her head. The bra must have been built in because her breasts were left bare. He cupped them in his hands, reshaping them reflexively, rubbing his lips against her nipple until it beaded, then sucking it deep into his mouth. She fumbled with the buttons on his fly, and then her hand was claiming him, her fingers tightly squeezing, massaging their way up until her thumb was at the tip pressing. Jesus! Gasping with pleasure, he ground his forehead against the wall behind her shoulder in an effort not to come. Wait. The fabric of her skirt was as light as air against his hands as he slid them beneath it. He worked his fingers under a wedge of lace. She was soft and warm and wet. He quickly rid her of the underpants so he could luxuriate in the femaleness, the snug, silky, wonderful feel of her. She pressed down hard on his exploring fingers, moaned his name, whispered, "More." He lifted her up to straddle his thighs and thrust into her, fully, completely, and without caution. He would have paused then to apologize for his lack of restraint, would have rested there deep inside her, giving them both time to adjust, to breathe. But she rocked against him and searched for his mouth with hers, whimpering a litany of words that signaled her own urgency. He fucked her. He gave, took, told her with every stroke what he hadn't been able to convey with words, communicated what he'd felt from the moment he saw her enter the courtroom, and knew in that instant that he'd been blessed and doomed in the same heartbeat. He changed the angle and the tempo to favor her. She clutched handfuls of his hair and squeezed his hips with her thighs, and when her orgasm pulsed around him, he came and came and came. After half a minute, he regrettably disengaged. Weakly, she slid down the wall to sit on the floor. He lowered himself beside her and gathered her against him. She pressed her open mouth against his throat and murmured his name. She slid her hand inside his shirt and pressed her palm against his heart. The gesture moved him more than a spoken endearment and felt even more intimate than the hardcore sex. It was time for him to go. He moved away from her and pulled her skirt down over her bare thighs. He passed her the discarded t-shirt, then stood up and buttoned his jeans. She remained huddled there, looking up at him with perplexity, modestly clutching the t-shirt to her chest. "What are you doing? Leaving? Why?" The dismay behind her voice was almost his undoing. "This shouldn't have happened, Amelia." "What are you saying?" "What I've said before? I can't have you." "You just did. You know what I mean." Her swallow was loud in the silence. "I know you want me, only with every fucking breath." "Then why are you doing this?" He backed away from her, moving toward the door into the living room, which would lead him out and away from her. Because you had one selfish bastard who damn near ruined your life, I won't be the second one.
Chapter 26. Dawson pulled open the door to Headley's hospital room and looked in. The patient was propped up in bed. His chin sprouted a salt and pepper beard, and he had bedhead, but his color was better. Eva was holding a cup of coffee as he sipped it through a straw. Then he angled his head back and, making a terrible face, complained of it being as cold as a wedge. "Be glad you can swallow," she said, "and breathe without a ventilator."
If the bullet had affected other vertebrae... I know, he said crossly. You're getting meaner, Dawson said as he came in, a positive sign. Eva greeted him cheerfully. Headley less so after an exchange of pleasantries. How did you sleep, and so forth. Headley got to the matter of Flora's grave. I talked to Nuts a few minutes ago. Nothing to report yet. Getting lights in there last night would have been a logistical nightmare, so the team didn't start the exhumation until this morning. How long do you think before you hear something? Hard to predict until they start excavating. They don't know what they'll find. It's slow going because they have to be careful not to compromise or destroy evidence. Ascertaining how she died, whether it was of disease or something else, will depend largely on how long she's been buried. Apparently distressed Eva. She tried to foist a carton of apple juice on Headley, who reacted as though she'd offered him a cup of hemlock. She returned the carton to his tray, then wheeled the trolley away from his bed. A wheel caught on the tangle of tubes on the floor at his bedside. Dawson motioned toward it. Is anybody monitoring what goes where? I hope to God somebody is, Headley groused. So they don't pump something out that's supposed to be pumped in, or vice versa. Eva freed the wheel and moved the trolley away from the machines, monitors, and IV paraphernalia. Then she sat down on the edge of the bed and motioned Dawson toward the chair. Thanks, but I'm fine standing. You're fine, Headley said. You're twitching like a man with a rash in his crack. It was true. He was as restless as he'd been all night. He'd known sleep would be out of the question, but when he returned to his hotel, he'd laid down and had at least tried to rest his weary body. But within minutes he was up again, moving around his hotel room without aim or purpose, except to outdistance his memory of Amelia's disillusionment and the pain he had caused her when he left. He was doing her a favor, but it had entailed humiliating her, and he couldn't stand that. Headley broke into his disturbing thoughts. Cough it up. What's the matter? Eva laid her hand on her husband's arm, a silent command for him to can it. To Dawson, she said, you were on your way to see Amelia when you left here yesterday. How is she holding up? Okay, ambivalent about Jeremy. She wanted to know everything, but dreaded hearing it all. You told her everything? Yes. About her father? That was the toughest. How'd she take it? Just as I expected, a meltdown over how he'd been tortured, but grateful to have it confirmed that he hadn't taken his own life. Sadly, Ava said, Lord, that poor young woman has been put through so much, like he wasn't aware of that. Like he wasn't being a goddamn Sir Galahad to spare her from being put through more. He didn't say that, just made a motion with his shoulders to show that he agreed. Amelia had suffered some serious shit. After giving him time to elaborate, which he didn't do, Eva got up and began straightening things in the room. The stack of fresh towels that an orderly had left near the sink, a bouquet of flowers sent from Headley's office in D.C., a sheaf of hospital insurance forms. None of these things needed her attention. She was trying to pretend that she wasn't about to pry, that this was a casual and spontaneous conversation. Of course Dawson knew better. How were the little boys, she asked. Good. Oblivious about their dad for now. Which is as it should be. In spite of his dark mood, a smile hiked up one corner of his mouth. I had to give them a lesson in biology. He related the anecdote. Eva and Headley laughed. After dinner, Amelia let them make their own sundaes, which were disgusting because they dribbled on everything she set out, including blackberry jam. They made a mess, but I think it was important to her to let them have a good time last night, considering yesterday's event. The three were quiet for a moment. Then Eva ventured to ask, Did you explain to her why you went to such lengths to go after Carl and Jeremy? We talked about it some. They looked at him, expecting more, but he didn't expound. Eva pressed on, her misty, wistful expression, straight out of a greeting card commercial. Amelia is an excellent mother. Dawson cleared his throat. She is. And she's such a sweet-natured person. It was kind of her to stay here with me through that terrible first night. Sure was. We talked like old friends, not like two women who just met. She told me that the boys continually ask about school because they're aware that it starts next week. She doesn't know how to tell them that they might not be going back when the other children do. They want a house with a yard so they can have a dog. I know all this, Eva. Bickering with Headley was a normal part of their repartee. But he'd never had a cross word with Eva. Taken aback by his testiness, she lapsed into silence. But now that his anger over the situation had been given an opening, it burst about him. I know their circumstances and they stink, but I can't fix them. It would be wrong of me to try. My intrusion would only make their situation worse. Amelia wouldn't see your involvement as intrusion. How do you know? You make her head spin. He registered surprise seeing it. She added, she told me so. In confidence, which I just broke. His heart levitated, then sank. That's nice to hear, but it doesn't make a difference. The situation is subject to change soon. Headley's mumble arrested Dawson's angry pacing. Why do you say that? Headley looked over at Eva. Maybe I will have some of that juice, but with ice. Would you please get me some from the machine down the hall? She folded her arms over her middle. Hell no. I'm staying put. I want to hear why you said that too. Headley scowled, but she didn't budge or show any signs of relenting. Headley sighed and looked at Dawson. Neither of us is getting any younger, meaning you and Carl. He nodded, always before when he felt us closing in, even if we weren't. He hightailed it. He's jumped states in a matter of days. You think old age has slowed him down? In a manner of speaking. He always had this ragtag bunch of outlaws to aid and abet him. Gun dealers, drug dealers, or petty crooks who were hero worshippers, disciples of his twisted dogma, all willing to do his bidding. Most have either been caught and are serving long sentences, or they've been killed by one of their ilk, or simply died off. By the way, they found the guy who owns the boat. The candy cane? He's living in the Keys but barely stage 4 lung cancer. He'll die in captivity, but even knowing that he wouldn't give up any information about Carl. He stared down at his right hand where it lay on his chest and wiggled the fingers experimentally. Dawson noticed. The doctor was right, Headley sneered. Just to prove how smart he is. Last night he stuck a needle, which I'm sure is used to stitch saddles, into my thumb. Hurt like bloody hell. Eva rolled her eyes. It was a prick with a straight pin. He howled a profanity that could be heard back in D.C. But he's only trying to get off the subject until you two are alone, and I'm not going to let him continue, Gary. He looked at her with exasperation. Point is, Carl's run out of admirers. Even Jeremy's gone. Carl Wingard is passé, of another era history that few even know about. He wanted to live in infamy like Bonnie and Clyde, Oswald, Jim Jones, David Koresh. He never achieved those heights. He knows he's a has-been, and that'll eat at him. What do you think he'll do? Dawson asked. Stage a spectacular exit for himself. He's got little to lose now except for his inflated self-esteem. He won't care if he doesn't survive so long as he leaves the rest of us with a lasting impression. He paused. Newts has already alerted Homeland Security. Excuse me, sir, can I help you? The nurse was young and pretty and eager to be of assistance to such a decrepit older gentleman. Her scrubs were purple. A UGA bulldog snarled from the patch affixed to her breast pocket. Carl adjusted his baseball cap as though conscious of his hairlessness, when actually he was tugging down the bill of the cap in order to conceal his face from Dawson Scott, who was at the end of the hallway talking to an attractive middle-aged woman. Carl assumed she was Headley's wife. He'd come to scout out the hospital, commit to memory how it was laid out, note where the fire alarms and emergency exits were, plan how he was going to get to Headley and finish their feud once and for all. Lo and behold, the moment he stepped off the elevator on this floor, the first person he spotted was Dawson Scott. He'd been about to duck back into the elevator and get the hell out of there, but in a millisecond, he changed his mind. He was no longer Bernie. Unless Dawson looked very closely, it was doubtful he would recognize the man who, only a week ago, had been spry enough to fly a kite on the beach. His altered appearance was so realistic, he almost had himself convinced that he was a cancer patient whose prognosis wasn't good. It was a perfect disguise. After one glance at someone so obviously terminally ill, people tended to look the other way. Sometimes out of pity or respect for privacy, often because of an irrational fear of contagion, but always with avoidance. In a hospital environment, he would be practically invisible. He gave the nurse a sheepish smile. "I guess I do look lost. I just realized that I got off the elevator a floor too soon. My friend is on 4. The elevator usually doesn't take too long." Smiling, she bent down to sniff at the flowers he was carrying. "These should cheer up your friend." He'd bought the bouquet from a vendor in the first-floor lobby, then taken it into a stall in the men's room. Now, besides the flower stems inside the green tissue, there was also a 6-shot revolver to be used in case the disguise wasn't as deceiving as he thought. His index finger was on the trigger. "I like the color combination," he said. "Very pretty." She patted his shoulder. "Have a nice day." She was about to move away when he forestalled her. "Say, isn't that the magazine writer who's been in the news?" She followed the direction of his pointing chin. Dawson Scott leaning in, she whispered, "All us nurses think he's hot." Carl chuckled. "I probably would too if I was your age. And a girl, of course." She laughed. "What's he doing here?" "Did you hear about the FBI agent who got shot?" "Of course you did. Everybody has." "Well, Dawson Scott is his godson." Everything inside Carl went perfectly still for several seconds, then his heart began to race with excitement. So, that was it. That was the fishiness that Carl had sensed, but couldn't put his finger on. Ever since Dawson Scott had moved in next door to Amelia, he'd thought there was more to him than simply being a writer on the trail of a good story. He and fucking Headley were practically related. In a stage whisper, he exclaimed, "You don't say!" The naive nurse fell for the act and was all too glad to elaborate. "I've been told that Mr. Scott wasn't too far behind the ambulance that rushed Mr. Headley to the ER. He stayed late into the night until Mr. Headley was out of surgery. I assumed he'd hung around as a courtesy on account of he was with Mr. Headley when he was shot. But then he showed up last evening and visited for over an hour after he left. I mentioned to Mrs. Headley, that's her he's talking to. How nice it was of him to follow up. That's when she explained their relationship. They've known him since he was born." Huh. It appeared to Carl that the two were disagreeing. She was talking. Scott was shaking his head no. Then she reached out and touched his cheek. He pulled her hand away from his face and kissed the back of it. The nurse said dreamily, "You can see how close they are." "Yes, I can. I certainly can. It must be a big comfort to her to have him here." "She told me as much, but don't let her appearance fool you. She's got a steel backbone. Keeps us all on our toes." She told him around a giggle. "She sticks to Mr. Headley like glue and only leaves the hospital to shower and change clothes. When she leaves, 2 bodyguards go with her, like she's J-Lo or somebody bodyguards, in case the men who tried to kill her husband go after her. Well, man, now it was a father and son, and the son died yesterday. Oh, there's the elevator. Let me grab it for you." As he hobbled into it, Carl placed his hand at his crotch and winced. She asked if he was all right. "They cut out my prostate a couple of weeks ago. Still get twinges down there." Her lips formed a pucker of sympathy. "It gets better." As the door slid closed, he winked at her. "It already has. And you've been a huge help." While Dawson was out, the hotel housekeeper had serviced his room. She always turned up the AC thermostat when she left. Every time he came in, he cranked it down again as far as it would go. He took a $4 bottle of water from the minibar and ordered a room service sandwich. He'd been elevated from Harriet's shit list to star status. The hotel desk had informed him that all his expenses were being covered by Newsfront. When he came in last night, a bottle of chilled champagne was waiting for him in his room. The unopened bubbly was turning warm in its bucket of melted ice. CNN and all the major networks had covered the dramatic story that had unfolded in the ramshackle cabin on the edge of the salt marsh. Dawson had successfully eluded reporters. He disconnected his hotel room phone this morning when the switchboard operator ignored his request and continued to put through calls from correspondents asking for just one soundbite. Harriet had heard the story about the time he was on the ferry going over to St. Nelda's. That was when his replacement cell phone, which he'd bought at a supermarket, had begun lighting up with text messages. He regretted having sent her his new number and hadn't bothered to read her texts until after he got back to Savannah. The first few had been gleeful. Overnight, they'd graduated to giddy. He looked over at his neglected laptop where it sat on the dresser. Last night, after leaving Amelia and returning to this solitary room, he'd planned to write. His best writing always came from scouring emotional wounds that were already raw, which was why he had a love-hate relationship with his craft. Never had his emotions been as ulcerated as they were last night. Ideally, his impressions and feelings about Jeremy Wesson should be committed to hard disk while they were still fresh. He'd even booted up and placed his fingers on the keyboard, hoping the familiar preparation would jumpstart him. But he hadn't been able to type a single word. He couldn't think of a turn of phrase that didn't trivialize the thoughts and feelings that went bone deep, soul deep, and he realized he never would. Now he sat down on the edge of the bed and placed the necessary call to Harriet. Before she got completely carried away, she needed to be told. She answered on the first ring. Oh my God, Dawson. She practically squealed his name. Hello, Harriet. I'm having multiple orgasms. Congratulations. That has to be a first. Go ahead. Be your usual insulting self. You're forgiven. You're forgiven every hateful thing you've ever said to me. Tell me, how in the hell did you track them when the FBI had failed? Was it Glenda? Did she help put you there in that cabin? She won't tell me dick, but I suspect it was her, was it? I'm not writing this story. When a star collapsed, it didn't create that kind of vacuum. For an interminable amount of time, nothing was said. Then, this isn't fucking April Fool's Day, Dawson. This isn't a joke either. I can't write the story. What are you talking about? You lived the story. You're the story, which is why I don't want to write it, why I can't. Okay, I'll play along. Why can't you? I'm too close to it. You're close to every story. You drive us all nuts with your close getting. Ordinarily, you won't write a story unless you're grafted to it. This is different. How? It just is. Not good enough. How is it different? The man died in my arms. Harriet, that subdued her. But not for long, however. Her voice turned softer. I know that must have been awful. He imagined her stroking a cat after yelling at it for coughing up a hairball. But you've written about soldiers who died of their injuries. Some of them you interviewed hours before they died. I wasn't looking into their eyes when the lights went out. He experienced a flashback to working his shirt collar free of Jeremy's grasping hand and squeezed his eyes shut in an attempt to block it. He propped his elbow on his knee and rested his forehead in his palm. Look, I don't expect you to understand how this is different. It just is. So consider it a unique opportunity, a chance to stretch. It was an awful experience, but you came away from it with a new perspective on life. Share what you learned with your reader. She was going for maternal now. I know it was a hard knock, but pony up. Get on with it. I have every confidence in your ability to overcome this hiccup. It's not an experience I wish to share. Maybe not right now. It's still too fresh. Give yourself a few days to mellow. Chill, take all the time you need. A second or two ticked past. But if I could have the finished piece by, say, the end of October, I could slip it into. There won't be a story about this, Harriet. Not in October. Not ever. Not from me, anyway. If you want to send someone else, no one else can write it. Well, then you're shit out of luck. He heard her jeweled reading glasses hit her leather desk pad. She was hacked. Dawson, why are you doing this to me? To you? Is this your sick payback for me being promoted over you? He laughed. Don't flatter yourself, Harriet. This has nothing whatsoever to do with you. Oh, okay, I get it. Duh, you're holding out for perks. Fair enough. I think I can talk management into giving you a bonus for the piece. I can't guarantee it, but I'll try. I can positively guarantee that it'll be the cover story. No story. From now on, I won't give you assignments. You mean I don't have to cover blind balloonists? You can write about whatever your heart desires, and that's a huge concession for me. In exchange, give me 3,500 to 4,000 words. I'll give you 6,000, 6 words. Do you want the champagne back? She hung up on him, which was just as well because his room service sandwich had arrived. But when he opened the door, it wasn't the expected roast beef on rye that greeted him. Chapter 27. I've already made a fool of myself in front of you, Amelia said, but I'd rather not look like one in front of them. She tipped her head to one side. Dawson stepped into the hallway. Midway down, 2 uniformed officers were watching them from the open door of the elevator. He looked back at Amelia. What's wrong? Nothing, if you invite me in. He stood aside. She called a thank you to the deputies who had insisted on accompanying her when she'd stated her intention of going to Savannah. She pulled the door closed and flipped the bolt, then turned to face Dawson. He said, I thought you were room service. Disappointed? Surprised. Where are Hunter and Grant? I left them at the beach house in good hands. They and the deputy have bonded. The conversation died there. She went farther into the room and took a look around. When she saw the ice bucket and champagne, she asked, What's the occasion? Completely baffled, he said, Amelia, what are you doing here? I suppose it was rude of me not to call first, but screw manners, he said impatiently. Why would you come at all? I thought I would be the last person on earth you'd want to see after last night. As they stood there looking at each other, the aftershocks of that explosive encounter were still being felt. The demand, the frantic groping, her hands, his mouth, the insistent coupling, the ecstasy of the synchronized climax. Suddenly he frowned with concern. I didn't hurt you, did I? No. Well, that's good. I didn't exercise much. Control. No, neither did I. I was going to say finesse, a better word. You're the writer. Again, the conversation died. He turned his head aside, looking away from her. If you're worried about getting pregnant, you won't. I had a vasectomy when I was 22. That came from so far out of left field. She didn't know how to respond. Eventually she said, 22. That was awfully young to make that kind of commitment. I don't regret it. Then it was the right decision for you. He looked at her again and seemed annoyed that she hadn't taken issue, that she'd denied him the opportunity to defend his decision. You still haven't told me why you're here. I'm not going to let you get away with your exit line last night. He gave her a long look, then nodded his head slowly. Oh, I get what this is about. The morning after rehash, a must-have for women. I wouldn't have expected something so banal from you. Her temper flared, and I wouldn't have expected you to act like a jerk. He didn't argue the point, which was as good as an admission that a jerk was exactly what he was being. Appearing as ill at ease with himself as much as with her, he ran his hand around the back of his neck. When he lowered his hand to his side and looked at her, his expression was resigned. You want me to tell you how good it was? Christ, Amelia, couldn't you tell? Doesn't it go without saying? Then why did you bolt? I told you why. You gave me an excuse, but you're withholding the reason. In other words, I'm a liar. Please don't try to pick a fight to avoid an issue. Now I have issues. You've said so yourself. Right, he returned, matching her tone. I do, so you should heed the warning and stay away from me. Why, Dawson? Why do you say you want me with every breath, then push me away? I want to know, tell me now, why? Because Jeremy put you and your kids through hell. I won't do that to them or to you. I've come to think that Jeremy didn't have post-traumatic stress. Maybe, but I'm not faking my nightmares. I'm willing to help you through. Thanks, but I'm not willing for you to... Isn't that my decision to make? No, she paused to catch her breath. As she did so, she noticed his determination not to look directly at her. Your nightmares aren't the reason, are they? That's just another excuse, like the loner thing. Loner thing? Headley said Headley said. You've talked about me with Headley? You've assumed a loner outlook when actually it goes against your nature? What the fuck? Headley's an expert on my nature. I think there's something to what he said. What makes you think so? A vasectomy at 22 for one thing. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It has everything to do with it. You're wrong. No, I'm not. If there weren't some truth to what Headley said, you wouldn't be shouting, seething. He turned his back to her and switched from shouting to muttering. Where's your story? He jerked himself back around to face her. What? Another excuse has been your heedless pursuit of a story. Nothing matters like the story. You'll go to any lengths, take insane, life-threatening risks to get the story, so... She gestured toward his sleeping laptop. Where is it? I haven't written it yet. Have you even started? No. Why? It hasn't gelled. I haven't decided on the direction I want to take it. Besides, the ending can't be Jeremy dying alone in that cabin. The story won't end until Carl is captured or killed. That's what you're waiting on, exactly. That's the only reason I'm still here. Oh, you've hung around this long only to get the story. That's right. Your involvement with me, the boys, only a means to an end. The truth, a yes or no will do. Don't make me hurt and embarrass you. So that's a yes. He didn't say anything. You were only working an angle. Getting to us to get your story. After a beat, he bobbed his head once. She held his stare for a long moment, then said softly, You're lying, Dawson. You've repeatedly accused me of doing just that, and you vehemently denied it. You'll never make me believe otherwise now. Oh yeah, bet I can. You want to know how far I'll go to get a story. I'll tell you, but you may want to sit down first. She backed into a chair and sat. His motions were angry and abrupt as he began to pace the width of the bed. I had gotten some good material in Afghanistan. The stories had generated a lot of hype notice, but it wasn't enough. I wanted more. The real nitty-gritty, so I talked some army brass into letting me go to a combat outpost near the Pakistani border, a dark base. When the sun goes down, it's dark until it comes up again, no lights. To move from building to building, personnel walk around with red flashlights, that kind of place. High alert 24/7. Stationed there was this platoon. They were set apart. Not much interaction with other service members. Tough guys, small, wiry, lean, and buff. When they weren't on a mission, they worked out, wrestled with each other. Everything they did was very physical, combative, and they did everything together like a wolf pack of trained fighters. They were great subject matter, what I'd been hoping for. I wanted to live with them, get to know them, learn what they were about, what made them good soldiers. Were they patriots? Were they ruffians looking for a fight? And this was the best or worst to be found. They liked me but couldn't understand why I was there when I could be somewhere else. Anywhere else in the world. Where there were women and booze, movie theaters, bars, normal life. I impressed upon them that the creature comfort sacrifices were worth the story I would come away with. I slept in their barracks, talked smack with them, played poker. I couldn't accompany them on their missions because those involved finding enemy targets and taking them out. They'd be gone for days at a time and would return dirty, tired, hungry for hot meals, but always pumped, mission accomplished. One less terrorist in the world. They'd talk and talk, eager to tell me about the most recent firefight, talking over one another, outdoing one another with the foul language. Get this down, Dawson. You can quote me on this. Don't believe his bullshit. You want to know how it went down? Talk to me. I'd won their confidence. They wanted me to tell their story. He stopped pacing and sat down on the end of the bed, facing her. Then in May, they went out and were gone for longer than usual. The brass wouldn't tell me anything. I didn't expect them to. The mission was classified, of course, but this time there was a palpable tension behind the secrecy. With good reason, I found out later. An America chopper had crashed. The two pilots were injured, but they'd survived. The area had seen a lot of action, and the fighting was too hot for the pilots to be immediately rescued by air. Near the crash site was a village, one of those built into the mountain face. Most of the dwellings are caves. The people are tribal, steeped in their traditions and religion, for the most part shut off from the rest of the world. But the villagers harbored the pilots. My platoon was sent there to provide protection until a rescue could be planned. But Afghani rebels with Taliban ties got wind of it and reached the village ahead of the platoon. They killed the two pilots execution style, then began punishing the villagers for sheltering them. For days, the platoon, who'd had to take up a position on a lower plateau, hammered them relentlessly, but they were dug in deep. And when they did come out from cover, it was to kill a civilian where our guys could do nothing except watch helplessly. They murdered them singly, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. The lucky ones they shot. Some weren't let off that easily, old men, kids, women who were... He paused to clear his throat. What they did to them is unspeakable. Our guys finally got air support and stormed the place, but it was literally an uphill and bloody battle. They took out a few of the enemy, but many got away. The carnage they found in the village was unimaginable. He spread his knees wide and stared at the serviceable but ugly carpet between his boots. When they returned to the outpost, they were whipped. Casualties had been heavy. 6 men dead, 5 seriously wounded. Those were helicoptered to the hospital at Bagram. One of them died en route. The rest of them took these losses hard. In the barracks, the mood wasn't boisterous. No one was pumped. They didn't joke or swap insults or play grab ass. They didn't talk except when necessary. They barely made eye contact with each other. They had seen the ugliest face of war, and it had changed them. They'd had an up-close and personal experience with it, and it wasn't glorious. That was going to be the hook for my story. What happens to the warrior when war ceases to be noble and deteriorates into savagery? Not especially an original theme, but I figured I could write it with fresh insight. If I could get them to talk about the experience. He continued to stare at the floor. Gradually, with some gentle prodding, a few of them began to open up to me. They told me that some of the villagers had been used as human shields. They were having a hard time dealing with the fact that it was actually their bullets that had ripped apart the bodies of grandmothers, boys, girls, barely past puberty, a woman heavy with pregnancy. He stopped speaking, and for a moment Amelia believed he was finished. When he resumed, his voice was husky and uneven. One of the men I hoped to interview was a corporal named Hawkins, good-looking ranching kid from North Dakota. Smart, natural leader. Everybody's friend. He'd come through the mission without a scratch. He'd consoled those who'd lost a particularly close buddy. He wrote letters to the kin of those who'd died commending their valor. One morning I was on my way back to the barracks after breakfast. Hawkins was sitting on the crest of this rise, his back to the mountains, which were about 2 miles away. The sun had just topped them. He was in silhouette, and I had to shade my eyes to see who had called out to me. He said if I wanted a story to come up and join him, I started up. But the ground was loose sand and rock. I mean, this is the most desolate, lifeless, God-forsaken place on the planet. The climb was a struggle. I kept losing purchase and slipping back down. He was laughing, deriding me, telling me to hurry my ass along. He clasped his hands between his knees and studied the ridge of his knuckles. I finally made it to the top. The sun was blinding. Sweat was stinging my eyes. I shaded them so I could see Hawkins against the glare. He gave me his homespun smile. "Want a story, Dawson?" I said. "That's what I'm here for." God's truth, I can feel how idiotic my grin must have looked. I was blinking sweat out of my eyes, wishing he'd given me time to get my laptop, fishing in the pocket of my vest for a pencil and pad. He placed his elbows on his knees, bent from the waist, and pressed his thumbs into his eye sockets. Hawkins put a pistol in his mouth and pulled the trigger, overwhelmed with sorrow for him. Amelia remained unmoving until he lowered his hands from his face and looked across at her. His lips formed a bitter line. I got my story. Quietly, she said, "That's your nightmare. Last thing I hear before my own scream is the gunshot. Mournfully, she whispered his name. Don't feel sorry for me. She left the chair and walked toward him. You're pushing me away again or trying to... When she got closer, she reached out to stroke his cheek. He yanked his head away from her touch. Thanks anyway, but a pity fuck isn't going to rid me of the nightmare. Another push, that one more like a hard shove. She moved between his widespread legs, but not hard enough, Dawson. I'm still here. He placed his hands on her hips as though to forcibly push her away. But upon contact, his fingers reflexively curled inward, digging in to hold her tighter. One heartbeat later, his head dropped forward. Grinding the crown of it into her middle, he rasped, "Yes, you are." She held his head close, her fingers moving through his hair. "Thank you for telling me." He looked up at her. "You're thanking me? Who else has heard that story? No one. Headley? No one. But you entrusted me with it. That makes me special." "You were already special," he said gruffly. "Don't push me away again." He rubbed his face against her breasts. "I don't want it to. God knows." She tipped his head up. "Then why do you?" The reason this time before he could speak, there was a knock on the door. She threw a glance toward it. Room service. About bloody time, another knock. "Mr. Scott," she sighed. "Bad bloody time, but I don't think he's going away." Dawson made to get up, but she told him to stay put. She walked the short hallway, released the bolt, and opened the door. Anticipating a room service waiter bearing a tray, she was momentarily puzzled by the funny-looking man holding a wilting bouquet of flowers, which he immediately threw to the floor, leaving only a pistol in his hand. He jammed it against her ribs as he pushed her backward into the room. She turned and cried out to Dawson. He bounded off the bed but drew up short when Carl caught her around the throat from behind and placed the barrel of the handgun against her temple. "Well, how about this? Little reunion with my beach friends." Dawson's hands balled into fists at his sides, enunciating each word. He said, "Let her go." "Now, why would I do that? Because if you hurt her, I'll kill you. You've got it wrong. I'm killing you." He swung the pistol away from her and aimed it at Dawson, Chapter 28. "I'm about done for the day. Before I sign you over to the evening shift, is there anything I can get you?" The nurse was one of Headley's favorites. "Even so," he replied grumpily. "Cheeseburger and fries. Don't ask for what I can't deliver." "You're still on a restricted diet. He knows," Eva said from the chair where she was thumbing through a magazine. "He's just being ornery." The nurse wrapped the blood pressure cuff around his biceps. "How about some skim milk? How about a stiff bourbon?" She swatted his arm. BP's lowered. "That's good," as she noted it on the chart. She asked Eva if she was staying overnight again. "That fold-out can't be comfortable." "It's not bad. The patient, however, is a pain in the butt." "Stop talking about me like I'm not here," the nurse chuckled. "I know what a grouch he can be. So I think it's sweet of you to stay with him, Mrs. Headley. In fact, your ears should have been burning earlier today." "Oh, why's that?" "I was bragging on you. To whom?" "This little old man who was waiting on the elevator. He saw you in the hall talking to Mr. Scott and recognized him. I confess the conversation got gossipy. I told him how y'all had known Mr. Scott since birth, that he was your godson. But mostly I bragged on you for staying here in Mr. Headley's room, taking very few breaks. Like everyone else, he was impressed." She made one final adjustment to Headley's IV drip. "Change your mind about the milk?" "No, thanks." "Well then, I'm out of here. Rest easy. See y'all tomorrow." As the door closed behind her, Eva remarked, "Sweet girl. Headley worked his head deeper into the pillow and closed his eyes. He was more tired than he let on. A physical therapist had been in earlier, doling out wisecracks, bonhomie, and sheer torture. By the time the 15 minutes was up, Headley's hands and arms were tingling, which was a relief. But still, as though reading his mind, Eva said, "You should be doing the exercises the therapist showed you." "Give me 10 minutes rest," he said. 10 minutes, and I will, Gary. "Eva, just because you're the most popular girl on the 3rd floor, don't think you can boss me. I do have my admirers, it seems. A little old man? Humph, you've already got one." She sighed. "You're right. I guess I'm stuck with you. Besides, it sounded like he was as interested in Dawson as he was in me. Headley was about to make a wisecrack about that when suddenly it felt as though an electrical charge had shot through him, jolting his brain and body out of lassitude. Eva, she tossed her magazine aside, lunged from her chair, and was at his side in a blink. What? Are you in pain? Get her back? What? The nurse, get her back in here. She didn't waste time on questions, but dashed from the room and, within seconds, was propelling the startled young woman back through the door. Headley said, "What did he look like?" She just gaped at him. The man, the little old man you were talking to about Eva and Dawson. He asked questions about them. She nodded, swallowed. He recognized Mr. Scott. What did he look like? Describe him. He was a little old man. She said in a helpless tone, a cancer patient. To Eva, Headley said, get Nuts on the phone. Going back to the nurse, he asked her the man's approximate height and weight, age, what he'd been wearing. By the time Nuts answered, Headley had a description. Eva held the phone to his ear as he rattled off information. Carl's disguised himself as a cancer patient, shaved head, no eyebrows, baggy clothes, and a blue baseball cap. He was in the hospital on this floor around 10:30 or 11 this morning. Checked the security cameras. Knutz began putting up a reasonable argument, but Headley cut him off. God damn it, of course it could have been a little old man with cancer, he shouted. But this is like something Carl Wingert would do, and I fucking know it was him. It feels like him. Yeah, I'll hold. He secured the phone between his ear and shoulder and said to Eva, call Dawson, you have his new number? She fished her phone from her handbag and called the number Dawson himself had programmed into her speed dial. Headley added, tell him to take this as a serious threat, not to be macho and blow it off. The nurse was crying and wringing her hands. If I did something wrong, I'm sorry, we were just talking. Don't be sorry, Headley said. She was about to lose it, and he knew that if he applied the pressure he wanted to, she would probably collapse, and he'd get nothing more from her. Gentling his tone, he said, did you get his name? She shook her head. Did he tell you where he lived? No. Where he was going? He was taking flowers to a sick friend and had gotten off on the wrong floor. Like hell, a sick friend, Headley thought. He'd been reconnoitering the hospital. You're doing great, sweetheart. Now, start at the beginning and tell me exactly what you said, what he said, as best as you can remember. She recounted the conversation in stops and starts, but without folding completely. I don't know how to describe it. Headley pounced on her hesitancy. Describe what? He what? He perked up some when I told him that Dawson Scott was your godson, you know, like a light came on. Headley shot a glance toward Ava, who was holding out her phone, looking his gut sick and every bit as fearful as Headley felt. Straight to voicemail, what a disappointment. As Dawson spoke, he was looking into Amelia's face, wanting it to be the last thing he saw before he died. Not Carl Wingert's gloating sneer, but Carl didn't pull the trigger. Dawson's remark had piqued his curiosity just as he'd hoped it would. Disappointment? Dawson shifted his gaze to the criminal. I'm not sure you're worth writing about after all. That's why you went to the cabin hoping to get an interview with me? Dawson could tell the idea appealed to him. With the famed Carl Wingert, I had to settle for an interview with Jeremy instead. Now I'm thinking maybe he was the better subject. Oh, you're hurting my feelings. You're just not that glamorous anymore, Carl. Killing me, killing Amelia, that's your grand finale? Hate to tell you, but that's a lame ending to your illustrious outlaw career. Without his white hair and bushy eyebrows to give him a benign mien, Carl's smile was one of unmitigated evil. Who says killing you will be my finale? You think you'll be able to shoot both of us, then waltz out of here? Yep, the same way I waltzed in while her guards were chatting up the girls working the desk. Nobody pays attention to an ailing senior citizen. Clever disguise. Don't I know it? But hardly razzle-dazzle. I have other plans that don't include you, Hunter and Grant. Speaking for the first time, Amelia asked tearfully, will you take them? Hell no. What would I want with a pair of kids? But I thought that's what all this was about. You and Jeremy staged his death so you could get the boys and no one would ever dream that their father had taken them. That was Jeremy's goal, not mine. He'd have to love his grandsons to want them, Amelia, Dawson said. And he doesn't love anybody. I've got nothing against the boys. He nudged Amelia. Nothing personally against you either. Dawson jumped on that. Because her marriage to Jeremy, his fake PTSD, their divorce were essential to the setup, right? Keep him talking, keep him distracted. Stoke his ego, pray for a miracle, right? You, Amelia dear, were instrumental at several stages, but I no longer need you. Thanks to Jeremy's deathbed confession, that white drouch cretin has been exonerated. Dawson said, if all had gone well, if the cop hadn't shot Jeremy and Willard had gone to death row, you and Jeremy would have been free to wreak havoc. Was that the plan, Carl? Points moot. Yes, but just so I'm clear, how is it going to work exactly? Your eyesight is dicey, your hips are shot. My guess is that you would have stayed in the background and thought up ways to rob, destroy, and kill, while Jeremy actually did all the work and took the risks. Am I warm? What risks? It was perfect, he boasted. No one would have suspected a dead man of, say, blowing up a bus full of troops. Dawson nodded his understanding of the concept. But things got royally fouled up when Jeremy got antsy, over-anxious, killed Steph, and left a fingerprint. That was a major uh-oh. Suddenly Jeremy Wesson isn't dead anymore. Carl said nothing to that, but Dawson could tell he'd struck a nerve. Carl's trigger finger was twitching. Talked fast. Jeremy didn't have your smarts, Carl? He tried to be as ruthless as you two, but in the end he developed a conscience. He died talking about his children, lamenting the way he'd treated Amelia. With his last breath, he was crying over his mother. Dawson watched Carl's eyes. They remained implacable, the reptilian lids unblinking. You killed her, didn't you? Too bad you didn't write mysteries. You seem to have a flair for them. How did she die, Carl? He replied querulously. Pneumonia, if I was guessing. She had a cough that wouldn't go away. Got worse, she was hacking up disgusting stuff. Complained of her chest hurting. You wouldn't let her get medical treatment. She always had weak lungs. She'd recovered before, but not this time. So you killed her. I didn't raise a hand to her. The disease killed her. But you left her there, didn't you? Left her in that cabin to die alone. I had to go get supplies. I didn't know she was going to be dead when I got back. Sure you did, you gutless son of a bitch. Abandonment is your specialty. When the going gets tough, you run. He'd struck another nerve. Carl's expression turned even harder, colder, and something else. Defensive. I never left anybody who could have made it. Jeremy could have. Flora could have. You through? One more question. Why us? What? Why kill us? Why aren't you out blowing up a bus full of troops? My guess is that you've run out of steam. Without Jeremy, you've got no muscle. You're all talk. Is that your guess? His malicious grin made Dawson's blood run cold. Well, you're wrong. This is perfect. See? I kill you, I crush Headley. Dawson's heart constricted. He thought, we're dead, but he brazened it out. Gary Headley, the FBI agent that Jeremy shot? Carl snickered at Dawson's feigned indifference. I thought about taking out that pretty wife of his, but that's so predictable. Headley would expect that, which is why she's guarded. Again, that chilling grin. This is much better. His godson. I kill you. He'll never get over it. You're right. If you kill me, Headley will grieve his heart out, but he'll also have the last laugh on you. Just for shits and giggles, what makes you think so? Headley knows you inside and out, Carl. I doubt it. Close enough. He's made studying you his life's work. But to nail your character, he actually needed only one day. The day before Thanksgiving, 1976. Carl glared at him. Yeah, I thought that would ring a bell. Headley's been on to you since Golden Branch. On that day, you revealed the caliber of man you are, and Headley's opinion of you hasn't wavered, like I care about his, or anyone's opinion of me. How many bullets did that man take for you while you were running for your damn life? He was going to die anyway. We'll never know. He knew. He had a hole in his head. For Chris' sake, he volunteered to hold them off while you ran. How hard did Flora have to beg for you not to leave her and Jeremy behind? I didn't leave them, though, did I? But you wanted to. She could barely walk, blood all over the damn place. I had to bind her up in a sheet, and even then she left a trail, like a potent narcotic. A slow rage was seeping through Dawson. He embraced it. He wanted it to saturate every cell during the standoff, and while you were escaping through the woods, how did you keep Jeremy from crying? Doped him. Only way to shut him up. You doped your son. How old was he? 11 months. Amelia started with surprise. Her lips parted in a silent exclamation. Dawson registered her stunned reaction, but his gaze never flickered off Carl. The newborn never made a sound. Carl snorted with contempt. So they found it? Headley did. Figures. When did Flora go into labor? Around midnight. She was still at it when the cops showed up. It was a nasty business. Thought I was never going to get the thing out of her. But you finally did. Had to cram a towel in her mouth to keep her from screaming. As soon as the baby was born, you stuffed it down through a hole in the floor. First time I've thought about it since. His blasé dismissal of what he'd done was as shocking as the barbarous act itself. Dawson swallowed bile and had to force himself to continue. As they were searching the house, "They didn't find me," he said in sing-song. "But Headley found the baby in the crawl space. What a friggin' Boy Scout. Barely alive, still attached to the placenta. You're breaking my heart." That's when he knew you're an irredeemable sack of shit. Who's gonna kill you now? Carl pulled the trigger, but Dawson had anticipated it and dropped. The bullet missed him. Carl roared in outrage and flung Amelia out of his way as though she were a rag doll. That was his undoing. She was the only reason the SWAT team snipers on the neighboring roof hadn't fired before then. Now they had a clear target. As the gunfire erupted, shattering window glass, Dawson lunged forward to cover her and keep her down. SWAT officers barged through the door. It happened within seconds. "Are you hit?" Dawson asked Amelia dumbly. She shook her head. As the room filled with SWAT officers, he crab-walked over to Carl, who lay on his back, staring at the ceiling, his eyes open, his slack features forming an incredulous expression. Dawson grabbed the front of his bloody shirt and yanked him into a sitting position. The man's bald head wobbled on his neck. Dawson shook him until his unfocused eyes found him. Teeth clenched. He said, "Look at me, old man. While you're burning in hell, remember my face. I'm the other son you left to die." Diary of Flora Stimmel, November 27, 1977. He would be a year old today. I woke up remembering what the date was, and it's kept me sobbing all day. Carl asked me what the hell was the matter, and when I reminded him that this was the anniversary of Golden Branch, I thought he was going to take my head off. He got so mad he stormed out of the room. We're in some crappy motel in Colorado that has a dusty cowhead on the wall. It's okay with me that Carl left. Jeremy's been acting up. I guess what they say about the twos is right. They can be terrible. Jeremy was being noisy and restless, jumping on the bed and getting on Carl's nerves. My crying was aggravating him, so it's just as well that he went somewhere to cool off. While he's gone, I have a chance to write in this diary. I'm way behind. This seems like a good day to pour my heart out. My heart that's broken. Broken hearts truly do hurt. I didn't know that for a fact until I had to leave my baby in that awful old house up in Oregon. Carl told me he was born dead. I'm not sure I believe him, but I never heard the baby cry, and I sort of hope it's true, because then I don't have to feel so guilty for running off and leaving him. I'd burn in hell for sure if I'd left him there still alive. I think about that all the time. I guess you could say it haunts me. And I wonder sometimes, what if Carl was wrong or lied, and the baby was alive when we escaped and some cop found him? Where is he now? Would he be in an orphanage or something, or was he given away to a good family? What if we crossed paths someday and didn't even know each other? Maybe I would recognize him if he looked anything like Jeremy, or he could have blonde hair like mine. What color would his eyes be? Why do I do this to myself? It's torture to think about what he would look like and what he'd grow up to be. Of course I look at Jeremy and wonder that too. What kind of life is this for a child? I chose Carl. I chose this life. Poor little Jeremy has no choice except to go along. I guess if that other baby boy had lived, he would have gone along with our way of life too. That's a sad thought, almost as sad as knowing that he died before taking his first breath, and I'm sure that's what happened. Carl wouldn't be so mean as to tell me that the baby was dead if he wasn't. Wherever my other little boy is, I hope his soul is at peace. Mine isn't. It never will be, not over this. Chapter 29, I'm going to have a drink. Want one? Please. Anything you want, it's on the house. Dawson poured 2 minibar bottles of bourbon into glasses. Somebody gets shot in your room. Hotel management goes all out to make up for it. To say nothing of how bad they felt about my overlooked room service order. After Carl was taken away, they had been questioned extensively by Knuts. Acting on Headley's telephone call from his hospital bed, the FBI agent had assigned men the job of checking hospital security cameras. Others were sent to warn Dawson. He didn't answer his cell phone or his room phone, but sheriff's deputies, waiting in the lobby for their charge, verified that he was in his room and that Amelia Nolan was with him. Newts had been hesitant to bust in on a romantic rendezvous, but when a desk clerk remarked on an elderly man with a bouquet of flowers entering the hotel and going up in the elevator, Newts mobilized a SWAT team from Savannah Metro. Meanwhile, a silent evacuation of that floor of the hotel was conducted while agents in the room next door to Dawson's using listening devices confirmed a hostage situation. Snipers took up positions on the roof of a neighboring building that afforded them a view into the room through a window. When Carl pushed Amelia aside, they were ready. After all the officials finally had cleared out, Dawson was informed by a nervous manager that he was being moved to the hotel's best suite. It didn't rate 5 stars, but it had a living area separated from the bedroom by a pair of French doors and was better appointed than his previous room. Now he passed Amelia her drink. She was curled into the corner of the sofa. He took one of the easy chairs and raised his glass in a mock toast. Cheers! He shot his drink and set the empty glass on the coffee table. He looked across at her, knowing the time had come for the inevitable denouement. Well, now you know the reason, she nodded. Can't say you weren't forewarned to keep your distance. He got up and walked over to the windows. From this perspective on the top floor, he could see that there were still a few patrol cars parked in front of the hotel. The media vans had come and gone, following Carl to the hospital's trauma center. His condition was reported as serious. The man wanted for decades by the FBI had been nabbed. He was the story now. No doubt national news crews were keeping the airlines into Savannah oversold. Dawson Scott magazine journalist would be a footnote in the news coverage, and he hoped he remained so. None of the SWAT officers swarming the hotel room had overheard his declaration. He hadn't told Nuts about his relationship to Carl. Outside the Headleys and Amelia, no one knew. Well, except for Carl himself, they'll be pulling off the guards on St. Nelda's if they haven't already, he said. You and the boys will be safe. Tucker is going to leave several deputies out there to discourage the media just until the hubbub dies down a few days. That's good, kids, all right? I talked to both of them on the phone. They're as happy as little clams. The deputy is spoiling them. She told me there was no need to come back tonight since it would be such a short turnaround. Newts had asked that they meet with him at 9 o'clock the following morning to wrap up. Dawson turned back into the room. He looked at her for a moment, then spread his arms out to his sides. The secret's out? Any questions? She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. How old were you when you found out? 37. She looked at him with stupefaction. You haven't known until now? He returned to the chair and sat down. To be precise, it was 9 days ago, that I learned the fate of my brother. I knew all about the standoff in Golden Branch and how I came to be Carl, Flora, all that. My parents, adoptive parents, never hid my origins from me. I grew up knowing how Headley had found me, nearly dead but miraculously still breathing. I spent a couple months in a neonatal ICU, then was released with a clean bill of health. The authorities kept my existence a secret from the press, one of those things they hold in abeyance for crime-solving purposes. Headley and the agent in charge that day also kept a lid on it to protect me, my identity. I, Flora's newborn, was the only baby found inside the house, but it wasn't my DNA on the baby blanket for 37 years. That remained a mystery. The DNA had been tested, and it was confirmed that Flora was the mother of whoever it belonged to. But where was the child? Who was the child? What had happened to it? Carl and Flora had never been spotted with a child, not even while under surveillance in Golden Branch. He remained the mystery baby. Then he said, after pausing for breath 9 days ago, Headley sent me a text, told me to get over to his house ASAP. I went. He told me about a murder trial in Savannah. The shocker, the presumed victim's DNA matched that anonymous sample. My brother, who, according to Carl, was 11 months older, had been found. Apparently, when Carl and Flora ran for their lives, they took him, left me. He picked up his empty glass and swirled it, wishing for a drop in the bottom of it. When one didn't appear, he replaced the glass on the coffee table and looked across at Amelia. When you were growing up, did it bother you, knowing that you had been abandoned? There was no reason to be bothered by it, after all. My birth parents were despicable characters. I had got the best deal. Headley knew how badly his childless friends wanted a baby. He engineered the adoption as soon as I was released from the hospital. My parents loved me. I loved them. I couldn't have asked for a more loving, stable home and family life. However, he said slowly, as I got older and realized the importance of bloodlines, I determined not to subject anyone else to mine, especially not a woman who had the misfortune of falling in love with me. You made certain that didn't happen. No long-term relationships that could lead to marriage, no children. He left that alone. He didn't tell her about the vials of semen the doctor had insisted on retrieving and freezing before he would perform the sterilization procedure on a patient so young. At this juncture, it was pointless for her to know they remained in a sperm bank in case he ever changed his mind. She said, "This explains everything." Right. Which is why we don't need to talk about it anymore. The situation won't improve with discussion. There's nothing to be worked out. It just is, and it won't ever change. I was sired by Carl Wingert, criminal of renown. Jeremy, my brother, was your husband. Hunter and Grant are your nephews. Yeah, mention of them caused him to smile spontaneously in spite of himself, and they're great. God, there were times when, realizing what he was about to say, he broke off. She tilted her head inquisitively. When what? Nothing. When what? He chewed his bottom lip, but then decided, the hell with it. When I wanted to hug them and hold on, they were the first blood relatives I'd ever met. Her chest rose with a sudden swell of emotion. You can hug them any time you want. Not gonna happen. Why? Those boys are going to have enough to deal with just living down their heritage. Having me in their lives would only make the issue muddier. Besides, he added to himself, he couldn't be around them without being around Amelia, and he couldn't be around her without wanting her, and wanting her without having her was already killing him. I'm your sister-in-law. I'm fully aware of that, he said tightly. I was aware of it when you walked into the courtroom and things went haywire. What things? Things? Everything. I was sitting there wishing for a drink, a pill, cursing Headley for sending me down here, telling myself that I didn't care about the fate of a brother I'd never known. Wishing my ass was anywhere else except growing numb on that hard bench in the courtroom. Then the doors at the back of it were opened. You walked past me, and all of a sudden I'm being sucked in by you, Jeremy, lust, despair. What do you feel toward him now? Hell, I don't know. I hate him for what he became, what he did, but he turned his hands palms up and extended them toward her. I was holding his head, looking into his eyes when he died, Amelia. My brother, first time I set eyes on him, and he dies. He gave a bitter laugh over the cruel irony of it. Did you tell him? He shook his head, but there was a moment, no an instant, of recognition. Connection, something, or maybe I just imagined it because I wanted to see it. Doesn't matter now, though, does it? Not to Jeremy. I think it matters greatly to you. I was right not to tell him. He was better off not knowing that the stranger moving in on his family was his brother. Dawson, she said softly. When you and I met, I hadn't been Jeremy's wife for a long time. I'd believed him dead for more than a year. Does it bother you that much to know that that he had you first? Yeah, it bothers me some, but not in the way you're thinking. What am I thinking? That it's a sexual competition, that I'm afraid you're making comparisons. It's not that. Then what is it? It's that I wanted you in the first place when I should have been off limits. Something like that. I think we can forgive ourselves for our mutual attraction. You can forgive yourself because you didn't know about the relationship. I did. He'd said they weren't going to discuss this, but they were. He made an impatient gesture. Jeremy was a minor obstacle compared with the other one, your bloodline, which is poison. Hmm? She pursed her lips thoughtfully. I suppose I'll have to throw the boys back too. What? Well, they're your blood relatives, remember? Doesn't that make them just as toxic as you? If I reject you because of that taint, then it only follows. Stop being ridiculous. You took the words right out of my mouth. She stood up, rounded the coffee table, and came to kneel in front of his chair. He tried to stand up, but she angrily pushed him back into the seat. I'm going to have my say. Then you can do what you want, but I'm not going to let you sail out of my life and forever regret that I didn't say this and wonder what would have happened if I had. She placed her hands on his chest as though to impress upon him her earnestness. For months during and after my marriage, I couldn't even fathom myself being in another relationship. Ever. I couldn't imagine any man's touch being something I would invite. I couldn't see myself ever feeling anything like desire again. After some distance from it, when the wounds were no longer fresh, and even my sons couldn't feel a particular loneliness, I began to realize how unrealistic it was to think that I'd live the rest of my life alone. I'm not programmed for a lifetime of abstinence. I'm not talking only about sex, but about emotional intimacy. I began to want that again, need it. Gradually, I accepted the probability that one day a man would enter my life and rekindle me, that he and I would share what I'd wanted with Jeremy but hadn't had. I anticipated his arrival, but was in no particular hurry. I wasn't going to seek him. I was content to wait and let him find me. I didn't know what he would do professionally or what his interests would be, the nature of his personality. I didn't know what he would look like until I saw you. She touched his lips, following their shape with the tip of her index finger. I was afraid of you and absolutely furious at you, but all the while I was railing at you for spying on me, I was thinking, this is him. He's here. And he's way more than I dared hope for. She gave a self-conscious little shrug. That's it. That's my say. He took a strand of her hair between his fingers and rubbed it thoughtfully, for a moment too emotional to speak. Then he said, no one's ever talked to me that candidly about anything, but certainly nothing that personal, and I think you're incredible. It sounds like there's a but. No, but an and. He pulled her to her feet as he stood up. You're incredible. And this time all clothes come off. In the bedroom, he flung back the bed covering, then turned to her and quickly unbuttoned her blouse and pulled it off. He fumbled behind her back for her bra strap while she hastily undid his shirt buttons. Skin to skin, they hugged. Just that. They held each other and savored the closeness, the various sensations, the arousing contrasts of their bodies. Finally, he murmured, I hope you don't mind chest hair. Mind? She rubbed her face in it. He hadn't realized biceps could be an erogenous zone until she took a love bite out of his. Reaching behind her, he undid the fastening of her skirt. It dropped to the floor. She unbuttoned his jeans and slid them down along with his underwear past his hips, her hands firm against his ass. He nudged her middle with his erection and smiled. I know you're a lady, but feel free to notice. She did considerably more than notice. He stopped her from taking more than the head, but the attention she lavished on it was almost more than he could endure. After several minutes, swearing and praying at the same time, he brought her up to standing and plunged his tongue into her mouth that had treated him to such hot, wet bliss. They got onto the bed. Lying face to face, he lowered his head to her breasts. Remarkable? What? He used his tongue to illustrate their sensitivity that first day on the beach, she groaned. I knew you noticed. I knew you knew I'd noticed, but I couldn't help myself. Each time the breeze kicked up, I went a little crazy with wanting to see them like this. His lips tugged on her nipple. I was trying to be modest. I was praying for a gale wind and fantasizing this. He continued the love play until it was unclear whether he was doing it to tantalize her or himself. It was working on both. Easing her onto her back, he kissed his way down her center, then angled himself away in order to take a look. Beautiful terrain. His hand skimmed past her navel. Thank you. Finding a faint white stretch mark on the outside of her hip, he followed it with his fingertip. Which one gave you this? Grant and this one? He asked, finding another in the hollow where belly met thigh. Grant, he grinned. Why am I not surprised? Next, he traced the slender white scar that was barely discernible under the soft hair. Which one? Both. Hunter had to be Caesarean, and after one, her words dwindled to a soft moan when he dipped his head to nuzzle lower and his tongue began gently exploring the furrow. She responded exactly as he'd hoped. Parting her thighs, she clutched his hair, arched up against his mouth, responded to the guidance of his hands as they repositioned her, and gasped his name as the spot. The tempo of his stroking tongue and the pressure he applied coalesced into a melting orgasm. He levered himself above her and watched her face as she slowly came down from it. She opened her eyes and gave him a drowsy smile, which he covered with a soft kiss. Can I make a confession? She nodded. I've fantasized doing that to you. I can't be less than honest. Lifting her head, she whispered directly into his ear. I fantasized you doing it too. They smiled at each other as he settled between her thighs, pushing into her only a little, but enough to cause him to groan softly. God, that feels good. What else have you fantasized? She asked. Hard and fast against a wall. No, wait. We did that for real. It just seemed like a fantasy. He felt her soft laugh all the way to the base of his cock, and it caused him to grimace with the effort of withholding himself from sinking into her completely. She trailed her fingers down his spine to the cleft of his butt. His breath caught. Anything else? Her voice was as sexy as the feathering motions of her fingertips. You taking me in your beautiful mouth. Oh, you did that too? Or was I hallucinating? If you were, so was I. That's a fantasy that bears acting out again, don't you think? Oh, absolutely. Often, he gave her a wicked smile, which she matched. So is that it? She purred. Have we run out of fantasies? Hell, we're just getting started. Sliding his hand beneath her bottom, he tilted her up, going real slow like now. He kissed her, his tongue sliding into her mouth with the controlled intensity with which he was pushing into her. He pulled out almost entirely before sinking into her a little deeper than before, and again, she made a small wanting sound and breathed his name. What exactly do you call this particular fantasy? He buried himself inside her fully, and just as he kissed her again, whispered, making love. She lay on her side, facing away from him, replete. Happier than she remembered feeling in possibly ever. She slid her foot up the length of his shin. Know what first attracted me? He pushed his penis against her bottom. It is impressive, sometimes embarrassingly so. She laughed. That wasn't it. Oh, she laughed again over how crestfallen he sounded. It was your crooked tooth, the one that defied orthodontia. It's very sexy. Glad you think so? And your hands, they're sexy, they're large and masculine and capable, and sexy. She sighed as one closed around her breast possessively. Will you be able to sleep tonight? Well, if my recent exertion didn't wear me out enough to sleep, I can't imagine what would. He bit her lightly on the shoulder. Who knew you'd be so insatiable? She bumped his ribs with her elbow, but unwilling to leave the subject of his nightmare, repeated her question. Sleep? Maybe, he said. Surely talking about it lanced the wound. We'll see. His arm tightened around her. Lying with you is bound to help. Contentedly, sleepily, she mumbled. Notch up another fantasy fulfilled. I've been longing to sleep with you. You will, just not quite yet. His hands, with their tender touch but masterful guidance, drew her back and up and open for him. He secured himself inside her with his hand on her front, planted firmly between her thighs. With very little movement, he pumped into her rhythmically, while in shockingly coarse terms he described how it felt to be enveloped by her and the pleasure his fingers and mouth derived from pleasuring her. Soon his lyrics changed to those of poets, but the subtext was as erotically charged. When both were on the brink of implosion, his voice became rough with emotion. His breaths became bursts of air against the back of her neck. In the language of raw need, he gasped, "Squeeze me, tighter." His body strained, and each shudder was marked with the harsh, choppy cry of a man in the throes of release that went beyond the physical. Finally, as his body relaxed and enfolded hers, he sighed her name like a benediction. She fell asleep with all those wonderful words echoing in her heart. Hours later, when she woke, she instantly missed his warmth, his scent and breath, the weight of his arm across her waist. Alarmed, she sat up. Dawson? He was gone. Chapter 30. Headley had persuaded Eva to go to the hotel. His condition continued to improve. Carl Wingert was no longer a threat. It was unnecessary for her to spend another uncomfortable night on the fold-out chair in his hospital room. "But you know the real reason I didn't want her here," he said to Dawson after explaining Eva's absence. "Same reason I came now, in the wee hours when few people are around." Standing behind the chair in Headley's room, he braced his hands on the back of it and looked meaningfully at his godfather. "I assume you gave them orders not to kill him, if it could be avoided. He was bleeding pretty bad." One bullet went through his right shoulder, grazed a lung, causing partial but significant collapse. They put in a chest tube. He caught another bullet in the back of his knee. His age is a factor, of course, but I'm told he came through the surgery fine. When he's well enough, he'll be turned over to the judicial system. Seconds ticked by as they held each other's stare. Finally, Dawson said, "We can't leave it at that." "You can?" "I can't. I can't either." Dawson. Let me rephrase. I won't. He must have sensed Dawson's resolve because he said, "I've been trying to figure out how we can do it. He's got marshals guarding him. They're not going to let us in there with a weapon, but I have an idea." Dawson listened while Headley laid it out. He nodded somberly. "I can do that. We won't get away with it, you know. Probably not." Headley studied him for several long moments then. Mind made up, looked down at the IV taped to the back of his hand. "First thing you gotta do is pull this friggin' thing out." 5 minutes later, Dawson pushed the wheelchair into the elevator. He had successfully gotten Headley disconnected from the IV, out of the bed and into the wheelchair, but it hadn't been easy. Headley was rapidly regaining sensation and some muscle control in his arms, shoulders, and hands. But for all practical purposes, they were useless. In the confines of the elevator, his breathing sounded labored and uneven. He looked pale beneath the fluorescent glare, and his face was moist with sweat. Dawson asked if he was in pain. "I'm fine. We could wait. I don't know when they'll move him. We may not have another chance." The elevator doors opened onto a dimly lighted hallway. "Leave the marshals to me." The two, seated outside Carl's room, looked at them curiously as they approached. "Evening, gentlemen," Headley said in his most authoritative tone. "I'm Special Agent Gary Headley, here to question the prisoner." The two marshals looked at each other, then at Dawson, finally back to Headley. One said, "He's still in serious condition." "Right. He could die, which is precisely why I need to question him now." "Where's Agent Nuts?" "Probably up to his earlobes in paperwork, which is why I'm handling this interrogation." "With all due respect, sir, you don't look all that well. Are you up to it?" Headley glowered. The marshal, discomfited, cleared his throat and gave a nod toward Dawson. "What about him? This is Dawson Scott. He's the one Wingert held at gunpoint yesterday afternoon. I know who he is. Why's he here? To dispel any of Wingert's bullshit." The two marshals exchanged another uneasy glance. Then one worked up enough courage to challenge him. "Sorry, sir. I can't let you go in without authorization." "Yes, sir." "Fine." His cell phone was lying in his lap. He nodded down to it. The AG's number is programmed under the numeral 8. Wake up our boss and tell him that you're denying me access to a fugitive that I and the entire Department of Justice have been chasing down for nearly 40 years. Smiling benignly, he added, he'll probably be tickled to hear from you. It took the marshal about 3 seconds to decide. He left the phone where it was. Are you armed, sir? Yes, with a catheter up my dick and the bag into which my bladder is draining. You're welcome to check again. He nodded down at his lap, covered only by the flimsy hospital gown. The marshal said, I don't think that will be necessary. Son, even if I had a weapon, I can't move my hands. Meanwhile, the other marshal had been patting down Dawson. He's good. One of them held open the door as Dawson wheeled Headley into the room where Carl Wingert was strapped to the bed, not only by restraints, but also by a network of medical paraphernalia. Dawson pushed the wheelchair to the bedside. Carl's eyes were closed. Headley said his name, and when he failed to respond, he told Dawson to poke him. None too gently, Dawson prodded Carl's elevated bandaged leg. Groaning, he opened his eyes to slits. They flared wide when he saw the two of them. Being this close to him again, Dawson suddenly felt claustrophobic. The sound of 1,000 bees buzzed inside his head, their racket underscoring the blips and beeps of the various machines and IV drips that Carl was hooked up to. Their tubing created the same tangle at the side of the bed that Dawson had remarked on in Headley's room. Carl was the first to speak. Well, he said to Headley. At last we meet. He took note of the wheelchair. In the flesh, you don't look so tough. You don't either. I've had better days. Headley shot him a grin. I haven't. Chalk one up for you. You figured me out today. You're getting old, Carl. No longer as smart as you think. Oh, I don't know about that. He spoke in a musical, disarming tone, reminiscent of Bernie. Do you hurt? All over. Good. Why didn't they kill me? Because I ordered them not to. I wonder why? Again, another sly smile. Then he focused on Dawson. Tell me, boy, how does it feel? Dawson had been following their exchange, but also studying the nest of plastic tubing at Carl's bedside. Now he looked at the man. How does what feel? Fucking your dead brother's wife? It took incredible control for him not to lunge at the man and wrap his fingers around his throat. Instead, he leaned down until his face was within inches of Carl's. You left me to die. Well, I sure as hell didn't want you. You were an ugly little monkey, and I'd been up all night trying to squeeze you out of her. I hated you before I ever laid eyes on you. Flora was carrying on like a madwoman. You took her newborn from her wrong. I told her you were born dead, told her it would be better if she never even saw you. I just scooped you up like so much fish guts and dumped you down that hole in the floor, hoping to hell you wouldn't take a breath and start crying. Even now, knowing everything he did about this man, it was inconceivable to Dawson how any human being could be that cold and heartless. How could you do that? How could I? His low chuckle was rife with menace. You said today that Headley would get the last laugh on me, but you're wrong. The last laugh is on you. He looked Dawson up and down with scorn. You're no kid of mine. Dawson stopped breathing for several seconds. Then he wheezed. What? You heard me. You came from someone else's slime. Don't know whose. Could have been any number of men. You're lying, Headley said. I studied Flora as thoroughly as I studied you. For whatever warped reason, she loved you and would have followed you into hell. She would never have slept with another man. Not unless I told her to. The two of them stared at him, stunned by the flippant statement and its significance. Jesus, Headley hissed. Dawson had no words, reeling from the shock. He wasn't sure if he should feel elation or revulsion, if he should shout with joy or weep over the misery and humiliation that the woman who'd borne him had been forced to endure. Sometimes I let guys use her to blow off steam or as a reward. She got pregnant with you on just such an occasion when 3 or 4 of them. Shut up. Dawson's wrath seemed only to amuse him. Maybe Flora knew which one took, but I doubt it. If she did, maybe she wrote his name down in that diary of hers. Dawson flinched. diary? The sneaky bitch, he snarled. I guess she'd been writing in it for years. She died with it clutched to her bosom. You're digging her up, right? He asked of Headley. I tossed the book in with her. Should be a real entertaining read. Or maybe not. She was so damned ignorant, it was obvious that Carl was enjoying himself. He was deliberately goading them, watching closely and hoping for a volatile reaction. Dawson refused to gratify him. Instead, he looked down at Headley. I've heard all I can stomach, you. He was too much for me to stomach at Golden Branch. Dawson had been fiddling with the network of tubes and had isolated one from the rest. You have enough control to do it? Left hand, thumb and index finger. Dawson carefully looped a section of the tube around those fingers twice so that Headley could get a good grip. Rather than being alarmed, Carl cackled. Headley, you always did play right into my plan. How's that, Carl? I knew you wouldn't rest until you saw me dead. I knew you'd come to finish me off yourself, and here you are. Carl raised his head as far as his bandaged shoulder would allow and blew Headley a kiss. Thank you. My pleasure. Just as Headley gave the tube a yank that snapped it free of a machine, the door burst open. The marshals were the first into the room. One shouted Headley's name. Amelia rushed in behind them, her gaze wild and fearful. Dawson, don't. The three drew up short and took in the scene. Carl was gaping at the end of the tube dangling from Headley's hand, his lips working wordlessly. Finally, he said stupidly, nothing happened. Of course not. Dawson took the tube from Headley's left hand and, slowly winding it around his fist, pulled the other end free from the tangle of tubes on the floor. It's not attached to anything, see? He dangled the two loose ends inches away from Carl's face. They really should remove these once they're no longer in use. What if somebody pulled out your chest tube by mistake? Carl looked in stunned horror at Headley, who smiled. Carl, did you actually think I came in here to kill you? And by doing so, deny myself the pleasure of watching you rot in chains for the rest of your goddamned life? Headley shook his head. No way in hell, Carl. No way in hell. Epilogue. He drove with the car windows down. The salt air was soft, the surf calm as it sometimes was just after daybreak. As he neared Amelia's beach house, his eyes were inexorably drawn to the one where Carl Wingert had spent summers as Bernie. That was the only thought Dawson gave the man, and it was more consideration than the reprobate deserved. He didn't expect Amelia or the boys to be up yet, but as he alighted, he spotted her on the beach. She was walking near the waterline, a pair of flip-flops dangling from her fingers. She was dressed in roomy, thin cotton pants and a tank top, which she'd probably slept in. Her hair was in a messy topknot. She'd never looked so good to him. He had covered over half the distance between them before she saw him. She dropped her sandals and met him at a full run. He caught her against him and they kissed hungrily. They didn't come up for air for several minutes, and when they did, they continued to hold each other as though to assure themselves that they were together again after a 10-day separation. She leaned back into the firm circle of his arms so she could look up into his face. How was it? North Dakota can be cold even in September. Around freezing one morning I was there. She brushed a wind-blown strand of hair off his scruffy cheek, then laid both palms on his chest. In a softer voice, she asked, "How was it?" "It was good," he replied, matching her serious tone. "They're wonderful people, salt of the earth, American flag flying proudly from the eaves of the house, pot roast for dinner. There were pictures of Hawkins all over the house. They wanted to hear everything." Shortly after Dawson's return from Afghanistan, he'd received a letter from Corporal Hawkins's parents asking him to please call them. They expressed an earnest wish to talk to him about their son in his last few days. They repeated the request in voicemails, emails, and additional letters. "He thought so highly of you, Mr. Scott, please call us." He hadn't been able to bring himself to make that call, but talking through the incident with Amelia had been the catharsis he'd needed. Once the ban on the topic of Hawkins had been lifted, he could think about him without cringing inside. As soon as he had accompanied Headley home to D.C., he booked a flight to North Dakota. "They told me everything about him. I met his brother, 2 sisters, 6 nieces and nephews. I was shown his baseball trophies and high school prom pictures. Our talks were heartrending, but healing for them as well as for me. I want to hear all about it whenever you're ready to tell me. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him. Sleeping better? 2 nights in a row without the nightmare. Definite progress, thanks to you. Several sessions with a therapist in D.C. had helped enormously, too, although he still gave more credit to Amelia than to the man with all the framed degrees on his office wall. How are Headley and Eva, she asked. He gets better every day. The Bureau urged him to reactivate until Carl's case is closed, but that'll take a while, so he declined. I'm surprised by that. I was too. But he explained that nothing could top that dramatic ending in the hospital with Carl screaming invectives and begging for somebody to kill him. She dropped her forehead against his chest. When I woke up and you weren't there, I thought, Carl thought so too. That was the point, but no such luck for him. Headley wanted to face off. I helped because I knew how important it was for him to confront his enemy. He would never have been satisfied with less. Nor would you know me well. She pressed a kiss to his throat, and when she pulled away, she said, so it was easy for Headley to turn down the Bureau's request that he stay on. Made much easier by Eva. She told him if he returned to work, she was going to grind up Viagra in his food and then withhold sexual favors. She'd do it too. You bet your life, by the way. She invited us up for Thanksgiving. He stroked her hair. How was your trip to Kansas? Quick, but I didn't want to leave the boys with the Metcalfs for more than one night. The memorial service was terribly sad. I'm sure Steph's parents were touched that you went. They said as much, at least they were relieved of having to go through a trial. Jeremy's dying spared them that. She hesitated for a moment, then added, I saw to his cremation. He held her face between his hands and searched her eyes. We've got a lot of forgetting to do, Amelia, I know. I can't wait to get started, me either. And for a long moment, they just looked at each other with full understanding. After a time, she nodded toward the house that Bernie had occupied. I'm happy to report that it's been sold. The realtor who brokered the deal was out here yesterday with a contractor. The new owner is having it torn down and plans to replace it with a larger, more contemporary house that he'll rent long-term. It can't be raised fast enough as far as I'm concerned, she continued. Every time I glance in that direction, she trailed off and tilted her head in puzzlement. You don't seem at all surprised by this news. She stared at him for seconds more, then realization dawned in her eyes. You bought it. You could never sell this house. It means too much to you. The only solution was to get rid of that one. I can't let you do that, she exclaimed. I have a trust from my folks that I've never touched. It seemed fitting to do this with some of the money. Carl didn't sire me, but he tortured my mother and left me to die. I don't want any reminders of him around when we're here. She was about to protest further, but he stopped her. It's done. She relented, asking quietly, did they find Flora's diary? Yes, mostly intact. Headley's read some of it. He's having the contents transcribed for me. She looked at him expectantly. He raised one shoulder. I don't know that I'll ever read it. Maybe right now I need a break from all that. Will you ever want to know who your father was? No, it's enough, more than enough to know it wasn't Carl. My quarrel with him wasn't fathering me. It was abandoning me. My DNA ruled out that any of the men who died in Golden Branch had sired me. I don't see the point of continuing the saga. Her arms tightened around his waist. She rested her cheek on his chest. Will you write the story? Harriet's bugging me too, but I've told her no. I couldn't write it without including you and the boys. I won't do that. He pushed his hand under her tank top and stroked her back, marveling over how familiar and wonderful the feel of her skin was, shuddering to think how close he came to foolishly denying himself this woman. I've considered writing about Hawkins. His parents endorsed the idea. Military suicides are at an all-time high. It speaks volumes that a young man with a background as solid as his could sink to that depth of despair. The theme would be the effects of combat even on those with the strongest fiber. It could be a worthwhile piece written by the best. All. He drawled and eased her cheek off his chest so he could whisk a kiss across it. But when he tried to kiss her in earnest, she resisted. What? You said of this house when we're here and that Eva had invited us for Thanksgiving. Come Thanksgiving, will we still be in us? I'm counting on it. You're not? Yes, definitely. Good to know. But how will it work? The boys went back to school this week. I was planning to buy a house with a yard and a dog. George embraced the idea of having a room at the museum devoted to PTSD. If we get it past the board, I want to oversee the project. I'll want to be involved if Daddy's house is enshrined. She looked at him ruefully. And you live in Virginia? Right. We've got some stuff to sort out, but they're practical matters, nothing insurmountable. So long as I meet deadlines and attend an occasional editorial meeting, my job is more or less portable. I may read Flora's diary or not. I'll draft a story about Hawkins and then decide if I want it to be published. If not, I'll write about something else. And when the boys get old enough to learn about their lineage, we'll explain it. They'll come to terms with it, just as I have. We'll help them with whatever problems arise. The point is, we don't have to figure it all out today. We can't figure it all out today. Placing his lips against hers, he whispered, We're past the heavy stuff, Amelia. By comparison, the rest of it will be a breeze. Let's let up on ourselves for a while. We'll make decisions on an as-needed basis. Love each other like crazy and live one day at a time. She smiled against his lips. Sounds like a plan. I'm especially fond of the part about loving each other like crazy. Yeah, I like that part too. He cupped the back of her head and was settling in for a long, deep kiss when she groaned, We've got company. Hunter and Grant, still in pajamas, were racing toward them, their bare feet thudding on the boardwalk. Amelia yelled at them to be careful of splinters, but the caution didn't slow them down. Gleefully shouting his name, they ran pell-mell toward them. She gave him a dubious smile. Sure you want to take them on? That's one decision already made. He wrapped his arms around her waist so that when the boys tackled him into the sand, she went with him. Novels by Sandra Brown. Low pressure, lethal, mirror image. Where there's smoke, charade exclusive. Envy, the switch, the crush Fat Tuesday, unspeakable. The witness, the alibi, standoff, best kept secrets, breath of scandal, French silk. Thank you for buying this ebook published by Hachette Digital. To receive special offers, bonus content, and news about our latest ebooks and apps, sign up for our newsletters.